Recording in progress.
My dear learned friends, I am the original creative element of this vast universe. I am knowledge divine. I have no beginning. I have no end. Knowledge, dear friends, way back in the 13th century, the philosopher saint Shri Naneshwar from India said that the entire infinite universe is a manifestation of pure intelligence and consciousness, the ultimate reality, the ultimate truth, Almighty God, which operates in a cyclic form and which was assertively confirmed by latter-day scientists like Dr. Albert Einstein, Dr. Erwin Schrödinger, Dr. Roger Penrose and others. For the last many millennia, intelligent beings have worshipped me in various forms and have pursued me to find answers to many questions and solve many mysteries of this vast universe. Friends, I find it truly fascinating that the philosopher Saint Naneshwar, at the tender age of only 16 years, enunciated and revealed to the entire world nearly 730 years ago the 9 universal scientific principles or secrets which have now been proved beyond doubt through the modern high-tech digital tools like artificial intelligence, augmented reality, virtual reality, Internet of Things, etc., through their applications like Google, Facebook, Instagram and so on. At the age of only 16 years, Saint Naneshwar narrated a commentary on Srimad Bhagavad Gita, which is considered as a treasure trove of knowledge divine in the form of Naneshwari. It is indeed fortunate that today I, knowledge divine, have evolved and manifested in the form of a monumental creation, the world's largest dome, dedicated to peace, harmony and humanity, which is truly a spiritually oriented scientific laboratory. The creator of this monument of miracle is the eminent visionary educationist from India, Professor Dr. Vishwanath D. Karad. Friends, today the world is passing through a tense and chaotic stage, even worse than what was experienced during the 2 world wars. The present one is also a war between good and evil, sacrifice and greed, virtues and vices, tolerance and stubbornness, religious coexistence and fundamentalism, traditional time-tested values and quick gains, ego and humility, and so on. The world is witnessing mind-boggling scientific and industrial developments on the one hand, while on the other, there is total chaos, confusion, terrorism, bloodshed and massacre in the name of caste, creed, race, religion and trivial issues like boundaries of nations. My dear friends, it is a matter of great shame that today the entire world, be it the most powerful and developed nations like America, China, Russia, Britain, Germany, France, etc., to the poorest of the poor countries, are combating the devastating and horrifying coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic, which has created a horrifying situation with a deathly silence prevailing throughout the world, with the fear looming large that humanity may not even see the end of the 21st century. Friends, it is also quite unfortunate that the scientific developments of today have created avenues for material comfort and luxury instead of creating a pathway for peace and well-being of mankind. The powerful nations seem to be engaged in stockpiling chemical, biological and nuclear weapons like hydrogen, neutron and atomic bombs instead of helping the poor and needy and spreading the message of peace. Today, the need of the hour is to promote a culture of peace through the appropriate understanding of the role of science and spirituality, with the scientific component being represented by the body and the brain, and the spiritual component being represented by the mind and the soul, together making for the universal scientific laws or principles, Vishwatmak Tattva. Of the many countries on this planet, India is one which has pursued knowledge divine for many thousands of years and has tried to find the ultimate truth, ultimate reality, Almighty God. Many saints, sages, seers, rishis, munis took birth in India and revealed and enunciated the most scientific and spiritual secrets of the universe for the well-being of humanity. Friends, from among the learned and wise people that took birth throughout known human history, I found philosopher Saint Shri Naneshwar to be a true embodiment of me, knowledge divine. Saint Naneshwar, in a lifespan of only 21 years, revealed my true form before the world through his assertion that the entire universe is pure consciousness and intelligence. Saint Naneshwar was not just a saint in the spiritual sense of the term, but a true philosopher who unfolded some very basic universal principles or secrets and assertively stated that the whole universe was an intelligent and conscious being. My dear friends, it is therefore quite befitting that the world's largest dome, a symbol of knowledge divine and peace, be named after this great philosopher, Saint Shri Naneshwar. This dome, which has taken form near the city of Pune in India, has become a beacon of humanity, universal brotherhood, and peaceful coexistence. Friends, perhaps for the first time in known human history, stand 54 beautiful life-size bronze statues of some of the greatest saints, scientists, and philosophers in this largest dome dedicated to world peace. They are those who over the years have found recognition as the true makers of world history, and they have assembled here in this wonderful dome like a round table conference to discuss the future of this world. In this 263-foot tall dome of 160 feet diameter stands Lord Gautam Buddha, who performed a deep penance in the pursuit of knowledge divine and enlightenment, which he attained. Standing tall in this dome is Lord Jesus Christ, whose message of love, peace and compassion guides humanity 2,000 years after his immortal sacrifice. Also present in this dome is Guru Nanak Dev, who preached that knowledge cannot be obtained by speech alone. It can only be obtained with the blessings of the Almighty. This imposing domed structure has the great philosopher Saint Tukaram Maharaj, Mahatma Kabir, Baba Bulle Shah, Adi Shankaracharya, and many more spiritually enlightened souls. It has path-breaking scientists like Dr. Albert Einstein, Sir Isaac Newton, Sir Michael Faraday, Dr. C.V. Raman, etc. Great philosophers like Aristotle, Plato, Kant, Hegel, Swami Vivekanand, and the revered messenger of world peace, Mahatma Gandhi. All these enlightened noble souls have just one message to convey. Only the pursuit of knowledge can lead humanity to an existence of happiness, peace, and contentment. Today, the language of knowledge has undergone a transformation. Today, social media is the carrier of information and knowledge. However, it is sad that even 725 years after the Sanjeevan Samadhi of Saint Naneshwar, the message of true knowledge divine and Mother Nature has not been adopted by us. My dear friends, this outstanding, magnificent domed structure is a true laboratory to bring about the harmony of science, spirituality, and philosophy, and conveys the eternal messages from the ancient Indian scriptures like Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the world as one family, and Ekam Sat Vipra Bahuda Vadanti, there is only one ultimate truth, Almighty God, though learned men call it by different names like Ram, Rahim, Jesus, Gautam Buddha, Mahavir, etc. Created in pure white marble, this beautiful structure is the product of the concept, planning and architecture of the great visionary educationist, thinker and philosopher, Professor Dr. Vishwanath D. Karad, founder of the world-renowned Myers MIT Group of Educational Institutions, Pune, India. An ardent follower of the great noble son of India, Swami Vivekanand, and a profound devotee of two of the greatest philosopher saints, Shri Naneshwar and Tukaram, Dr. Vishwanath Karad has been instrumental in creating some of the most amazing monuments like the embankments on the river Indrayani at Alandi near Pune, the huge multimedia coliseum for mass literacy also at Alandi, the most unique bridge of humanity, Ram Rahim Manavta Setu, the stunning Gautam Buddha Vihar, and Lord Ram Temple in his native village of Naneshwar Rule in the Mehrotra region of Maharashtra, the one-of-a-kind music academy in the world, Vishwa Shanti Sangeet Kala Academy, and many more. Dr. Vishwanath Karad's strong belief in the prophetic statement of Swami Vivekanand that the union of science and spirituality alone will bring harmony and peace to mankind has led him to promote the concept of value-based universal education in the various educational institutions and universities like the MIT World Peace University, Pune, India, the MIT Art Design and Technology University, Rajbagh, established by him for the holistic development of the students and society at large. After seeing this magnificent dome, some leading personalities of India had this to say.
We look at this magnificent dome. To me, this is not just the biggest dome in the world. To me, this is the biggest idea, the biggest message to the world, which it badly needs today. Professor Karad, you have given so much in the field of education to this state of Maharashtra, to India, but this is your greatest gift that you are leaving behind. They say individuals go, but institutions live. Individuals go, but ideas live. Individuals go, but messages live. This is the greatest message that you have left for us. May I request you to applaud not only him, but all these workers with a thunderous applause.
डॉक्टर विजय भटकर जी ने कहा,
Dr. Vishwanath Karad, who is the creator of this edifice, it is only through the union of science and religion correctly interpreted. We have only two options. Either we live together or we perish together. It is in this context, this monument will stand. Remind us that these are the people who build. 54 people, they say, are representative people. Scientists, religious leaders, social reformers. So we take inspiration from them, and they have carried the world so far. We have a long way to go. And this monument will remind us, inspire us that we have a long way to go for the humanity to bring peace on this beautiful planet that has been given to us.
भारत के उपराष्ट्रपति महामहिम वेंकैया नायडू ने कहा,
reinforcing the old idea of sarve jana sukhino bhavantu vasudaika kutumbakam, the entire world is one. That is the philosophy behind this dome. And then why dome? To prevent the doom. I have been to certain parts of the world. We have seen some wonders of the world also. We read about them also. But this will be another wonder of the world, situated in Pune, Maharashtra, in India, that is Bharat. Philosophers and scientists coming together. It's a great combination. And their thoughts, their ideas, that will really give us what is required for the human beings. भारतीय परंपरा उस सन्मार्ग को दिखाने के लिए इस सुंदर नया आइडिया को डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ कराद जी ने निर्माण किया है। पूरी देश के ओर से on behalf of the entire country, I would like to compliment and congratulate Dr. Vishwanath for this historic contribution. And I must say that this dome, in all its grandeur, is a true reflection of the vision he held for posterity and his mission in life. He has a mission. The mission is noble. He started all these institutions also with that missionary zeal. Today, Dr. Karad has exhibited the same. For thousands of years to come, this dome is a true endorsement of the Gandhian thought and a manifestation of all the good that comes out of it.
What a joy it is to be in this magnificent structure. I must congratulate Vishwanath ji. He has created a Taj Mahal of education. This is a Taj Mahal of education, the magnificent dome, all the symbolism that has gone into the four Jnana Stambhas and inside. It's quite remarkable.
To remember again that 21st century will be the century of India, my mother India. Not with ego, but with a pride. Friends, remember, he professes further, it will emerge as a knowledge code of the whole world and will show the pathway of harmony and peace to mankind. It will become a Vishwa Guru in the 21st century. उसका छोटा सा उदाहरण, छोटा सा symbol यहाँ बन गया है, ऐसा मेरा मानना है.
Friends, the beautiful statue of the goddess of knowledge divine, goddess Saraswati, atop this beautiful dome is also conveying this very message that only the pursuit of knowledge can create a pathway to world peace. Friends, it is high time that all the learned scholars, thinkers, scientists, philosophers, academicians, educationists, heads of universities and others come together and evolve a value-based universal education system which will have an emphasis not just on the development of the brain or intellect but also on the development of a positive, constructive mindset with the winning personality of individuals who are physically fit, mentally alert, intellectually sharp, and spiritually elevated human beings for the establishment of a holistic, peace-loving global society. Friends, through this unique monument of miracle, philosopher Saint Shri Naneshwar World Peace Prayer Hall, World Peace Dome, I would like to appeal to all right-thinking people to realize the message of peace and harmony being delivered by this dome and contribute their mites in creating a peace-loving, holistic, global society.
इक्कीसवीं शताब्दी में मेरी भारत माता विश्व गुरु बनने की काबिलियत रखता है. इट विल बिकम अ विश्व गुरु इन द 21st सेंचुरी. उसका छोटा सा उदाहरण, छोटा सा सिंबल यहाँ बन गया है, ऐसा मेरा मानना है.
We have only two options. Either we live together or we perish together. It is in this context, this monument will stand.
We look at this magnificent dome. To me, this is not just the biggest dome in the world. To me, this is the biggest idea, the biggest message to the world.
This country has always propagated one thought, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, my dear friends. I must say that in the entire history after the independence since 1947, this is one of the unique steps towards the contribution of universal humanity. I appeal to the Vice President and Honorable Chief Minister to recognize this World Peace Dome as a structure of national and global importance and support to promote it in such a way that it evolves as one of the prominent tourism destinations of the world.
We should remember and respect like Professor Vishwanath Karat and millions of people like that, and remember the great service they have done. They should be remembered forever. That is also equally important for all of us. This is the message of this dome. This is the idea of the dome. This is the tallest, not only in size, but also in ideas.
Dear friends, way back in the 13th century, the philosopher Saint Shri Naneshwar from India said that the entire infinite universe is a manifestation of pure intelligence and consciousness, the ultimate reality, the ultimate truth, Almighty God. which operates in a cyclic form and which was assertively confirmed by latter-day scientists like Dr. Albert Einstein, Dr. Erwin Schrödinger, Dr. Roger Penrose, and others. For the last many millennia, intelligent beings have worshipped me in various forms and have pursued me to find answers to many questions and solve many mysteries of this vast universe. Friends, I find it truly fascinating that the philosopher Saint Naneshwar, at the tender age of only 16 years, enunciated and revealed to the entire world nearly 730 years ago. At the age of only 16 years, Saint Naneshwar narrated a commentary on Srimad Bhagavad Gita, which is considered as a treasure trove of knowledge divine in the form of Naneshwari. It is indeed fortunate that today I, knowledge divine, have evolved and manifested in the form of a monumental creation, the world's largest dome, dedicated to peace, harmony, and humanity, which is truly a spiritually oriented scientific laboratory. The creator of this monument of miracle is the eminent visionary educationist from India, Professor Dr. Vishwanath D. Karad. Friends, today, the entire world, be it the most powerful and developed nations like America to the poorest of the poor countries, are combating the devastating and horrifying coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic, which has created a horrifying situation with a deathly silence prevailing throughout the world, with the fear looming large that humanity may not even see the end of the 21st century. Friends, it is also quite unfortunate that the scientific developments of today have created avenues for material comfort and luxury instead of creating a pathway for peace and well-being of mankind.
Bapat sir, good to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Subhashji. And let us begin with the inaugural session of 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. Honorable dignitaries on the digital dais, guests, everyone in the audience, and most importantly, dear peace ambassadors participating in this 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy 2021. I, Professor Gautam Bapat, welcome each one of you for this inaugural session of 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. My friends, I would like to welcome all of you with a quote of philosopher Saint Shri Ganeshwara. Duritan se timira javo, vishwasva swadharma surye paho. May the darkness of ignorance disappear, and may the universe see the sun of self-consciousness. My friends, as the creator and architect of world's biggest peace edifice, Vishwadharmi, revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir says, and I quote, "The world is witnessing mind-boggling scientific and industrial developments like artificial intelligence, internet, IT, digital technology, robotics, journey to the outer space,
and what not. It is all happening on the one hand, but unfortunately, on the other hand, there is a total chaos, confusion, suspicion, terrorism, bloodshed, violence, and massacre in the name of caste, creed, race, religion, and issues like boundaries of the nation. Unquote. I'm sure, like previous 6 world parliaments, this 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion, and Philosophy would also show all of us the way forward. My friends, in this 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion, and Philosophy, we will be witnessing 7 very important sessions like peace, people, planet, pathways forward, shaping the peace together, global youth peace dialogue, building the sustainable peace, ideas, evidences, and strategies, the right to peace, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, peace within, peace without, and many, many, many more. Let us all join hands and let us begin the journey of 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion, and Philosophy with national song Vande Mataram. So I would like to request everyone in the audience, wherever they are, to please rise in their seats as we would be beginning with the national song Vande Mataram. I request my technical team to kindly relay.
Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram, Sujalam, Sufalam, Malayaj Sheetalam, Shasya Shamalam Mataram, Vande Mataram, Shubhra Pulakitayamini, Pulla Kusumita Drumadala Shobhini, Suhasini, Sumadhura Bhashini, Sukhadam Varadam Mataram, Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram.
Thank you very much. My friends, it has been a 4 decades old tradition of MIT group of institutions laid down by our founder, revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karatsa, to start any auspicious occasion by a prayer that does not talk about any caste, creed, or religion. It's a prayer to Almighty for the well-being of entire humanity and not for any particular section of society. So let's close our eyes, fold our hands, and wholeheartedly participate in World Peace Prayer. I request my technical team to kindly relay.
Swasamvedya Atmarupa Devatuti Ganeshu Sakalartha Mati Prakashu Mane Nivrittidasu Avadhari Jodi Gurur Brahma Gurur Vishnu Gurur Devo Maheshwara Guru Sakshat Parabrahma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरि ओम् ईशावास्यमिदं सर्वं यत्किञ्च जगत्यां जगत् तेन त्यक्तेन भुञ्जीथाः मा गृध कस्य स्विद्धनम् ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात् सर्वेऽपि सुखिनः सन्तु सर्वे सन्तु निरामयाः सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःखमाप्नुयात् शान्तिः अन्तरिक्षशान्तिः पृथिवीशान्तिः आपशान्तिः औषधयशान्तिः वनस्पतयशान्तिः विश्वेदेवाशान्तिः ब्रह्मशान्तिः सर्वशान्तिः शान्तिरेव शान्तिः सामा शान्तिरेधि ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः
Thank you very much. My friends, today is 2nd of October, and I'm sure everyone present here knows the importance of the day. So before I say anything about it, I request my technical team if they can please show us a special creative that we have made for the special day today. My friends, we all know that today is the day that we celebrate the birth anniversary of Mahatma Gandhi and Shri Lal Bahadur Shastri Ji. I'm sure everyone is aware of the message and the learnings that they both have given us. Let us remember the father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi, and the former Prime Minister, Lal Bahadur Shastri Ji, on their birth anniversary today. And that is also rather the most important reason that this World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy every time is held, or rather is inaugurated on 2nd of October. MIT World Peace University has also initiated Gandhi Peace Prize, which is an attempt to spread once again the work done by Mahatma Gandhi to the entire world. Thank you very much. And now it's time when I request and invite the Acting Vice Chancellor of MIT World Peace University, Professor Dr. R.M. Chitnis, sir, to kindly propose welcome address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Gautam. Namaskar and good afternoon. On behalf of our founder, president and chief patron, respected, revered Dr. Vishwanath Karad, sir, on behalf of respected Shri Rahul V. Karad, sir, on behalf of Dr. Mangesh Karad, sir, on behalf of Dr. Jyoti Dhakne, madam, on behalf of all the other trustee members, faculty and staff of MIT Group, may I extend warm welcome to all of you, especially to our president of today's inaugural session, Dr. Meera Kumarji, former IFS, former Speaker of Lok Sabha, former Union Minister for Social Justice, Empowerment, Water Resources, Government of India. Madam, we are looking forward inquisitively for your presidential address. Today's chief guest, Honorable Shri Sushil Kumar Shinde ji, His Excellency, former Governor of Andhra Pradesh, former Union Minister for Home Affairs and Power, Government of India, former Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Sir, we welcome you. Today's Chief Guest of Honor, Pramod Kumarji, Honorable Minister for Sugarcane Industry, Minister for Law, Government of Bihar. Sir, we welcome you. Then special guest of honor, Dr. Hasmukh Adhiya ji, retired IAS officer and Honorable Chancellor of Central University of Gujarat, former Finance and Revenue Secretary, Government of India. Sir, welcome to you. Then special guest of honor, Shri Rajiv Mehrotra ji, author, Honorary Managing Trustee, Secretary, Foundation for Universal Responsibility of His Holiness, the Dalai Lama ji. Then special guest of honor, Padma Vibhushan, Dr. Raghunath Mashelkar ji, National Research Professor, Chancellor, Institute of Chemical Technology, Mumbai, and President, Global Research Alliance. Then we welcome Chairman Organizing Committee, Padma Bhushan, Dr. Vijay Bhatkar ji, Chancellor, Nalanda University, eminent computer scientist, father of Param Supercomputer, and Chairman, National Steering Committee for Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. Sir, we welcome you. And lastly, we welcome motivational speaker and orator, Dr. Sanjay Upadhyay ji. A warm welcome again to all of you for this momentous occasion of the 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. Many of you might be knowing, but at the cost of repetition, let me share that there is a specific reason why our beloved founder, respected, revered Dr. Karad sir chose 2nd October as a date to begin World Parliament. You are aware, 2nd October marks the birth anniversary of Mahatma Gandhi ji and Lal Bahadur Shastri ji, two great personalities of this great nation. While you are aware, Gandhi ji led the nation by preaching peace, non-violence, humanity, and compassion, whereas Shastri ji led the country for empowering our Kisans and Jawans who safeguard our Mother India from two deadly enemies of humanity and peace. And what they could be. One is hunger and second is war. And that's why Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan. And what a better day Dr. Karad sir would have identified to commence such extensive and exhaustive deliberations of the renowned and eminent speaker who would be gracing the various sessions scheduled for next 4 days. We are sure that these sessions will enlighten all of us and astonish us at point of a time to see that science is a very embedded as a core and integral part of every religion and every philosophy. Let's all attune ourselves to the wise thoughts of spiritual leaders who would be addressing us, thinkers, philosophers, academicians, civil administrators, peace leaders during this next 4 days of World Parliament. Let's get drenched in the wisdom that will lead our way to peace, harmony, and universal brotherhood. So while we are marching to the journey of peace, harmony, and universal brotherhood, we are still keeping our scientific temperament intact and active. And that is what is the ideology of Dr. Karad sir. Once again, on behalf of Dr. Karad sir, Dr. Rahul Karad sir, Dr. Mangesh Karad sir, and all the trustees of Myers, faculty and staff of Myers Group, may I welcome you for this World Parliament 2021. Thank you once again. Jai Hind and Jai Bharat. Over to Professor Bapat.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your welcome address. And now we are virtually entering, after sir's welcome address, at our venue. Unfortunately, because of this pandemic, we are confined to our rooms, our 4 walls, where we have to protect ourselves from the virus. But of course, even though, and I'm really happy to share with you that right now, at this moment, we have 1,000, almost 1,500 people live with us on this Zoom platform. and equally same number of people are there connected with us on YouTube and Facebook platform. So let us all almost I think 3,000 people, we all let us now indulge ourselves at the digital venue of the 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy, the world's largest dome. I request all the organizers, my technical team, to virtually take us to the venue. Thank you very much for that film, and I'm sure you all must have understood the grandeur of the World Peace Dome, and we all have now digitally arrived at the venue of 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. So I would like to once again welcome everyone on this digital platform, all the audience that we have at Zoom as well as YouTube and Facebook connected with us to the World Peace Dome. Thank you very much for that film, and it was indeed a magnificent presentation. Now, let us begin this auspicious occasion with a group photograph. So I would like to request everyone in the panel to please put on their cameras and wear a beautiful smile and give us a look in the camera so that we can capture this picture perfect moment. I request once again everyone in the panel to please put on their camera and so that we can capture this picture perfect moment. Thank you very much, and I'm sure my technical team would have captured the photograph. Now, moving forward, I would like to once again request my technical team if they can please take us through the proceedings of World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy so far. So I would like to request my technical team to kindly relay the film.
This country has always propagated one thought, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, my dear friends. I must say that in the entire history after the independence since 1947, this is one of the unique steps towards the contribution of universal humanity. I appeal to the Vice President and Honorable Chief Minister to recognize this World Peace Dome as a structure of national and global importance and support to promote it in such a way that it evolves as one of the prominent tourism destinations of the world.
We should remember and respect like Professor Vishwanath Karat and millions of people like that. And remember the great service they have done. They should be remembered forever. That is also equally important for all of us. This is the message of this dome. This is the idea of the dome. This is the tallest, not only in size, but also in ideas.
But if he takes away the rest of the days of my life and gives me one day where I can come back and look at this magnificent dome, magnificent message to the rest of the world, to me, this is not just the biggest dome in the world. To me, this is the biggest idea, the biggest message to the world.
Science without religion is lame, and we all know this. Religion without science is blind.
सीता का मान नहीं करोगे तब तक श्री राम का मान संपूर्ण नहीं होगा, आप याद रखिए। केवल जय श्री राम से बात नहीं बनेगी, जय सीता राम कहिए, कहना होता।
हमको लगता है कि आज गांधी जी हों चाहे जो कोई हो, सबका इशारा विश्व शांति का है।
विवेकानंद ने कहा है कि 21वीं शताब्दी में मेरी भारत माता ज्ञान का दालन बोल के उभर आएगी। इट विल बिकम अ विश्व गुरु इन द 21st सेंचुरी। उसका छोटा सा उदाहरण, छोटा सा सिंबल यहाँ बन गया है, ऐसा मेरा मानना है।
Thank you very much for that film, and I'm sure you all must have got goosebumps just like me. Though everyone is saying and everyone is trying to communicate the same message that the World Peace Dome stands to give. My friends, it's time that I invite the Managing Trustee and Executive President of MIT and Executive President of MIT World Peace University, the person who's now be briefing us about the concept and journey of World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. Please welcome with a round of applause, Shri Rahul V. Karat. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Bapat, for that introduction. Janani Janmabhumisha Swargadati Gariyasi. Behalf of our beloved founder, the creator of the world's biggest dome for the world peace, Shri Vishwanath Karatji, our chairman of organizing committee for this World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy, Shri Dr. Vijay Bhatkarji. Also behalf of our mentor and our well-wisher of this institution from day one, the most respected Shri Mashelkar, who is also the advisor for this 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. Let me welcome the chief guest of today's function, Madam Meera Kumarji, the former Speaker of Lok Sabha. Also, I would like to welcome Shri Sushil Kumar Shinde Sahab, who is a former Home Minister and the former Chief Minister, Governor for this very 7th edition of World Parliament, who is who supported this very cause of MIT School of Government and Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad from day one. Thank you so much, sir, for your participation. All other respected members like Shri Rajiv Mehrotra Sahab, who is honorary Managing Trustee, Secretary for Foundation for Universal Responsibility of His Holiness Dalai Lama Sahab, and who is also a great supporter of this idea of world peace mission of our beloved founder, Dr. Vishwanath Karad Sir, Rajiv Mehrotra Sahab. Let me welcome you also in this 7th edition, the very historic edition of World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. Shri Pramod Kumar Sahab, who is Honorable Minister for Sugarcane Industries and who is a great ambassador of this institution, I must say. He is definitely a minister of the representing the government, but he is also a great well-wisher. Pramod Kumar Sahab, let me welcome you also. I also wish to welcome Dr. Hasmukh Adhiya ji, who is a former Finance Secretary, Revenue Secretary, Government of India, and who has a great interest. He is a PhD holder in yoga and spirituality. So thank you so much for your part. World Parliament. Sanjay Upadhyay ji, Dr. Chitnis, our Vice Chancellor, and all other respected members. And with such a large number today, we could achieve a registration of over 15,000 members for this edition of World Parliament in a very short span. I'm not going to take too long. I think through this very brief introduction of the film and what Professor Bapat also just now said, and Dr. Chitnis also expressed little his mind, there are only just few thoughts which our founder is trying to communicate to the world almost last 4 decades, that how do we unify the science and spirituality so that we create a better world, we create order in the society. We all know that in this very journey, I feel that somewhere we have forgotten that what is ultimate aim of education. And we all know that the ultimate aim of any education system in the world is to create some kind of order, some kind of harmony, peace, ultimately the peace, what we really want to achieve. And it is from ages, here is a continuous journey, I must say, from bad to good. And we as a human society, we as a human being, we are continuously trying to evolve as a, we want to really do good for the society. And that's how any society or the evolution of human, the world, I mean to say, is evolving from ages, from Prabhu Ramchandra to from Krishna to so many, from thousands of years. This continuous struggle is going on. And in this journey of the Kala Chakra, I think this institution has played a little role as a World Peace University, the World Peace Center, and of course this very creation now, the 15 long years of tapasya of the most revered Dr. Vishwanath Karad ji. He dedicated his life, he envisaged something 4 decades before, and he thought of this very idea in the year 2005, and some 12 to 15 years he worked on that mission, and just last year this creation came into the existence. And Dr. Mashelkar ji, our very mentor and guide and the very spirit of this institution, he said it is like a laboratory of the world peace, Professor Karad. And that's how we must look at this very concept, and we must portray. And recently, I'm just taking a little opportunity, my dear friends, that how do we communicate this message of Swami Vivekananda of unification of science and spirituality will create a better human beings, will create order in the society, and ultimately through the education system, what way we can make the change so that there is the great human beings can produce for the world. And with that mission and vision, our founder thought of one another idea at the World Peace Dome and World Peace University, that the Global Education Managing Council for the world peace is another important thought process which he's thinking all the time last almost 6 months. And I'm just taking this opportunity that how do we take this very message to the all over the world, to the various institutions of the country, but not just India, I mean to say all over the world. And that's how we are in the process to collaborate with various institutions. And we haven't really discussed on this very subject at how to structure this very idea of Global Education Managing Council for the World Peace. But soon we will come with a very thought process, because this particular, the biggest dome is not just a message. The concept of those 54 statues of the founders of all the religions, the philosophers of the world, the scientists of the world, and and what kind of thoughts they laid for the society to perform. And that's how we wish to take this very mission of World Peace University and the World Peace Dome at the national and international level, and so that tomorrow various such academic institutions, we are in a cutting edge time right now, where technology, innovation, science, artificial intelligence, so much the modernity we have been discussing, talking, and so many researchers of the world in medical field, all the field we all are working. But ultimately, what we really want to achieve is a quest through this very process and journey. And as I said, that very journey from the bad to good, and in this process, how this World Peace Dome and the very mission of MIT World Peace University can contribute. So we are doing our bit in this very journey. I'm very, very glad that there are many like-minded people. They are going to speak in next 4 days' time. Last year, we conducted this very conference in the physical mode, but with the COVID situation, we have gathered here through this online engagement now, and we will continue this struggle and journey for making the society as a harmonious and very cohesive society, what Mahatma Gandhi ji gave us message. And of course, this is a great day to remember Mahatma Gandhi ji, Lal Bahadur Shastri ji also. And I feel that what a great man, particularly for the student community and youngsters. In my life, I read his biography very, very late, but some 10 years before, and I realized that many great people I have seen, they evolve in their life, but the kind of thoughts he has communicated in his biography, the world knows. People achieve some talent, some position, but they never reveal what they actually in their budding time, how they used to evolve in their whole journey of their life. But Mahatma Gandhi ji was a great man, and of course towards Bharat, people look for Buddha and Gandhi. They are the great ambassadors for India. But beyond that, I always feel Prabhu Ramchandra and Lord Shri Krishna. They are the people, I think, who laid a great foundation for Bharat, and they have given a very universal value system through our Sanatan Dharma. So many things can be said. So once again, I welcome all the respected members in this 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy, and this very quest of our beloved founder to connect all our education system, all our undergraduate, postgraduate degree programs with the society. I mean to say society, and as well as with this, through this philosophy, so that the very holistic and the complete graduate can come out of the institution with that mission at our center of MIT World Peace University and various other institutions. There are 4 other universities we have been trying to work in this direction. But this effort is not enough, and through the World Peace Dome, we wish to connect with global, the society, with the global such. There are some 20,000 or maybe more than that institutions and the universities all over the world, and we are in the process to develop some kind of bonds, some kind of collaborations in this process. So once again, I welcome each and every member. I compliment that you all could find time, and I wish and pray that forever, Dr. Mashelkar sir, your and Dr. Bhatkar sir, your guidance for this very mission, because Dr. Karad sir and you two very important members, this collaboration has definitely given a great boost so far for this mission in last 4 decades. So I'm thankful to Dr. Mashelkar Saab, Dr. Bhatkar Saab, and all other respected members. So Professor Bapat, I hand over to you. Once again, I welcome and for this very historic 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. Dhanyavad, Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your words of wisdom and making the concept and the journey of world peace, of the World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy for all of us. Thank you very much once again. I'm really happy to share with everyone here that we have now crossed the number of 1,800 plus on this Zoom platform, and also the number on YouTube and Facebook is rising. So that simply indicates how important this discussion today is for which we have gathered. My friends, it is now time when I invite the special guest of honor, Padma Vibhushan, Dr. R.A. Mashelkar sir, National Research Professor and Chancellor of Institute of Chemical Technology, Mumbai, and President of Global Research Alliance. But before I invite him to address the gathering, I would like to request my technical team if they can please relay a small film made on life and work of Padma Vibhushan, Dr. R.A. Mashelkar sir. Over to you, team.
Padma Vibhushan Dr. Raghunath Anand Mashelkar is one of India's most eminent scientists, known for his contributions in non-Newtonian fluid mechanics, gel science, and polymer reaction engineering. He became the director of the National Chemical Laboratory in 1989 and Director General of the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research in 1995. He was a member of the Scientific Advisory Council to the Prime Minister and also of the Scientific Advisory Committee to the Cabinet set up by successive governments. Dr. Mashelkar is only the third Indian engineer to have been elected as a Fellow of the Royal Society UK in the 20th century. Dr. Mashelkar has won the prestigious Stars of Asia Award at the hands of George Bush Sr., the former President of the United States. We are honored to welcome Padma Vibhushan Dr. Raghunath Mashelkar to MIT World Peace University.
Thank you very much for that film. Indeed, we have gathered here in large numbers and we all are keen to listen to everyone's views. I would also like to heartily welcome the chief guest of honor of this session, Honorable Minister for Sugarcane Industry, Minister of Law for Government of Bihar. Welcome, sir. Shri Pramod Kumarji, thank you very much for joining us. And yes, now the presentation is up. I can now request Padma Vibhushan Dr. R.A. Mashelkar sir to kindly address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, most revered Professor Karad, Rahul Karad, Mangesh Karad, most respected Meera Kumarji, Sushil Kumar Shinde ji, Pramod Kumarji, my old friend Hasmukh Adhiya ji, distinguished faculty, ladies and gentlemen. It's a special pleasure and honor to be with you this afternoon. It's a special day, as was mentioned. Special day because this is the 7th World Parliament on Science, Religion and Philosophy. This is becoming really a historical series of events thanks to the great vision of Professor Karad. And I must say it has been a real honor to be associated with it from day one, right from the point of conception of this great idea, this great movement. Today is a special day, 2nd October. We pay our homage to the father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi, also Lal Bahadur Shastri. What I've done today is something unusual. Normally, I don't give PowerPoint presentations. Rahul, this is one of the rare occasions when I'm doing it, because I thought there should be sort of a serious presentation on creating some new thoughts. And particularly, we have the benefit of thousands of students participating. And therefore, they should have a take-home sort of lesson. And one of the take-home lessons I'm going to propose is no matter what engineering you are doing, you should be a Gandhian engineer. Because just as 20th century India will be remembered for Mahatma Gandhi. Similarly, 21st century, I'm convinced, will be remembered for Gandhian engineering. So let me start by saying that I had edited this book, Timeless Inspirator, Reliving Gandhi. And I had invited some 50 thought leaders to contribute to this, from all walks of life. And the simple question was, how relevant is Mahatma Gandhi in the 21st century? And I must say that practically each one of them said that he's more relevant today than he was in the 20th century. I began to think about this. I hope the slides are moving. Are they moving? Hello?
Yes, sir, they are moving,
Yes.
sir. Yes,
Okay, all right. So I remember 2008, I was in Australia, and this is Robin Battenham, the president of Australian Academy. I was honored with a fellowship and happened to be the first Indian somehow or the other. So I said, since there are thousands of others who are better, they honored me. They don't know enough about India, so I must tell them something about India. And the title of my acceptance speech was Gandhian Engineering, getting more from less for more. Where did that title come from? Mahatma Gandhi had said, I mean, if you look at what he had done, he created the music of the spinning wheel. The charkha symbolized the innovation that had economic, social, and spiritual overtones. But equally importantly, he had said that earth provides enough to satisfy every man's need, but not every man's greed. That means what he was saying is that preserve the resources that you have and try to get more from less. And he would also say that I would prize every invention of science made for the benefit for all. That means do science for more and more people. So if you put these two together, you have the definition of Gandhian engineering, getting more performance from less resource, from more people. And this became quite popular as MLM, more from less for more. Now, in fact, if you go back, it was Mahatma Gandhi who was the early MLM champion. I talked about charkha. In fact, he had put a grand challenge at that time that you should create a machine that could produce yarn from raw cotton at the same speed as the European spinning mills did. More, high performance. And then he announced a machine contest. The prize money at that time was 1 lakh rupees. Do you know the value of that 1 lakh rupees at that time? Almost 4 crores. So he put a big prize. But what he talked about was a great challenge that the cost has to be less than 150 rupees, the product lifetime greater than 20 years, and performance, it should make 12 to 20 threads of 16,000 foot yarn. Can you just imagine what he was talking about? He was talking about more performance from less resources, which can benefit more and more people. So actually the idea was born at that time itself. So the goal of Gandhian engineering is Sarvodaya, welfare for all. And welfare for all means no matter what your incomes are, no matter what income inequalities you have, we'll ensure access equality despite income inequality. And is it possible? You can see here the income inequality is 1,000:1 and the access equality is 1:1. And that's why this becomes a very powerful mantra, MLM mantra. And that started spreading around the world. I remember I spoke in 2008, and then C.K. Prahlad, the great thought leader, and I wrote a paper in Innovation's Holy Grail, more from less for more, because it was innovation's holy grail, very difficult to achieve. And I'm very proud to say this finds place among the 10 must-read papers in innovation. And amazingly, immediately after our paper was published, the World Economic Forum had a special session on more from less for more, because they certainly understood the importance of this for the whole world. And I remember giving a TED lecture, which is now in 23 languages with a large number of views, conveying those ideas. But I didn't stop there. I began in Canberra in 2008. But I remember speaking in the US, especially in Washington, in World Bank. And I remember they created actually a project on inclusive innovation based on these principles, $55 million project for Vietnam. I kept on speaking about Gandhian engineering, and I remember speaking in
Asian Development Bank, and they got that incorporated in the program. I remember speaking in Brussels, European Union. The commissioner had invited me to speak to 2,000 plus Europeans, and they got it incorporated because they found how important it's going to be. Beijing, I mean, China today is ahead of us in many ways, but somehow or other they accepted that as far as this is concerned, this is going to be very important for them. You look at, for example, the other country that I spoke in, Zagreb, Belgrade, Copenhagen, Tokyo. I was invited to speak before the G20 Sustainable Development Goals meeting on how important this Gandhian engineering is going to be. Colombo, Cape Town, Medellin, the World Association of Industrial Technology Research Organizations, and so on. So you would say you are spreading the word all around. What are you doing yourself? Well, I must say that my own CSR was busy doing this inclusive innovation. And I created in my mother's name, Anjani Mashelkar Inclusive Innovation Award, which was entirely powered by Gandhian engineering. It's a small award of 1 lakh, but this is the 11th year of the award. And there we actually give targets which are in line with Gandhian engineering. For example, health for all, despite income inequality. Can you do an accurate ECG test for 5 rupees? Can you do a hemoglobin test for 10 rupees? Can you do a breast cancer screening for $1? All this looks impossible, but they've been all made possible by the Anjani Mashelkar Inclusive Innovation Awards. You can see some of them here. Let me take you very quickly through some of these. For example, if you look at breast cancer, India's ranking in breast cancer deaths, we are number 1 and less than 1% are screened. So can we do that very cheaply and very effectively? That's what PHR did. He created an eye-based exam, low-cost tactile sensor that measures tissue stiffness. It is ultra-portable, accurate, minimal training, wireless, cloud-connected, and instant results. And they will say, well, this looks like a toy, but is it going into the market, in the place of helping society? Yes, it is. Actually, they formed a partnership with GE Healthcare, and they're going into 25 countries for over 500 million women. Can you just imagine non-invasively, if you can detect breast cancer just for $1, what difference it can make, especially for our women in rural villages? And that is Gandhian engineering. Similarly, ECG, this is Rahul Rastogi, who created a 12-lead ECG and costs absolutely nothing. This is his latest version. You can buy it on Amazon for just 4,000 rupees. And it is capable of taking single lead, 12-lead medical grade ECG. So how does it move? Because normally if you want to take ECG, you will go there, you will lie down like this, okay, and then the ECG will be taken. He has moved to the next practice, which is you just hold it in your hand, put your 2 thumbs up here for 15 seconds, and then put it around your heart, 3 times up, 3 times down, and within 3 minutes, if you have downloaded an app called Sanket, it goes there. So now you can just imagine even a woman in a rural village, for example, if she gets pain in the chest at midnight, she doesn't have to be put in a bullock cart or on a motor scooter or a jeep and taken several kilometers. She can do it right there. This is great examples of Gandhian engineering. Similarly, this non-invasive hemoglobin test, just put the machine around you, and within no time, you can, as a matter of fact, get the detection. And actually, it is making high technology work for the poor. And during the pandemic, what I did was I also created awards for people who had done great work in terms of helping the challenges of the pandemic. And as you know, ICU beds shortage was becoming sort of a big problem. People were dying in ambulances, as a matter of fact. And what Mudit Dandavate did, young fellow, was that you create a device which you just slip under the bed, IoT with sensors, and the 7 measurements are taken with 98.4% accuracy, and you have this sent to cloud, and you can access it anytime. And you can see this is being now used sort of all around. I think most important part here is that not only it is affordable, you can do remote monitoring. That means a nurse doesn't have to deal only with 10 patients, she can deal with 100 patients at a point in time and affordably. You look at this award that also went last year, you know, making high technology work for the poor, pregnant women in remote villages, how 1,000 days care to mother and child for just 1,000 rupees, and monitoring mother's health and sort of remotely. It has already moved to 100 plus villages. It must move to thousands of villages all across. And let us get back to Gandhiji. You know, he had said sanitation is more important than political freedom. And Supreme Court had actually admonished the government by saying sewers are gas chambers where manure scavengers are sent to die. And you know the plight of manure scavengers. One manure scavenger dying practically every 5 days showed the official data. So what they said is that why there should be man going into the hole? Why not a machine in the hole? And they created a machine which can go into the hole, a robot. And you can see these young college engineering students. I know that there are lots of students listening. They are like you. They thought of this particular problem. And then you would say that if the man is getting replaced by a machine, then what happens to the man? They lose their job. No, sorry. This man actually gets trained as a robot operator. Now you can just imagine this is access to dignity. Because if their children were in the school and they were asked as to what does your father do, they will not say, they will not put their head down and say manual scavenger. They will put their head up and say he's a robot operator. And I'm very happy. You can see all these young people. They are college kids, just like you, by the way. They were fourth year students. That is exactly what we need to do to become a Gandhian engineer with your heart in the right place. And I'm very happy that our government has moved now, to make sure that there is a bill now which is going to insist on completely mechanizing the sewer cleaning. So I always say science for solution, technology for transformation. This is a transformative technology. And of course, once again, because we have engineering students here, for example, this is again academics doing Gandhian engineering. I want to emphasize, like IITs, he created a technology on Gandhian principle because you remember what Mahatma Gandhi had said, not mass production, but production by masses, decentralization. And that's what he did. He created this microspin technology to avoid bailing and enabling small machines to handle it, because otherwise you have these big mills, in the cities and so on and so forth. There's migration and so on. So the dream is, why can't we create such a mini spinning sort of factory within sort of a village? And he created these Malka fabric. Malka fabrics are malmal and khadi, they're mixed. And they were so fantastic that they consume 5 times less energy, increases the local employment, and they are being exported today. I mean, it's incredible. Central point I'm trying to make is that these Gandhian principles of decentralization and decentralized growth is possible. So he had put a lot of decentralized ideas, decentralization ideas, and he had said, imagine all the 40 crore of people busying themselves with the whole of the constructive program, which is designed to build up the nation from the very bottom upwards. That's what he was talking about. And therefore, if you look at Gandhi's 18-point construction programs, that is precisely still relevant. And what I have given you are examples of that. I'm very happy that that is also spreading now, this across the country now. This has, you can see our President and former Minister of Science and Technology, these Gandhian Young Technology Innovation Awards, because we are trying to spread this message of Gandhian principles all across. And I'm very happy that at the highest level, this is the last day, formal day of our former President, Dr. Pramod Mukherjee, late Pramod Mukherjee, and the book that he releases are really ideas on inclusive innovation. And you can see our Honorable Prime Minister, the President, incoming President, Vice President, etc. And to me, this is a very, very special photograph, because he chose this to be his last official program. With this deep commitment from political leadership, I think inclusive innovation, Gandhian engineering is here to stay. My final slide will be why it is important for all of us is the following. Don't forget that 250 million people have moved from poverty to abject poverty during the pandemic. And supposing you are in a situation like this where you lost your legs, there is a $12,000 food. But can you afford it? No, you can't. So there is this $28 foot, Jaipur foot, which is something that we have built. But it is so good that it became sort of the front page news in time. And what is special about it is what Gandhian engineering is all about. This is Gandhian engineering at its best. You can see this person wearing the Jaipur foot, see the way he sort of climbs, see the flexibility, see, because engineers have to design sort of artifacts, and I'm very happy, Mangesh, you are there and your students are also there in terms of the design thinking for the common man that we are sort of always talking about. And just look at this foot, basically. And what he does will surprise you, because he runs 1 kilometer in 4 minutes, 30 seconds. Now, if I were alive, I would have asked the 2,000, 3,000 attendees, how many of you can actually run a kilometer in 4 minutes, 30 seconds? And normally 1% of the hands go up. That means he is able to beat 99% of the people. This is the kind of power that Gandhian engineering has had. It empowers the have-nots in a way that they will be able to beat you in the game. And that is actually the essence of Gandhian engineering. So thank you once again for giving me this opportunity. And I hope that these principles of reinterpreting this timeless inspirator and reliving Gandhi with these new values and virtues is something that we'll carry forward as we move into the 21st century, which I have no doubt is going to belong to India. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for those thoughts. And I'm sure the initiatives of Dr. Mashelkar, sir, and his thoughts of Gandhian engineering would definitely contribute to establish the world peace. Let's give a big round of applause to the thoughts and the wisdom of Dr. R.A. Mashelkar, sir. Thank you very much for that. I'm really happy to share with you that the special guest of honor, IAS, and the Honorable Chancellor of Central University of Gujarat and former Finance and Revenue Secretary, Government of India, Dr. Hasmukh Adhiya ji, has also joined us. Welcome, sir. Thank you very much for taking time out for us and joining us today. It is indeed our honor and privilege. Once again, I would like to thank Padma Vibhushan, Dr. R.A. Mashelkar, sir, for enlightening all of us with his thoughts and, I would say, sharing with us the importance of Gandhian engineering. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much once again. I would now like to invite on this inaugural stage of 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy, motivational speaker and orator and the founder of Mana Karare Prasanna, Dr. Sanjay Upadhyay ji. Over to you, sir.
Namaskar. Hi, everyone. All respected dignitaries on the dais, online, and on social media, and my dear friends.
Sir,
this is the
I'm
World
sorry
Parliament,
to interrupt, but may I request you to please
Science.
hold your mobile phone in the landscape mode?
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay. Now, I'm not getting a camera angle with the landscape mode. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are visible and audible, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. There is some bandwidth problem. That is why I'm not getting a continuous image on the screen. Anyway, if you can listen to me uninterpreted, then it's okay.
Yes,
now,
sir. Yes, sir. We can.
It's the seventh World Parliament for Science, Religion and Philosophy. The number 7 is very auspicious as far as the Indian culture is concerned. And particularly in the marriage, when the two souls, they come together, they walk for 7 steps. And this walking for the 7 steps, they are very important in life because later on the action starts. Now, as far as the world peace is concerned, as with due respect to Pradhyapak Dr. Vishwanath Karad, Professor Dr. Karad, as since 1983 is continuously, along with the education, is thinking of the world peace and bringing everyone together, irrespective of the religion, caste and creed. Now, I feel that it's time for action. अभी ये सप्ताहवरी होने के बाद एक्शन का काम होना आवश्यक है. Only preaching good values is not enough. Only preaching good values is not enough. What the world needs is an alternative management system. And that alternative management system we have to create. And to bring these 3 main pillars of the society, as you can see, that is the science, religion, and philosophy together to pacify the chaos and confusion which is being there in the world right now. Now, the World Parliament should take the stance of a parent looking at this situation. जैसे बच्चे लोग खेलते रहते हैं और बच्चे लोग हाथ में स्टिक लेके एक दूसरे को अगर मारना शुरू करते हैं तो बड़े लोग वहां आते हैं और बड़े लोग बच्चों को मारते नहीं, लेकिन वो हाथ में जो काठी है वो निकाल लेने की ताकत इन बड़े लोगों में रहती है. तो उससे जो छोटे बच्चों में जो वायलेंस चल रहा है, that can be stopped. But for that, some grown-up people should come together and stop this. आज वो समय आ चुका है कि दुनिया की सब बड़ी ताकतें जो हैं वो इकट्ठा हैं और पेरेंटल स्टांस से आज जो वायलेंस चल रहा है पूरी दुनिया में उसको रोके. When we call it the World Parliament, science or religion or philosophy, I feel that the religion and philosophy, they should be redefined क्योंकि ये they are depending on the rituals of their own gods. And that is why Saint Naneshwar from Maharashtra, 730 years ago, when in Pasaidan, Sant Naneshwar says, Ata Vishwatmake Deve. That means we need a universal God. And this universal God is there, then obviously the rituals all over the world will be the same. Today, what we are fighting with each other is a fight of rituals, the fight of faith. If the faith comes together at one single place, and that is Vishwatmaka Dev, that is universal God, and there we have to travel along with the help of science and philosophy. As far as religion is concerned, we feel that MIT World Peace University, under the guidance of Dr. Vishwanath Karad and a new leader, Rahul Karad, who is going on the same path with such type of big functions. Now it's high time for all the educational institute to go for actual functioning. And this is required because today also what we look at the world and when we hear the violence is being done by the students. The word Taliban has the meaning of the student only. So now we have to change the world with the help of education. And that is what Dr. Karad sir is doing for the last 40 years. Only question is, are we entering into the action or I feel as far as these parliaments are concerned, before we come together in 8th parliament, in these 12 months in between, we should go for some action all over the world. We have to bring all top nations together, thinking on this line, thinking of universal God, universal education system, and we have to create those students, those who will think of a one universal God. Just because it is Sant Naneshwar is from India, instead of thinking in this, I call it as a stupid way when you look at it. You think, look at the thought. The thought is very important. And so I request all the dignitaries present here to think in this way that unless and until we include this peace factor in the education, not only in lectures, in actions also, then only it is possible in coming 5-10 years we can change the world. It will take time, but then it's the education who can do that. And that is what being done as far as Indian history is concerned. So we find Rishi Sandipani doing the same job, taking Sri Krishna as a student. We find Vishwamitra doing the same job, taking Prabhu Sri Ram in his hands. Then we find Arya Chanakya doing the same job, taking Chandragupta in his hands. So now it's an action which is required between the teacher and the student. And there one should appreciate World Peace University and one should respect Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad, having this thought for a number of years consistently. And that is where the World Parliament today should consider and see to it that in coming 12 months, before we come together for the 8th Parliament, we need to start some actions all over the world as far as world peace is concerned. Now everybody has realized, particularly after the pandemic, everyone has realized under the law of natural justice, you cannot do anything. So all developed nations also, they have got a tremendous loss as far as Corona is concerned, COVID-19 is concerned. But then a pandemic is doing such type of disasters all over the world, irrespective of the developed countries. ऐसे लगता है कि भारत एक ही देश है जहाँ पे ये वर्ल्ड पीस का हवाई जहाज उतर सकता है, because this is the only culture in the world which doesn't have any founder. And so because founder is not there, there is no preconceived I'll say notions as far as the world is concerned. And that is why in MIT for 4 minutes when we play a prarthana saying Dev Shanti, Antariksha Shanti, Vanaspate Shanti, Aushadaya Shanti. What is this Shanti? Shanti Reva Shanti. And this is the thought is being done by the Indian culture, which is 5,000 years old compared to other cultures in the world. And so there comes the parental action. कभी कभी किसी बच्चे को थप्पड़ मारनी पड़ती है पनिशमेंट की तरह, लेकिन वो थप्पड़ मारना वायलेंस नहीं होता. वो जो गलत काम कर रहा है उसको रोकने के लिए भी थप्पड़ मारना आवश्यक है. So we cannot go to the extreme of ahimsa. वहां पे रोकना है उसको कि मैं थप्पड़ मारूं मतलब मैं भी वायलेंट हो गया, ऐसा मतलब नहीं है. That is why that parental approach should be there, and that approach should be taken by this parliament. That is what I feel. I was given 10 minutes to interact with you, and I feel I spoke my heart and my innocence in front of you that this is high time for the action. I just repeat my sentence that only preaching good values is not enough. What the world needs is an alternative management system, and I expect this parliament at least to have a feasibility study of what type of alternative management action can be taken as far as world peace is concerned. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your address. Thank you very much for the thoughts that you have given to this World Parliament from the stage of this World Parliament. And you have indicated that we must take actions before the 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. So that means that you have given us a deadline of 1 year to work upon the concepts and theories that we have been discussing. Thank you very much, sir, once again for your thoughts. My friends, it is indeed my honor and privilege to welcome the special guest of honor, the ex-IAS and Honorable Chancellor of Central University of Gujarat, former Finance Minister and Revenue Secretary of Government of India, Dr. Hasmukh Adhiya ji. But before I invite him to address the gathering, I would like to request my technical team if they can please relay a small film made on life and work of Dr. Hasmukh Adhiya ji. Over to you, team.
Dr. Hasmukh Adhiya is a renowned retired IAS officer of the 1981 batch from Gujarat cadre and is currently serving as the Chancellor of the Central University of Gujarat. He is best known for his role as the Finance and Revenue Secretary in the Government of India. Dr. Adhiya is also the non-executive chairman of Bank of Baroda and a member of Board of Governors of Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore. During his tenure as Revenue Secretary, Dr. Adhiya was regarded as one of the most hardworking bureaucrats in India. Dr. Hasmukh Adhiya got a postgraduate degree in accountancy and is a gold medalist from the Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore. He holds a PhD in yoga from Swami Vivekananda Yoga University, Bangalore. Prior to his posting as Finance Secretary, Dr. Adhiya was Secretary for Department of Financial Services, Ministry of Finance, Government of India. Prior to being posted in the Ministry of Finance, some of the other positions held by Dr. Adhiya include Principal Secretary to Chief Minister of Gujarat, Principal Secretary, Gujarat, Additional Chief Secretary, Gujarat, to name a few. He is also known for his relentless drive against black money. He is one of the key persons behind the architecture and rollout of the goods and service tax and was also a consultant to the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. He was one of the most high-profile officers leading from the front with utmost dedication. Since his retirement in 2018, Dr. Adhiya has been pursuing his passion towards yoga and meditation. We are honored to welcome Dr. Hasmukh Adhiya.
It is indeed our honor and privilege, sir, to have you here today. Thank you very much from the organizing team of 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Professor Vishwanath Karad, members of the governing board of this institution, distinguished guest of today's panel, and all the viewers of this World Parliament. First of all, I am thankful to the organizers of this conference for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to express my views. Before I start, I'd also like to pay my respect to the father of the nation, Pujya Mahatma Gandhi, who has also been a great inspiration for my life. Friends, I'd like to talk about spirituality and management today. My proposition before this house is that both these subjects, both these topics are interconnected. There is a direct connection of management with spirituality. That is what I propose to speak about today. Friends, when we talk about management, management is a general subject, and under management we include everything. We manage our home, we manage our offices, we manage institutions, we manage economy of the country. It is a wide topic. Anything that we do can be covered under the topic of management. It is an omnibus term which we use to cover anything we do in order to make our life orderly. And this is what management is all about. On the other hand, spirituality is something which is different from religion. Religion is meant for bringing an order in the society, some kind of an order and ethics in the society, while spirituality is a way of living. It is a way of soulful, joyful living. And even those people who are atheists, those who do not believe in the existence of God, can also be spiritual beings. Spiritual living is an intelligent living. It is a living in which one conducts oneself in a balanced manner. Spiritual living is mindfulness. It is an art of living in the present. My proposition is that when a manager is spiritually evolved person, anything that he manages will produce wonderful results. And this is the way both are connected. The degree of spiritual evolution of different people are different. But if we notice the common qualities of spiritually evolved persons, they can easily be listed. And I'm going to list some of these qualities of spiritual beings, spiritually evolved beings. What are these qualities? Let us look at one by one each one of them. The first quality, such people are totally focused on their work in whatever they do. Whether they do a simple job of cleaning their room or whether they are managing the economy or the country, they do everything with focus. They enjoy their work. For them, work is worship. Whatever they do it with passion. They are never careless, even in the slightest of action. Perfection is their main pursuit. Their attitude to work or quality of their work will not change based on what is the outcome or based on what is in that for them. It will not be based on selfish objective, whether it is a work for self or whether it is a work of charity. They always do it with passion, with excellence. The second quality of such people, they exhibit all the traits of having higher emotional intelligence. And everybody understands what emotional intelligence is. Their passion for work is also intertwined with love, kindness, empathy for others. And they're very careful about not hurting other people. This is a quality of spiritual people. The third quality I would like to list of such spiritual being is that those who are grounded in spirituality are never upset or deterred by adverse results which may come in their life. When the results are extraordinarily bright also, they don't start dancing. They are not overjoyed. They just take it in their stride. And when the results are adverse also, they still don't lament it. And they never get into the blame game of blaming others for the result. They own up the result, process it properly, accept it, and move on in the life. This is the way they handle the results. They draw lessons from the failures and move on in life. Take corrective action and move on. The fourth point about them is that spiritually evolved beings, they never exhibit their ego in their day-to-day dealings or in anything for that matter. They do not blow their own trumpet. They do not claim disproportionate share in any achievement which comes in their way. They are very good at sharing credit with other people in the team. And they would share their credit with anybody who has actually contributed to that cause. The fifth point, such people are generous people. They spontaneously reach out to people who need help. They share with others what they have, whether it is wealth or knowledge or anything else. And they also do not feel the sense of being a donor while giving out. Mostly, such people do not want others to know about their charitable acts also. So this is the way they are generous. And lastly, such people, and I've seen all of them, I've seen many spiritual beings in my life who are successful. All of them spend some time with oneself every day, sitting in silence. Some call it a session of meditation, some call it introspection, some call it mental relaxation. But this practice of sitting in silence while trying to have minimum or single thought in mind helps them in many ways. And this is a common quality I've found in all the successful people. Meditation is a good relaxation to mind and body. It's a time for review of past actions and thinking about the future actions. It is also a time for connecting to our deeper inner self, which is the real source of joy within us. When a person sits in meditation and observes self and the world objectively, he can be dispassionate witness of the external situation, which makes him detached. Attachment to work or to one's strategy or to the results can be obsessive. This can spoil one's life. The spiritual beings who meditate daily can remain passionate but detached, and therefore they are not possessed by obsessions in life. These are some of the common traits of spiritual living. If we look around and observe, we can find most of these qualities and habits in highly successful people. Some may have all this in ample measure, and some may have little bit of it. In my long career, I have noticed these spiritual qualities in most prominent people. Even those who are in the prime position in politics do possess these qualities, which actually make them produce outstanding results for the country. Our motherland, India, is different from other countries. We have inherited the most beautiful philosophy of life, which comes from Upanishads. It explains everything, right from who am I, who is God, what is my relationship with this world, etc. And this philosophy is capable of making us better managers of our life and surroundings. But there is a need to understand how spirituality is different from religion, first of all, and secondly, how spirituality is connected to management. Only when we understand this connection between spirituality and management, then we can become better managers of our life and our world. And the entire world can become richer if we understand this concept of spirituality and how it is connected to management. Friends, I end here. This is my proposition. Very short thing I wanted to just present. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Hasmukh Adhiya ji. Thank you very much for your inputs. Sir, if you allow, we would like to ask a few questions. But before that, I would like to ask if Shri Rahul Karat sir would like to say a few words.
Thank you, Professor Bapat. Mr. Adhiya, I think it was a very wonderfully, I must say, the very compiled version. In a day-to-day format, the spirituality and religion, these words we use so often. And of course, our institution mission is about the unification of science, spirituality, and religion. How do we really imbibe so that the students and the graduate, they become different? But very articulate manner, you could cover those characteristics, the very typical characteristics of a spiritual person. I'm really rather tempted to express myself. So I'm really thankful, sir. Today you are here. Someday we meet, and my institution at World Peace University and various other institutions also, sir. I will be requesting you later if you can find time and we can integrate, and this very canvas, the huge canvas of the students, some 50,000-60,000 students, how do we really channelize their energies for the better India and the better world? So I'll be definitely requesting you for that. But I'm very, very happy and excited to meet you, sir, today afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Shri Rahul Karat sir, for expressing your thoughts. Thank you very much. So I have a quick question for you, if you please allow. The question is coming from Professor Madhu. And the question is, sir, how you would help us understand or connect the spirituality and today's capitalist world?
Well, they are not contradictory. The two are not contradictory. They are complementary. If you are a spiritual person, then only you can accept how the wealth creation takes place, and you can also join hands with wealth creators, and you can create wealth in a better manner, and that wealth creation becomes a basis of distribution to all the beneficiaries of the world. So wealth creation, the capitalism is certainly not against spirituality. In fact, they are complementary. And only if you have got enough wealth, the poor people will have time for meditation. So that way also there is a reverse relationship. The poor people cannot meditate unless he has got basic 2 square meals. So if we create wealth in the country, then it is always good. So both are complementary. They are not contradictory.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for answering that question. If you allow, sir, I have one more quick question for you. Yeah. Sir, the question is, it is extremely difficult to attract and make understand the importance of peace to young minds or young students. What you would say about this?
I would not agree with this proposition. The young people, I've been addressing a lot of young people after my retirement, and I find that they are more receptive. Quite a few of them are willing to even take the path of spirituality right from now. There is a lot of inquisitiveness in their mind about what is spirituality, what is this world, how does meditation help one person. All these questions are there in their mind. So it's not difficult. It's very easy. The question is that the person who is trying to explain to them what is all this has to be a role model for them. If that person himself is having double standards, he talks about peace and spirituality, but in his personal life, if he is not exhibiting those qualities of a spiritual person, then they are not impressed.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. And the last statement that you just made me recollect. There is one saying, I'm sure Dr. Milind Patre is already smiling. There is a saying in Marathi that Bole taisa chale tyachi vandavi paule. That means that the one who does the duties or performs the way he talks, he is the person whom you can look up to. So thank you very much. It was indeed our honor and privilege to have you here today. Thank you. Thank you very much. Once again, from the organizers of 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy, I would like to thank you very, very much from the bottom of our hearts. My friends, now it's time that I move ahead and invite the chief guest of honor of this session, the Honorable Minister for Sugarcane Industry, Minister for Law, Government of Bihar, Shri Pramod Kumarji. But before I invite him to address the gathering, I would like to request my technical team if they can please relay a small film made on life and work of Shri Pramod Kumarji. Over to you, team.
Shri Pramod Kumar is a prominent politician from Bihar and is currently serving as the Minister of Sugarcane Industry and Law in Government of Bihar. He represents the Motihari constituency in the Bihar Legislative Assembly and belongs to the Bharatiya Janata Party. He has completed his LLB and BCom from MS Law College, Motihari, Bihar, University of Muzaffarpur. Earlier, he served as the Minister for Tourism in the Bihar government. He has been sincerely taking efforts to develop the sugarcane sector of Bihar and thus working hard for the betterment of the last person in line. His contribution is noteworthy and he is a person who is well connected with the masses. We are honored to welcome Shri Pramod Kumar.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that film. And we are indeed honored and privileged to have you here today, sir. We would now request you to kindly address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
आज विज्ञान, धर्म और दर्शन की 7वीं विश्व संसद MIT द्वारा आयोजित विज्ञान, धर्म और दर्शन की 7वीं संसद ने विश्व शांति विश्वविद्यालय ने भारत की जयंती के अवसर पर राष्ट्रपिता महात्मा गांधी जी और श्री लाल बहादुर शास्त्री जी की जयंती के शुभ अवसर पर हमारे अभिभावक और प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ बीडी कराड़ साहब, जो इस संस्थान के संस्थापक हैं और आज के इस कार्यक्रम के अध्यक्षता AMEER KMIT ग्रुप ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूट पुणे भारत और यूनेस्को चेयर धारक श्री राहुल बी करार प्रबंध न्यायाधीश और कार्यकारी अध्यक्ष, हमारे MIT पुणे के कार्यकारी अध्यक्ष, MIT वर्ल्ड पीस यूनिवर्सिटी पुणे की आज विश्व शांति विचार को फैलाने के लिए लगे हुए हैं। इस प्रथम विश्व दर्शनीय सम्मेलन 1996 में हुआ और दूसरा उसके बाद 1998 में हुआ, तीसरा 2017 में और चौथा जो है महात्मा गांधी जी के 150वीं जयंती के अवसर पर हुआ, जिसमें मुझे भी भाग लेने का अवसर 2018 में मिला, जिसमें अपने देश के माननीय उपराष्ट्रपति महोदय के कर कमलों द्वारा ये हुआ। हम महात्मा गांधी की ऐतिहासिक सत्याग्रह की भूमि से अपने इस वर्चुअल में जुड़े हुए हमारे करार साहब और हमारे प्रोफेसर गौतम बापोत, डॉक्टर RM चटर्जी और हमारे और भी कई डॉक्टर संजय उपाध्याय, डॉक्टर और भी हमारे जो भी वैज्ञानिक विद्वान प्रोफेसर जुड़े हुए हैं, आप सबों को अपने इस सत्याग्रह की भूमि चंपारण की धरती से आप सबों का इस बापू की जयंती के अवसर पर हम आप सबों का वंदन, अभिनंदन और स्वागत करना चाहते हैं। धर्म विज्ञान एवं दर्शन ये विषय बहुत ही व्यापक है और मैं धन्यवाद दूंगा वर्ल्ड पीस यूनिवर्सिटी के अपने संस्थापक डॉक्टर BD करार साहब के प्रति आभार प्रकट करना चाहेंगे, जिन्होंने इस विचार गोष्ठी में मुझे आमंत्रित कर और जो धर्म और विज्ञान का जो दर्शन है, यह दर्शन व्यापक है। यह इसकी जो व्यापकता है, इसका कोई अंतिम सीमा निर्धारित नहीं है। फिर भी हम प्रयास कर रहे हैं कि आप सबों के बीच इन विषय को रखने के लिए इस तरह कहा गया है कि इस तरह जियो कि तुम कल मरने वाले हो, इस तरह जियो कि तुम कल मरने वाले हो और ऐसे सीखो जैसे तुम हमेशा जीने वाले हो। परमात्मा का कोई धर्म नहीं है। गांधी का धर्म सत्य और अहिंसा पर आधारित है। सत्य मेरा भगवान है और अहिंसा उसे साकार करने का साधन है। यह महात्मा गांधी जी का विचार है। गांधी जी निष्ठावान सनातनी हिंदू थे। गांधी जी के जीवन, राजनीतिक चिंतन एवं स्वतंत्रता आंदोलन के तीर तरीके में धर्म की अवधारणा कार्यशैली में स्पष्ट रूप से विद्यमान थी कि धर्म विहीन एवं धर्म से परे कुछ भी नहीं था। ये महात्मा गांधी जी का चिंतन था। गांधी सनातनी सांस्कृतिक एवं सहिष्णुता के साथ विनीत भाव के प्रत्येक कार्य करते थे। आत्म नैतिकता अंतर्मन की अवधारणा से उनका धर्म संचालित होता था। गांधी जी अहिंसा, सत्य, असत्य, अपरिग्रह और ब्रह्मचर्य से निर्मित व्यक्तित्व थे। 12 अक्टूबर 1921 के यंग इंडिया में गांधी जी ने घोषणा की थी कि मैं अपने को सनातनी हिंदू कहता हूं क्योंकि मैं वेद, उपनिवेशों, पुराणों और समस्त हिंदू शास्त्रों में विश्वास करता हूं। यंग इंडिया में गांधी जी ने कहा था। और मैं गाय की रक्षा में विश्वास करता हूं। गांधी जी की प्रार्थना सभा में धर्म, समानता यानी गीता, बाइबिल और इससे कुरान का सम्मान महत्व हुआ करता था। गांधी जी का हिंदुत्व अत्यंत ही समाहित करता था, न कि संकीर्णता ने घिरा हुआ उसे बहिष्कृत करता था। उनके हिंदुत्व में दूसरे धर्मों का सम्मान था, न कि उन्हें चुनौती देने और उन्हें नष्ट करना। भारतवर्ष के हिंदू राजाओं का धर्म उनका व्यक्तित्व धर्म था। उन्होंने उसे राष्ट्र धर्म के रूप में स्थापित करने का प्रयास नहीं किया। महान अशोक, पुष्यमित्र, कनिष्ठ, गुप्त वंश और विजयनगर साम्राज्य इसके प्रमाण हैं। ऐसे ही कुछ मुगल राजाओं के काल में भी हुआ। अकबर, शेरशाह या अन्य मुगल बादशाहों ने अपना धर्म राष्ट्र पर थोपने का अभिमान नहीं चलाया। गांधी जी इसका उदाहरण थे। गांधी जी का लक्ष्य समाज का सबसे कमजोर, सबसे अंतिम पदान पर खड़ा आम आदमी तथा नर्क में नारायण का स्वरूप समझना, दया, प्रेम, सेवा के जरिए अंतिम आदमी के जीवन में मनुष्यता की अनिवार्यता, आवश्यकता की व्यवस्था करने का चिंतन गांधी के राम राज के परिकल्पना का मूल विषय था। ये गांधी जी की चिंतन थी। और गांधी जी हिंदू धर्म में जाति, अस्पृश्यता, छुआछूत के विरोधी थे। जाति के आधार पर भेदभाव को हिंदू धर्म के मूल अवधारणा के खिलाफ मानते थे। और आज पूरी दुनिया गांधी के सत्य और अहिंसा के दर्शन को स्वीकार कर रही है, जिसका परिणाम है कि गांधी जी कई देशों में गए नहीं, ब्रिटेन, पश्चिमी कई देशों में गए नहीं, लेकिन आज कई देश गांधी जी के स्टेचू खड़ा कर रहा है। दर्जनों स्टेचू खड़ा करके गांधीयन थिंग, गांधीयन थॉट, गांधीयन जो अर्थनीति है, इस पर आज पश्चिमी देश के भी लोग चिंतन मनन कर रहे हैं गांधी अर्थनीति पर। तो समस्त संसार में व्याप्त हिंसा एवं आतंक को लेकर सर्वमौलिक चिंतन चल रही है। उसको समाप्त करने का एक ही रास्ता है, सत्य और नैतिकता को धर्म का आधार माना जाए, जैसे महात्मा जी ने कहा था। गांधी जी के समकालीन संसार के अंदर सामाजिक, आर्थिक स्तर पर बड़े परिवर्तन के आने वाले लेनिन, माओ जैसे लोग जो साम्यवादी थे, जो माओवादी और लेनिन के जो सिद्धांत को मानने वाले थे, वैसे लोग हुए। लेकिन उनका जीवन दर्शन अब केवल किताब में ही रह गया है। वह साम्यवादी का जीवन दर्शन किताब में ही सिमट कर रह गया है। गांधी जी के जीवन दर्शन को लेकर पूरी दुनिया में यह मान्यता है कि हिंसा, अमानवीयता, भेदभाव तथा गैर बराबरी का मुकाबला करने का रास्ता सिर्फ महात्मा गांधी के जीवन शैली एवं शिक्षाओं में ही तलाशा जा सकता है। पूरी दुनिया एक गांधी जी के ही दर्पण मानकर आज सत्य और अहिंसा के नीति पर, जो धर्म पर आधारित है, इस काम को लेकर आगे चल रहा है। महात्मा जी यह भी बता रहे हैं कि संसार में धर्म का नाम पर जाति और नस्ल के नाम पर भयावह अमानवीय संघर्ष होते रहे तथा मनुष्यता का बहुत बड़ा नुकसान भी हुआ है, जिससे मानवता बहुत क्षतिज होती है। धर्म नैतिकता जीवन का आधार है, लेकिन धर्मांतर नैतिक जीवन का नाश करती है। जो धर्मांतर आज पूरे देश पैमाने पर, दुनिया पैमाने पर जो धर्मांतर की जो वातावरण निर्माण हो रही है, ये नैतिकता को, जीवन की जो नैतिकता है, जो हम अपने माता पिता से अपने जीवन जीने की जो शैली सीखे हैं, जो धर्म के आधारित अपनी बात को समझे हैं, उसमें ये जो है नैतिकता पर कुठाराघात होता है। महात्मा जी ने प्राकृतिक जीवन के अंग के रूप में स्वीकार करने को जीवन का आवश्यक शर्त बताया। उनका कहना था कि पृथ्वी पर हर मनुष्य की जरूरत को पूरा कर सकती है, परंतु पृथ्वी मनुष्य के लालच को पूरा नहीं कर सकती है। गांधी जी ने अपने साथ जो वचन थे उसमें स्पष्ट कहा, सिद्धांत के बिना राजनीति, काम के बिना धन, विवेक के बिना सुख और चरित्र के बिना ज्ञान, नैतिकता के बिना व्यापार और मानवता के बिना विज्ञान। जो विज्ञान है उस विज्ञान में भी मानवता प्रदर्शित होना चाहिए। मानवता शर्मसार का वैज्ञानिक का कर्तव्य नहीं होना चाहिए, ऐसा गांधी जी की सोच थी। और त्याग के बिना पूजा। हम धर्म को मानते हैं, पूजा पाठ करते हैं, इष्ट देव को पहचानते हैं, समझते हैं, लेकिन पूजा के साथ हमारी त्याग भी होनी चाहिए, हमारी तपस्या भी होना चाहिए। ये महात्मा जी के जो विचार थे और जो वचन थे, इस वचन पर आज पूरी दुनिया में आज इस वचन पर चिंतन मंथन हो रहे हैं। और इसका कारण है कि आज पूरे विश्व पैमाने पर आज का जो दिन है, महात्मा गांधी जी के जन्मदिन को अहिंसा दिवस के रूप में पूरी दुनिया मना रहा है। आज समस्त संसार कोरोना जैसे वायरस की वजह से महासंकट का सामना कर रहा है। यह स्थापित सत्य है कि वुहान जो चीन का महानगर है, वहां जानवरों की हिंसा का सिलसिला इस वायरस के लिए उत्तरदायी है। अप्राकृतिक जीवन शैली और आराम तलब आदतों में इस वायरस के असर और प्रयास में सहयोग किया है। शरीर श्रम, जिसे महात्मा गांधी के जीवन और स्वास्थ्य का अनिवार्य शर्त बताया था, मनुष्य को रोग प्रतिरोध शक्ति प्रदान करता है। श्रमिकों को जीवन में इस वायरस ने सबसे कम प्रभावित किया। शरीर से श्रम करने की आदत हमें रोग मुक्त करती है तथा हमारे शरीर से रोग प्रतिरोधक क्षमता का विकास करती है। ये कोरोना वायरस ने पूरे देश ही नहीं दुनिया को एक नया संदेश देने का काम किया है। महात्मा जी का धर्म मनुष्य की शारीरिक और मानसिक शक्ति को प्रदान करके समस्त मानव जाति को व्यवहारिक रूप से लगातार उच्छादन एवं श्रेष्ठता की ओर ले जाने का अभ्यास है। हिंदू स्वराज में उन्होंने यंत्रों के मनुष्यता का सावधान किया। जो हिंदू स्वराज्य यानी हिंदुस्तान की जो आजादी मिली और स्वराज हुआ, इस स्वराज में उन्होंने यंत्रों से मनुष्यता को सावधान किया कि यानी यंत्र भी हो लेकिन मनुष्य को जो मैन पावर है वह एकदम जीरो ना हो जाए। इसलिए मनुष्य को भी इसके लिए सचेत किया और मनुष्य का मशीनी सभ्यता का नुकसान बताया तथा सावधान किया कि आज के दौर में यंत्रवत जीवन से मनुष्य के अंदर दया प्रेम करुणा तो बुरी तरह प्रभावित हुआ है। विज्ञान धर्म और दर्शन का समन्वय गांधीवाद के अंतर्गत मनुष्य को विकसित संसाधन उन्नयन चेतना मानवता जाति को उच्चतर जीवन शैली के साथ विकसित सभ्यता की ओर प्रगति का संदेश देता है। गांधी जी के विज्ञान का प्रयोग और मशीनीकरण का विकास मनुष्यता को केंद्र में रखकर करना चाहते थे। उनका धर्म मनुष्य के शरीर बल चेतना और शक्तिशाली समाज के निर्माण के लिए प्रेरणा देता था। सर्वधर्म समभाव और विश्व बंधुत्व की प्रेरणा देता उनका जीवन और दर्शन सभी देश के लिए और पूरी दुनिया की मनुष्यता जाति के लिए हमेशा प्रासंगिक रहा है और रहेगा। ये महात्मा गांधी जी के जो दर्शन, जो आज उनके जन्मदिन पर तो हम लोग आज जन्म जयंती मना रहे हैं, और उनके जन्मदिन पर जो गांधी जी के जो दर्शन थे, उन दर्शन में ये बात परिलक्षित होता है। और मित्रों, आज पूरी दुनिया के वैज्ञानिक गांधीयन थॉट, गांधीयन अर्थनीति पर विचार कर रहे हैं, और आपको यही सोच से मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा अपने अभिभावक डॉक्टर बीडी करार साहब को, जिन्होंने इस विषय को बहुत गंभीरता से और पारखी ढंग से समझा, और समझा ही नहीं, इसका प्रयोग स्थली पूना में जो दुनिया का 263 फीट ऊंचा 160 फीट व्यास का जो गुंबद बनाए हैं, जो डॉक्टर करार साहब ने जो डिजाइन किया है, मैं उनकी डिजाइन और उनके अनुभव और आगे आने वाले जो गांधीयन थॉट होंगे, आगे आने वाले जो भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था और भारत एक सांस्कृतिक राष्ट्र है, और भारत की सांस्कृतिक राष्ट्र से जुड़ा हुआ, भारत की संस्कृति से जुड़ा हुआ जो आगे का जो आने वाला जो कल होगा, आने वाला जो 100 साल के बाद जो अमृत महोत्सव हम बना रहे हैं, स्वर्ण जयंती में जब हम जाएंगे तो उस समय डॉक्टर साहब का जो ये गुंबद है, जिसमें दर्शन, धर्म और गांधी और सभी महापुरुषों की जो सोच और चिंतन का जो विश्व गुंबद का जो शानदार स्मारक में एक अनूठी संरचना है, मदर इंडिया का नाम, जो विज्ञान, धर्म और दर्शन शास्त्र पर मिश्रित है। मानव जाति की भलाई अनेकता में एकता का संदेश देता है, और इसीलिए हम कहते हैं अनेकता में एक भारत की विशेषता। और ये भारत की विशेषता इस तरह नहीं है। भारत एक जमाना था कि भारत में पहले मुगल साम्राज्य राज किए, अंग्रेज राज किए, तो अब फिर भी इतना बड़ा संघर्ष के बाद भी आज भारत परम वैभव पर जाता। तो भारत के जो हमारे देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय नरेंद्र भाई मोदी, जिन्होंने गरीबी को करीबी से देखा, और महात्मा गांधी जी के जो दर्शन है स्वराज, और उस स्वराज को सुराज में तब्दील करने के लिए हमारे नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी जिन संकल्पों के लेकर, महात्मा जी के जिन सपने को आज हमारे देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री महोदय साकार कर रहे हैं, निश्चित तौर पर उन्हीं के रास्ते पर आज हमारे अभिभावक डॉक्टर बीडी करार साहब ने जो डोम बनाकर, जो स्तूप बनाकर और एक स्मारक बनाकर और एक ज्ञान की जो केंद्र पूना में जो स्थापित किए हैं, ये देश ही नहीं, दुनिया के वैज्ञानिक, दुनिया के धर्म शास्त्र और दुनिया के दर्शन शास्त्र को एक संदेश देने का काम ये पुनः जो सांस्कृतिक भारत और पुनः पहले से भी जो सांस्कृतिक का केंद्र रहा है, उस केंद्र का आज जो एक नया मिसाल कायम किए हैं, जो हम लोग ये आने वाला इतिहास, जिस प्रकार आज हम लाल किला को देख रहे हैं, ताजमहल को देख रहे हैं, नालंदा के विश्वविद्यालय को देख रहे हैं, उसी तरह आने वाले समय में ये पुणे MIT जो इंस्टीट्यूट है, ये दुनिया को विश्व शांति का एक संदेश देगा, सत्य और अहिंसा का एक संदेश देगा, मानवता का एक संदेश देगा, नारायण का एक संदेश देगा। और वह जो संदेश है हमारे जो दर्शन शास्त्र के जो बहुत बड़े ज्ञानी हमारे संत ज्ञानेश्वर महाराज जी, जिन्होंने दर्शन शास्त्र के बारे में जिनकी बारे में जो मान्यता है, वह निश्चित तौर पर संत ज्ञानेश्वर महाराज जी का जो दर्शन शास्त्र है, वह उनकी एक एक वाणी आज हमारे करार साहब के एकदम भाव में नहीं, जीवन शैली में परिणत हुआ है, जो आने वाले समय में एक संत ज्ञानेश्वर महाराज का जो दर्शन शास्त्र है, जिसका व्याख्या उस अपने जो गुमज में अपने जो MIT विश्व शांति इंस्टीट्यूट में जो उन्होंने किया है वह एक मिसाल कायम होगा और औद्योगिक और तकनीकी रूप से उन्नत समझ के लिए इसमें मदद भी होगा और भौतिकवादी लाभ प्राप्त करने प्रदान। आज भौतिकवादी युग है, कुछ लोग तनिक सूक्ष्म में भौतिकवादी लाभ प्रदान करने के अलावा मानवीय मूल्यों को संरक्षित करना और इसके सतत विकास प्राप्त करना, ये भले वर्तमान वैज्ञानिक इस दिशा में काम कर रहे हैं, लेकिन इसका एक दर्शन का जो है वह जो है आगे वह विज्ञान का जो दर्शन है वह विश्व शांति स्तूप के माध्यम से ये दिखाई दे रहा है। मित्रों, ये जो विषय है, इस विषय में भारत का महान पुत्र स्वामी विवेकानंद द्वारा भी प्रतिपादित शिक्षा है, शुद्ध शिक्षा और पहले से ही मनुष्य के पूर्णता की अभिव्यक्ति।
मंत्री महोदय जी, मुझे माफ कीजिएगा, थोड़ी समय की हमारे पास थोड़ी कमी है, बट
ये सब जो विषय है ये बहुत
गहरे
तो आज के अवसर पर हमारे इस वर्चुअल मीटिंग में जो इस गोष्ठी में जुड़े हुए हैं, जो भी हमारे वैज्ञानिक है, जो भी हमारे विज्ञान प्रोफेसर है, जो भी मीडिया के एजेंसी है, समाचार के तो अपने भाई साहब और सभी MIT के विद्वानों के प्रति महात्मा गांधी की सत्याग्रह के चंपारण के मुख्यालय मोतिहारी की इस ऐतिहासिक धरती से आप सबों का वंदन अभिनंदन करते हैं और सबों के प्रति आभार प्रकट करते हैं, विशेष तौर पर अपने करार साहब को कि जिन्होंने हमें आमंत्रित कर एक साथ इतने विद्वानों से दर्शन कराने का जो सौभाग्य दिया, इसके लिए उनको कोटि कोटि नमन करते हैं, नमस्कार करते हैं। जय हिंद, जय भारत, वंदे मातरम। धन्यवाद।
बहुत 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 धन्यवाद माननीय श्री प्रमोद कुमार जी, आपने आपके विचार इस मंच पे 7th वर्ल्ड पार्लियामेंट ऑफ साइंस, रिलीजन एंड फिलोसफी में रखे। वैज्ञानिकता और मानवता का संगम, और आज के जमाने में उस चीज की सबसे ज्यादा जरूरत देश को बल्कि पूरी दुनिया को है, ये विचार आपने हम सब के सामने रखा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। एंड माय फ्रेंड्स, इट इज really my good fortune to share with you that the Honorable President of this session, Dr. Meera Kumarji, IAS, former Speaker of Lok Sabha and former Union Minister for Social Justice, Empowerment and Water Resources, Government of India, has joined us. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you very much for taking time out and joining us in this very, very important inaugural session of 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. My friends, we are also joined by the chief guest of this session, Shri Sushil Kumar Shinde ji, the former Governor of Andhra Pradesh, former Union Minister for Home Affairs and Power, Government of India, and former Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Welcome, sir. Thank you very much for joining us. We are also joined by the special guest of honor, Shri Rajiv Mehrotra ji, the author and honorary managing trustee and secretary of Foundation for Universal Responsibility of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Thank you very much, sir, once again for taking time out for us. Now it is time when I invite the chief guest of this session, Shri Sushil Kumar Shinde ji, to kindly address the gathering. But before I do that, I would like to request my technical team if they can please relay a small film made on life and work of Shri Sushil Kumar Shinde ji. Over to you, team.
Shri Sushil Kumar Shinde is a stalwart politician from the Indian National Congress and is the former Union Minister for Home Affairs and Power in the Government of India. He is the former Governor of Andhra Pradesh and also served as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. He was also the leader of the House in Lok Sabha until May 2014. Shri Sushil Kumar Shinde hails from Solapur in Maharashtra and completed his education with an honours degree in arts from Dayanand College, Solapur, and LLB from New Law College, University of Bombay, Maharashtra. He started his career as a bailiff in the Sessions Court of Solapur, where he worked from 1957 to 1965. He then joined the Maharashtra Police as a constable and subsequently served in the Maharashtra CID for 6 years as a sub-inspector of police. In the year 1971, he joined the Congress Party and won the Maharashtra State Assembly elections in 1974, 1980, 1985, 1990, 1992 and 2003 from Solapur. He has been a minister in many important ministries of Maharashtra government. He was twice elected to Rajya Sabha from Maharashtra. In 2002, he also contested for the post of Vice President of India and from 2003 to 2004 served as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. He has been elected to the Lok Sabha thrice and has been a union minister in key ministries. His tenure as a Home Minister saw two major decisions of hanging of the terrorists like Afzal Guru and Ajmal Kasab. He has also served twice as the President of the Maharashtra Pradesh Congress Committee. We are honored to welcome Shri Sushil Kumar Shinde.
We are indeed honored and privileged to have Shri Sushil Kumar Shinde ji here with us. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for taking time out and joining us. We all are eager to listen to your views. Over to you, sir. So apparently you are on mute. Can you please unmute yourself?
So okay now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now we can hear you.
मुझे बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना है डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ जी कराड़ और उनके पुत्र श्रीयुक्त राहुल कराड़ जी। उन्होंने जो ये वर्ल्ड पार्लियामेंट ऑफ साइंस रिलीजन एंड फिलॉसफी इसकी शुरुआत 6 साल पहले की, उसमें हिस्सा लेने का भी मुझे 1-2 बार उपलब्धि मिली थी, लेकिन मुझे खुशी इस बात की है कि ये पिता पुत्र ने विद्यादान के लिए इतना बड़ा क्षेत्र उपलब्ध किया है, बट उसके साथ जो भारतवर्ष हमारा है वहाँ कल आने वाली जो पीढ़ी है उसके लिए हम क्या शिक्षा दे सकते हैं, क्या योगदान दे सकते हैं, इसकी चिंता वो हमेशा करते रहे। वैसे देखा जाए तो विश्वनाथ जी कराड़ वो ज्ञानेश्वर जी के पूरे भक्त हैं और ज्ञानेश्वर पर हमेशा वो अपनी जीवन प्रणाली बताते रहते हैं और उसी तरह से वो शिक्षा में उसका योगदान भी देते हैं। बट सबसे बड़ी बात है कि जब से राहुल जी उनके चिरंजीव क्षेत्र में काम करने लगे हैं, तब उनका एक प्रयास था कि यहाँ युवकों के लिए हमें ये पार्लियामेंट चलाना है और उसका योगदान, उसकी शिक्षा इस यूनिवर्सिटी से देना होगा, ये उन्होंने शुरू की। और मैं समझता हूँ कि युवा पीढ़ी ने ये सोचना, आगे का सोचना, ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। शिक्षा आखिर किसके लिए है? कि उसका ज्ञान मिले और ज्ञानी बल के व्यवहार में एक विशाल रूप उसका प्राप्त कर दे समाज के लिए, वही होता है। तो विश्वनाथ कराड़ जी एक बड़े कष्ट से इस दुनिया में काम करते रहे, शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में काम करते रहे। तो लातूर जैसे एक छोटे से गांव से आए और पूना में इस्टेब्लिश हो गए। तो पूना में इस्टेब्लिश हो गए तो उन्होंने जो शिक्षा का टॉर्च बेरर किया है, ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। और अपने पिताजी के पैरों कदम पर जो राहुल जी ने काम किया है, एक अभूतपूर्व है। कि मुझे बहुत बार मैं सोचता हूँ कि मैं वैसे देखा जाए तो पॉलिटिकल साइंस का विद्यार्थी हूँ, कि राहुल कराड़ जी पूरे दुनिया में, पूरे विश्व में घूमते हैं। जहाँ जहाँ भी अपने देश की बात आती है, जहां जहां भी विश्व की बात आती है, और सबसे बड़ी बात जो करते हैं कि सेक्युलरिज्म की, सर्वधर्म की वो बात करते हैं, सर्व शिक्षा के अभियान की बात करते हैं, और गरीबी की नष्ट करना उनका लिए एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण काम होता है। राहुल जी अभी इस काल में मैं तो सोचते रहा कि 5-6 साल के बाद ये शायद उनका दूसरा सब्जेक्ट होगा, पर आज उन्होंने जिस तरह की ये लीडरशिप ली है, ये हमारे देश के लिए, युवा पीढ़ी के लिए और राजनीति तज्ञों के लिए भी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। एक क्षेत्र राजनीति तज्ञों का है, दूसरा क्षेत्र जो हमारे शिक्षा का है, जहां एक नई पीढ़ी उभरते आने वाली है। तो इसमें आपको ये शिक्षा देना है कि हम कल ये जो समाज की पीड़ा उठाने चाहते हैं, तो किस तरह से हमें उठाना है, इसमें कितनी तकलीफ है, और ये तकलीफ के साथ एक नया जीवन बनाना है और बड़ी सभ्यता के साथ अपने नए पीढ़ी को सामर्थ्यवान बनाना है। ये राहुल जी जहां जहां भी जाते हैं, लोगों को मिलते हैं, लीडर्स को मिलते हैं, और उनका जो ज्ञान है वो अपने स्टूडेंट्स को देने का काम करते हैं। मुझे मालूम है कि कलाम साहब के पास वो कितने बार गए, नारायण जी के पास कितने बार गए, और जो अभी उनके साथ जो मशेलकर जी और भटकर जी दो शास्त्रज्ञ हैं, हमारे बड़े विद्वान शास्त्रज्ञ हैं देश के, तो उनको भी साथ रख के ये योगदान वो देते हैं नई पीढ़ी को। ये हमारे लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। प्रश्न ये रह गया कि 2 अक्टूबर की एक तो महात्मा गांधी जी की जयंती है, और दूसरी तो लाल बहादुर शास्त्री जी की भी जयंती है। तो दोनों भी ये नेता, महात्मा गांधी तो एक अभूतपूर्व प्रकार के नेता हमारे देश में हो गए, और उनको कभी नहीं भूल सकते। लेकिन लाल बहादुर शास्त्री भी जैसे थोड़े काल के प्रधानमंत्री थे, उन्होंने जय किसान जय जवान ये नारा दे दिया। तो ये नारे में किसानों का जो प्रश्न है और जवानों का जो प्रश्न है, वो उन्होंने अपने जीवन में उच्च प्रति पर लेके आए। तो एक उनका मार्ग रहा देश के लिए कि आने वाली पीढ़ी में हमारे को जय जवान और जय किसान करके इस देश की प्रगति करनी होगी। आज भी इस देश में जो देखा जाए कि जो आंदोलन चल रहे हैं, किसानों के बारे में चल रहा है, तो ये हमें ये भी देखना होगा कि सरकार किसी की भी हो, लेकिन किसान और हमारा जवान जब स्ट्रांग रहेगा तभी सीमा का संरक्षण करेगा। हमारा किसान जब स्ट्रांग रहेगा तो लोगों को खाना पीना देगा। तो ये दोनों भी क्षेत्र हमारे लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। लेकिन उसके साथ ही जब तक हम हमारी फिलॉसफी को अपनाते नहीं, जैसे कराड़ साहब ने ज्ञानेश्वर जी की फिलॉसफी बोला है, उसमें ही यही है कि जो अपने ज्ञान का प्रकाश जहां अंधेरा है वहां तक पहुंचाने चाहिए। मैं शॉर्ट में बोल रहा हूं कि ये पहुंचाने का काम यूनिवर्सिटीज तो करती है, बट यहाँ जो शिक्षा पाएंगे वो हमारे जवान स्टूडेंट्स, उन पर बड़ी जिम्मेदारी ये देना चाहते हैं कि वो भी इस तरह का काम करते रहे। जब भी जैसे समाज वैसे राजनीति बनती है ऐसा कहते हैं, मैं इस पर पूरा विश्वास नहीं है मेरा। राजनीति कन्वर्ट करने में भी अपनी जीवन शिक्षा की प्रणाली बहुत महत्वपूर्ण होती है। ये राहुल कराड़ जी जैसे जो हमारे यंगस्टर्स हैं, वो यंग लोगों को इकट्ठा करके समाज में एक नई शक्ति पैदा करते हैं। तो ये शक्ति से एक एक बूंद से बड़ा हमारा तालाब बन सकता है, समुद्र बन सकता है। तो इस पर सर्वधर्म समभाव की बात, जैसे मैं कराड़ जी के बहुत फंक्शन में गया हूँ, वो जब भी वो फंक्शन रहे तो वो वही बात कहते हैं कि सर्वधर्म समभाव और जातीयता नष्ट करना चाहिए। मुझे लगता है कि आज भी हम 21वीं सदी में हैं, तो आज भी हमारे देश में अभी अभी एक सदस्य हमारे बिहार की मंत्री जी कह रहे थे कि महात्मा गांधी जी के जीवन प्रणाली के बारे में कह रहे थे कि आज भी जाति संस्था नष्ट नहीं हो रही है। हमारे दिल में ये सबसे बड़ी चिंता है कि हमारे कितने शिक्षित हो गए, बनाए अच्छी तरह से, लेकिन वो नहीं उनके बिहार में भी कर्पूरी ठाकुर जैसे एक छोटे आदमी, लेकिन उन्होंने जो नेतृत्व दिया है हम लोग नहीं भूल सकते कि देश के लोग। तो उस तरह का काम बिहार में तो बहुत बार हम सुनते थे। मैं तो पॉलिटिकल काम करते वक्त इंचार्ज रहा हूँ, जनरल सेक्रेटरी बोल के। मैंने बहुत गौर से बिहार देखा है। वहाँ हमारे बाबू जगजीवन राम की ये भूमि है, जो इतना बड़ा ज्ञानी नेता हमारा, उन्होंने बताया कि हम कितने गरीबी में से आए, जिस समाज से आए, लेकिन हमने अपने कर्तृत्व से जिस तरह से शिक्षा पाई, उस तरह से हम समाज को प्रेरणा देना चाहते हैं। लेकिन आखिर में मिला क्या, इतने बड़े हो गए थे, लेकिन वहां उन्होंने अस्पृश्य के एक नेता बोल के उनको लोग कहते थे। लेकिन हमारे जैसे लोग तो एक विद्वान बोल के, एक प्रगाढ़ पंडित के नाते उनको देखते थे, चाहते थे। मैं तो उस वक्त बाबूजी को मेरे कॉलेज में लेके गया था, मंत्री था मैं तभी, लेकिन ये लोगों को बताने के लिए, स्टूडेंट्स को बताने के लिए, यहाँ जो इतना बड़ा आदमी है तो कैसे उन्होंने शिक्षा प्राप्त की, और आज इस स्टेट पर उनकी जो संस्कृत पर जो अगाध विश्वास था और वो जो पांडित्य था, वो भी हम बताना चाहते थे। एक उदाहरण के दाखिल मैंने किया, कर्पूरी ठाकुर का भी जो मैंने उदाहरण दे दिया। जब भी ऐसी उपलब्धियां मिलती है तो वहाँ समाज को एक प्रोत्साहन मिलना चाहिए, और ये सब लोगों ने करना चाहिए, उनको साथ देना चाहिए, और तभी ये देश आगे बढ़ सकता है। और मुझे पूरे विश्वास है कि इस तरह के जब कार्यक्रम हो जाएंगे इस देश में, तभी हर जगह जाति संस्था छूट जाएगी और सर्वमान्य से एक समाज, एक ह्यूमैनिटी की ओर से एक समाज चलते हुए हम देख सकेंगे। मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ राहुल कराड़ जी को और उनके पिताजी को। इन्होंने जो ये मिशन अपनाई है और ये मिशन अपनाना चाहते हैं, ये बहुत बड़ा काम ये लोग कर रहे हैं। ये आसान काम नहीं है, बहुत बड़ा काम है, और इस काम से ही हमारा देश आगे बढ़ जाएगा। इनकी कंट्रीब्यूशन को हम सलाम करते हैं। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your guidance and kind words. I would like to request if Shri Rahul Karad sir would like to say a few words.
Honorable Sushil Kumar Shinde sir, thank you so much for those kind words and motivation. You decorated such important positions in your life. Our institution, when it was in a budding time, and it was a growing phase, that time also you supported big way to this very group of institution, and in particular our revered founder Dr. Vishwanath Karad that time. And with your support, many good things we could achieve. Now this is a large organization, as you know, but in this very the success story of MIT group of institutions, you have played a crucial role. In particular, the School of Government, sir, in the year 2005-06, the India's first school to develop the future politicians. This idea, when we discussed, I remember the later you became a governor, chief minister, so many important positions, and all the time you said, Rahul, this is an important concept and I want to support this idea of developing the future political leaders. So under the very UNESCO banner for human rights, democracy, peace and tolerance, this very institution, MIT School of Government, and this very thread of strengthening the democratic fabric of this country, relentlessly we are working on this mission, sir, and I'm really grateful that this 7th historic edition of World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy, you could participate today. Honorable, Dr. Bhatkar, who is one of the leading scientists of the country, who is very much sitting with revered Dr. Vishwanath Karad right now. And both of them, they witnessed, along with such a large number of audience, there are some more 15,000-20,000 students and the staff and so many other members of the community who believe in this very concept and idea of the great Swami Vivekananda, the unification of science and spirituality, and this very thread, what our beloved founder carried all over his life. And we have been trying to imbibe that very DNA in the student community and society, and very beautifully you communicated that message of inclusiveness. So I'm very, very thankful, sir, for your participation. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And indeed, we are honored and privileged to have you here today, sir. I would like to request everyone to give a round of applause and thank Shri Sushil Kumar Shinde, sir, for being here today with us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much once again for taking time out. And now it's time, my honor and privilege to welcome the president of this session, former IFS and the former Speaker of Lok Sabha, former Union Minister for Social Justice, Empowerment and Water Resources, Government of India, Dr. Meera Kumarji. But before I invite her to address the gathering, I would like to request my technical team if they can please relay a small film made on life and work of Dr. Meera Kumarji. Over to you, technical team.
Srimati Meera Kumar is a prominent politician and a 5-time Member of Parliament who was the United Progressive Alliance's nominee for the post of President of India in 2017 election. She holds the distinction of being elected as the first woman Speaker of Lok Sabha. She is also a lawyer and a former diplomat who joined the Indian Foreign Service in 1973 and served at embassies in Spain and United Kingdom. She was the Chancellor of the Central University, Bihar from 2012 to 2017. She is the daughter of late Shri Jagjeevan Ram, the former Deputy Minister and a prominent freedom fighter. She completed her MA and LLB at Indraprastha College and Miranda House, Delhi University. She has been member of the Supreme Court Bar Association since 1986. She quit IFS to enter electoral politics in 1985 on the suggestion of her father and late Shri Rajiv Gandhi. She was first elected to the Lok Sabha from Bijnor, Uttar Pradesh in 1985 and served 5 terms in Lok Sabha, defeating various political heavyweights. She also served as the General Secretary of the All India Congress Committee twice. She served in the Congress-led UPA government as the Minister of Social Justice and Empowerment from 2004 and 2009, was briefly inducted as the Union Minister for Water Resources. She was elected as the first ever woman Speaker of Lok Sabha and served from 2009 to 2014. She led the first ever delegation by the Speaker of Lok Sabha to Pakistan and was the first Speaker ever to address a joint session of Parliament of Bhutan. She has also addressed the UN General Assemblies on 3 occasions. Throughout her long political career, she was committed towards ensuring social and economic equity, empowerment of weaker sections, fought for human rights, and strengthening the democracy. Apart from politics, she has a keen interest in literature, rifle shooting, and equestrian. We are honored to welcome Srimati Meera Kumar.
We are indeed honored to have you here today, ma'am. Thank you very much for taking time out for us and speaking from the inaugural stage of 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. Over to you, ma'am.
परमादरणीय सुशील कुमार शिंदे जी मुख्य अतिथि, परमादरणीय प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ कराड़ जी, जो इस विश्वविद्यालय और इस पूरी सोच के केंद्र बिंदु है, प्रेरणा है। यहाँ पर उपस्थित सभी विद्वत्गण जो इस गोष्ठी में भाग ले रहे हैं, उन सब के सामने मैं नतमस्तक हूँ। इस विश्वविद्यालय के फैकल्टी के सभी आदरणीय सदस्य, नॉन टीचिंग स्टाफ और पर्सनल के सभी सदस्य, मेरे बहुत प्यारे स्टूडेंट्स और जिनका नाम मैं विशेष रूप से लेना चाहती हूँ, युवा हैं और ऊर्जावान हैं, श्री राहुल कराड़, जो इस विश्वविद्यालय के भविष्य हैं, इस सोच को लेकर के आगे बढ़ने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध हैं। मैं भाग्यशाली समझती हूँ कि एक लंबा संबंध मेरा आपके इस विश्वविद्यालय से है और मैं अनुग्रहित हूँ, आभारी हूँ कि आपने मुझे निमंत्रित किया है। आज के दिन मैं अपनी विनम्र श्रद्धांजलि महात्मा गांधी को अर्पित करती हूँ, साथ ही अपनी विनम्र श्रद्धांजलि श्री लाल बहादुर शास्त्री को अर्पित करती हूँ। ये विश्वविद्यालय अद्भुत है, यूनिक है। जैसा अभी मैं सुन रही थी, सुशील कुमार शिंदे जी को बहुत ध्यान से सुन रही थी और मुझे खुशी है, बहुत दिन के बाद मैं उन्हें देख रही हूँ, ऑनलाइन ही देख रही हूँ, मगर देख रही हूँ और सुन रही हूँ। बहुत वर्षों तक हम लोगों ने साथ काम किया है और साथ तो बहुत लोगों के काम किया है, लेकिन मुझे गर्व है कि मैंने सुशील कुमार शिंदे जी के साथ काम किया है, क्योंकि उनकी सोच और मेरी सोच एकदम मिलती है, कहीं भी जरा भी अंतर नहीं है। आज उनको भी सुना, उन्होंने जो कहा वही मैं भी कह रही हूँ कि ये विश्वविद्यालय अद्भुत है। ये तैयार करता है अपने विद्यार्थियों को। ये दुनिया, ये संसार बहुत जटिल है, इसके लिए शिक्षित करता है कि कैसे अपना जीवन इस जटिल संसार में सफलतापूर्वक, और सफलतापूर्वक ही नहीं, सार्थकता पूर्वक। सफल होना एक चीज है, जीवन को सार्थक बनाना एक चीज है। तो सफल और सार्थक दोनों बताते हुए कैसे जिए, इसके लिए शिक्षित करता है। लेकिन अद्भुत इसलिए है क्योंकि ये हर विद्यार्थी के मस्तिष्क के बहुत ही अंदर तक जा करके उन्हें प्रभावित करता है। एटीट्यूडिनल चेंज, बहुत से कानून बनते हैं हमारे यहाँ, बहुत से नियम बनते हैं यहाँ, मगर कानून बनते हैं तो वो तोड़ दिए जाते हैं, नियम बनते हैं तो उन्हें भंग कर दिया जाता है, क्योंकि एटीट्यूडिनल चेंज नहीं हो पाता है, हम अपनी सोच को नहीं बदल पाते हैं। तो ये विश्वविद्यालय अपने विद्यार्थियों की सोच को बदलने के लिए काम करता है, इसलिए ये अद्भुत है। और मुझे यहाँ बुलाया है तो मेरी, और ये 7वां संसद है विज्ञान और धर्म और दर्शन के ऊपर। ये 6 संसद जो आपने आयोजित किए थे वो सोच को बदलने के लिए ही आयोजित किए थे, ऐसा मेरा मानना है। और ये 7वीं संसद भी यही करेगी, ऐसा मेरा विश्वास है। हम बहुत भाग्यवान हैं कि हमारा उस धरती पर जन्म हुआ है जहाँ पर तीर्थंकर महावीर का जन्म हुआ था, गौतम बुद्ध का जन्म हुआ था, संत ध्यानेश्वर का जन्म हुआ था, गुरु रविदास का जन्म हुआ था, गुरु नानक का जन्म हुआ था, विवेकानंद का जन्म हुआ था, जहाँ पर महात्मा फूले का जन्म हुआ था, सावित्रीबाई फूले का जन्म हुआ था, और जहाँ महात्मा गांधी का जन्म हुआ था। उस धरती पर हमारा भी जन्म हुआ है, इससे बढ़कर भाग्य क्या हो सकता है। और उन्होंने हमें सत्य, अहिंसा, सर्वधर्म समभाव, प्रेम की जो शिक्षा दी, जैसे रक्त हमारी रक्त नाड़ियों में बहता है, उस तरह से वो शिक्षा हमारी नाड़ियों में बह रही, आज से नहीं, सदियों से, पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी, सबकॉन्शियस में हमारे है। हम सोच भी नहीं पाते हैं उसके बारे में, मगर अचानक हमारा रिफ्लेक्स बता देता है। मुझे नहीं मालूम है, शायद आप मुझे करेक्ट कर दें, मगर मैं किसी ऐसे देश को नहीं जानती हूँ अपने देश के अलावा जहाँ पर 8 मुख्य धर्म हो। मैं ऐसे किसी देश को नहीं जानती। अगर आप जानते हैं तो मुझे बताएं। ये अलग हमारा सौभाग्य है कि हमारे यहाँ 8 मुख्य धर्म हैं। और लोग कहते हैं रिलीजियस टॉलरेंस की बात, धार्मिक सहिष्णुता की बात। मैं कहती हूँ ये रिलीजियस टॉलरेंस नहीं है। यहाँ पर आसपास में एक दूसरे धर्म को हम पूरा आदर और सम्मान देते हैं, केवल उन्हें बर्दाश्त नहीं करते। Just don't tolerate them, we respect them, each and every religion. This is the greatest legacy that we have. We treasure it. और मैं तो हिंदू हूँ, मगर मैं जानती हूँ मेरे अंदर इस्लाम भी है, मेरे अंदर सिखिज्म भी है, मेरे अंदर बुद्धिज्म भी है, मेरे अंदर जैन धर्म भी है, मेरे अंदर ईसाई धर्म भी है, मेरे अंदर पारसी का ज़ोरोस्ट्रियन धर्म भी है, यहूदी धर्म भी। ये तो संभव ही नहीं हो सकता कि इतनी सदियों से हमारी जमीन पर इतने सारे धर्म हों और हम उसी हवा में सांस ले रहे हैं जहाँ इतने धर्म हो और वो हमारे अंदर नहीं गए, हमने उन्हें आत्मसात नहीं किया। भाईचारे की बात हम निरंतर करते हैं। भाईचारे की बात आई कहाँ से? इस्लाम धर्म से आई, ब्रदरहुड। अहिंसा की बात करते हैं, कहाँ से आई? महावीर तीर्थंकर, भगवान बुद्ध। बहुत सी बातें करते हैं, हम जानते भी नहीं है कि यह धर्म, ईसाई धर्म, बहुत से उनके बच्चों को कहाँ दाखिल कराना है तो कॉन्वेंट में ही दाखिल कराना जरूरी है। जहाँ फादर्स और नन्स पढ़ाते हैं वहीं दाखिल कराना बहुत जरूरी है। क्यों? वो जो शिक्षा देते हैं वो हमें पसंद है, चाहते हैं हमारा बच्चा वो ग्रहण करे। तो हमारे अंदर हम चाहे न चाहे, मगर हमारे अंदर, इसे तो मैं सौभाग्य मानती हूँ कि ये सारे धर्म के जितनी भी अच्छाइयाँ हैं हम सब में समाहित हैं। हम अपने को एक धर्म से दूसरे धर्म से अलग नहीं कर सकते। तो एक खूबसूरती है हिंदुस्तान की धरती पर जन्म लेने की, यही खूबसूरती है और इसी को हमें आगे बढ़ाना है। इसमें जरा सी भी कमी हो तो हमने अपना बहुत बड़ा नुकसान कर लिया। जैसे किसी बहुत ही कंजूस आदमी को बहुत सारा सोना मिल जाए तो उसको कैसे वो अलमारी में बंद करके चाबी को अपने सिरहाने रखकर सोता है कि कहीं कोई चोर उसे मेरा सोना लेकर मत चला जाए, कहीं उसमें कमी मत आ जाए। तो उतनी ही सावधानी से उसी तरह लॉकर में बंद करके इतनी बड़ी पूंजी को हमें रखना है, रात दिन उसे सुरक्षित रखना है कि हम इस देश के वासी हैं जहाँ 8 मुख्य धर्म है और हर धर्म हमारे अंदर है। इस भावना के साथ हमें जीना है, इसमें कमी ना हो। तो ये जो आपका विश्वविद्यालय, राहुल जी, मैं आपसे कहती हूँ, डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ जी, आप हमारे बहुत सम्माननीय हैं, आपसे कहती हूँ नतमस्तक हूँ मैं। क्या आप इसी सोच को आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं? इसीलिए मैं आपके विश्वविद्यालय, पढ़ाई तो सब जगह होती है। तो विज्ञान ने बहुत तरक्की की है। विज्ञान ने पिछले 150 वर्ष में इतनी तरक्की की है जितने मानव इतिहास में कभी नहीं की। साइंस ने, टेक्नोलॉजी ने, हम दूसरे ग्रहों पर पहुंचने की कोशिश में है, चंद्रमा पर पहुंच चुके हैं, औरों से संपर्क स्थापित कर रहे हैं। अभी तो कभी हमने कल्पना की थी कि इस तरह की जूम मीटिंग हम कर सकेंगे, हम वो कर रहे हैं, मोबाइल पर कर रहे हैं, और कितना ज्ञान हम अर्जित कर लेते हैं साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी के द्वारा। साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल कैसे होना चाहिए, वह गलत इस्तेमाल हो जाए तो वो संहारकारी होगा, प्रलय मचा देगा, और ठीक इस्तेमाल हो, अच्छा इस्तेमाल हो तो हमारी मानवता को कितना आगे बढ़ा देगा, कितना कष्ट दूर कर देगा। तो ये तो हमारे मूल्यों पर निर्धारित है। हमारे मूल्य क्या है जीवन में? अगर हमारे मूल्य सही है तो इस साइंस और टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल सही हो सकता है, मानवता की भलाई के लिए हो सकता है। अगर हमारे मूल्य गलत है तो उसके संहार के लिए हो सकता है। मूल्य क्या है? मुख्यतः मूल्य क्या है हमारे, और मूल्य कहाँ से आते हैं? हमारे धार्मिक विश्वास क्या है, हमारी सोच क्या है, हमारा दर्शन क्या है, वहां से हमारे मूल्य आते हैं। एक बात मैं कह दूं आपको, सबसे बड़ा मूल्य है कि हम मनुष्य में भेदभाव न करें। इससे बढ़कर के मूल्य नहीं हो सकता। ये पूरी की पूरी जाति व्यवस्था हमें शर्म से सर झुका देने के लिए मजबूर कर देती है। लोग पूछते हैं, प्रश्न चिन्ह लगाते हैं कि आपके मूल्य क्या है। एक इंसान दूसरे इंसान से इतनी नफरत करता है, उसको छूना नहीं चाहता है, उसके मनोबल को तोड़ देता है, उसके आगे बढ़ने के रास्ते में अवरोध पैदा कर देता है। ये कौन सा मूल्य है? ये धर्म संगत नहीं है। तो हमारे मूल्य क्या है? स्त्री का सम्मान हो, जेंडर जस्टिस, सोशल जस्टिस, जेंडर जस्टिस is basic to any religious belief. Poverty भी है, गरीबी को दूर करना है। गरीबी पीस कर रख देती है, इनकैपेसिटेटिंग, जैसे लकवा मार जाता है, गरीबी वैसा कर देती है आदमी को। लेकिन गरीबी और जाति व्यवस्था में अंतर है। गरीबी में मोबिलिटी है। मैंने बहुत से गरीब लोगों को देखा है जो बहुत अमीर बन गए। पहले चौल में रहते थे, अब बड़ी बड़ी अट्टालिका में रहते हैं। तो मोबिलिटी है, गरीब अमीर बन सकता है। जाति व्यवस्था में मोबिलिटी नहीं है। मैंने किसी अछूत को ब्राह्मण बनते हुए नहीं देखा, बंद है। जो बंद है उसे तो ध्वस्त करना ही होगा, क्योंकि वो मौका नहीं देता, अवसर नहीं देता। मनुष्य का पूरा जीवन अवसर की खोज में निकल जाता है, तब हमें अवसर मिले। अभी शिंदे जी ने बहुत से उदाहरण दिए थे, कितना आगे बढ़े वो अपने अपने जीवन में, कितना उनके फिल्म में देख रही थी, कितना आगे बढ़े वो। उन्हें अवसर मिले, उन्होंने उस अवसर का सदुपयोग किया और वो आगे बढ़े। अवसर बहुत जरूरी है। जाति प्रथा अवसर नहीं देता। और स्त्री का सम्मान तो बहुत जरूरी है। स्त्री जो प्रथम शिक्षक, आप तो शिक्षण संस्थान है, आप तो जानते हैं स्त्री की भूमिका क्या होती है शिक्षा देने में, उंगली पकड़कर चलाने में। जितने मूल्य हैं सही और गलत, सब माँ देखती है। माँ शिक्षित होगी, बच्चा शिक्षित होगा। माँ के मूल्य सही होंगे, बच्चे के मूल्य सही होंगे। माँ की महत्ता को गांधी जी ने पहचाना। गांधी जी का व्यक्तित्व तो अद्भुत है। गांधी जी जब दक्षिण अफ्रीका से यहाँ आए तो देखा कि 190 वर्ष के अपने शासन में अंग्रेजों ने तो हमारा सब कुछ ले लिया। हमारे पास न धन है, न सरकार है, न हमारे पास फौज है, न हमारे पास हथियार है। हम इनसे लड़ेंगे कैसे और आजाद कैसे होंगे? कुछ भी नहीं है। तब उन्होंने, ऐसा तो कभी हुआ ही नहीं जो उन्होंने किया। सिर्फ धर्म ग्रंथों में लिखा हुआ है। सत्य और अहिंसा की बात और प्रेम की बात सिर्फ धर्म ग्रंथों में लिखी हुई है। राजनीति में कभी भी अहिंसा और सत्य की बात राजनीति में कभी नहीं हुई है। प्रैक्टिकल पॉलिटिक्स पे कभी भी सत्य और अहिंसा की बात नहीं हुई है इससे पहले। गांधी जी ने उसे हथियार बना दिया। ठीक है, हमारे पास शस्त्र नहीं है, हम सत्य को शस्त्र बना देंगे, हम अहिंसा को शस्त्र बना देंगे। तुम गोली खाओ, गोली खाते रहो, जवाब नहीं देना उनको पलट करके। अहिंसा का व्रत धारण कर लो, पिकेटिंग करो और असहयोग, सविनय असहयोग आंदोलन छेड़ दो और सत्य पर कायम रहो, सत्याग्रह करो। तो ये सब सफल हो गए। इसीलिए तो विश्व इतना मानता है। विश्व इतना क्यों मानता है? किसी को नहीं मानते हैं लोग। मैं एक दफा डिट्रॉइट गई थी, वहां पर जनतंत्र पर एक आयोजन हुआ था। उसमें बड़े बड़े नेता आए थे, पूर्व राष्ट्रपति भी आए थे, सब यूरोप के आए थे। मैं तो उस समय एक साधारण MP थी, नई बनी थी। मुझे भी बुला लिया, कैसे बुला लिया मैं नहीं जानती, मगर मुझे बुला लिया और मैं सबका भाषण सुन रही थी। बहुत पुरानी बात है, आज से करीब 30-35 साल पुरानी बात है। तो मैं सबका भाषण सुन रही थी। अब मैं सोची थी मेरी बारी आएगी, मैं क्या बोलूँगी, ये तो इतनी महान हस्तियाँ सब बोल रही है यहाँ। जब मैं गई तो मैंने पहला जब अपना वाक्य बोला तो लोग खड़े होकर ताली बजाने लगे। मैंने क्या कहा? मैंने कहा मैं गांधी के देश से आई हूँ। उस बात पर वो लोग खड़े हो गए। अमेरिका में इतना मानते हैं गांधी जी, इसी बात पर मानते हैं कि उन्होंने सत्य और अहिंसा को शस्त्र बना लिया और उससे विजय प्राप्त कर ली, उस साम्राज्य पर जिसका सूरज कभी नहीं डूबता था। और दूसरी बात उन्होंने ये की, उन्होंने कहा ये जो स्त्रियां हैं यार, पूरी मातृ शक्ति है जो, ये तो पर्दे के पीछे रहती है, बाहर निकलती नहीं। असूर्य स्पर्शा जिसको कहते हैं, सूरज ने भी कभी नहीं छुआ है, ऐसी है ये। अब इनको बाहर निकालो, ये तो महान शक्ति है, ये क्यों नहीं बाहर निकल रही है? उन्होंने आवाज दी माताओं को, बहनों को, बच्चियों को, निकल पड़ी वो। गांधी के एक आवाज पर वो सारी स्त्रियां निकल पड़ी जो कभी अपने चौखट से बाहर नहीं निकली थी। सड़क पर आ गई, पिकेटिंग की, लाठी खाई, जेल गई, गोली खाई, सारी स्त्रियां। शक्ति थी, मातृशक्ति का उपयोग गांधी ने किया। मातृशक्ति के बारे में, दलितों का, जो दबे हुए लोग हैं पैर के नीचे, ये लोग, ये तो ऐसे ही है, मेरा तो आंदोलन बड़ा होगा ही नहीं। ये जो स्वतंत्रता आंदोलन है इसका स्वरूप बड़ा नहीं होगा, और अगर इसका स्वरूप बड़ा नहीं हुआ तो अंग्रेज डरेंगे कैसे? छोटे से आंदोलन से तो डर के वो जाएंगे नहीं। इतनी बड़ी जनसंख्या में यहाँ दलित रहते हैं, वंचित रहते हैं, जो हाशिए पर पड़े हुए लोग हैं वो रहते हैं, जिन्हें कोई पूछता नहीं है वो रहते हैं। उन्होंने उनको आवाज लगाई। उनको तो कभी किसी ने आवाज ही नहीं लगाई थी, उनको तो धुतकारा ही जाता था। तो उन्होंने आवाज लगाई कि आ जाओ, इतना सम्मान हमें मिल रहा है, कह रहे आ जाओ, शामिल हो जाओ। सेंस ऑफ बिलोंगिंग, सेंस ऑफ पार्टिसिपेशन उन्होंने कभी महसूस नहीं किया था। दौड़ पड़े वो गांधी जी के, चंपारण गए गांधी जी, खेड़ा गए गांधी जी, दांडी गए गांधी जी, गरीबों के और दलितों के बीच गए गांधी जी, दौड़ पड़े वो सारे के सारे, शामिल हो गए इस आजादी की लड़ाई में। तो ये दो शक्तियां थी, शक्तियां थी, मगर ये दो बिछड़ी हुई शक्तियां थी। पर इन्हें गांधी जी ने पहचाना और आगे बढ़ाया और सम्मान दिया, भागीदारी दी इस देश को स्वतंत्र कराने में और इस देश का निर्माण करने में। तो आप बहुत बड़ा काम कर रहे हैं। मैं जब सोचती हूँ कि ये काम तो होता ही नहीं है, सोच को आप आगे ले जा रहे हैं। तो कुछ है, सोच है। क्रांति कहीं किसी सड़क चौराहे पर नहीं होती है, क्रांति दिमाग में हुआ करती है। और आप सबको क्रांतिकारी बनाने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं, समाज को बदलने के लिए काम करें। ऐसा समाज जहाँ सर्वधर्म समभाव हो और कोई जाति व्यवस्था ना, और स्त्रियों का सम्मान हो, गरीबी दूर हो जाए। तो आपने मुझे बहुत सम्मान दिया, आपने मुझे बुलाया, मौका दिया बोलने के लिए। हो सकता है मैंने समय का उल्लंघन कर दिया, मैं कुछ बातें लंबी कर दी मैंने। तो मैं सबको, जितने यहाँ पर विद्वान हैं और संवेदनशील हैं, सबको नतमस्तक हूँ। और आपकी सानिध्य से, आपको सुनने से मैं बहुत लाभान्वित हुई। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your thoughts, ma'am. We are indeed honored. I would like to request if Shri Rahul Karat sir would like to say a few words.
Thank you, madam, for all those wonderful words. Those are not just words, but I think from your bottom of heart, you shared your mind. and it is a karma of your whole life, madam. You have seen the the very governance of this country from the apex level, and not just seeing, but you are very much part of that journey so many years, and the kind of background you evolved in your political career, not just because of your father was a former deputy prime minister of this country, but you yourself in various positions, what you could achieve, as you said, 30 years before you visited that one of the very important seminar on democracy. And here is an institution, madam, you said that, and such a large audience is now listening, some over 15,000 people registered directly, indirectly, a lot of members are listening this very dialogue. You strengthen again the very cause of this political leadership school, the MIT School of Government. You may recollect I met you long back in the year 2008-9, and later also you visited our campus and our beloved founder. You spent little time that time. One of the convocations also, madam, you participated in this political leadership school. People laughed on us that how can there be a school which can educate the youngsters to get into public life in country like Bharat. And but today it is no more a utopian thought, madam. Last 17 years relentlessly we are working on this mission, and very much amongst various such dimensions of MIT World Peace University and the World Peace Center. Our founder, revered Dr. Karad, he gave various the dimensions for development of the student community, the holistic development in a true sense. So one, this very thread of MIT School of Government, which I basically got an opportunity to initiate under the aegis of this organization. And you as a very tall leader in public life, I'm a little emotional at this time to express my feelings, what you mentioned. And someday, madam, I will see you personally. And there is a National Women's Parliament, another very important platform for the women empowerment we have started. There are various other Rashtriya Sarpanch Sansad for the capacity building of the Sarpanchas. We have started some platforms. So all these ideas, ultimately they lead to world peace. The essence and ethos of this organization, the very thread what Swami Vivekananda gave it to our beloved founder when he was just 8 to 10 years of his age. He read a small booklet of Swami Vivekananda, The Pearls of Wisdom, and complete life transformed. So ऐसे संगोष्ठियों के माध्यम से मैडम काफी कुछ होता है, और जो बात आपने रीइंस्टेट की सबके सामने, कई बार लोगों को लगता है ऐसे विचारों से, बट फंडामेंटली विचार ही तो है, जो विचार कोई बड़ा सपना देखना है, बड़ा काम करना है, तो विचारों के माध्यम से ही तो दिशा बनती है, और आगे चल के हर व्यक्ति के माध्यम से कोई रेस्टोरेंट खोलता है, कोई अपने अपने तरीके से होटल खोलता है, या कोई और भी कोई व्यवसाय करता है, तो पहले तो विचार मन में आता है, और उसका रिफ्लेक्शन आगे जाके उसका जो कन्विक्शन है वो साकार रूप में पैदा होता है। तो उसी तरीके से मुझे लगता है कि आदरणीय कराड़ सर ने कभी 40 साल पहले सपना देखा, और उसके बाद पिछले 15 साल पहले उनके मन में 2005 के इसमें समय में विचार आया कि मैं विश्व का सबसे बड़ा गुम्बद बनाऊंगा विश्व शांति के लिए, जो एक लैबोरेटरी के तहत काम करेगा विश्व शांति की, और जहाँ पे 54 स्टैचूज है मैडम विश्व शांति के लिए, जो लोगों ने मानवता के लिए कैसे जीना है और कैसे नहीं जीना है, ऐसे फाउंडर्स ऑफ ऑल द रिलीजन, फिलोसोफर्स, साइंटिस्ट एंड सेंट्स, some 54 such thinkers of the world पिछले 5000 सालों में जिन लोगों ने कंट्रीब्यूट किया है, और उनके पदचिन्हों के ऊपर हमारी सोसाइटी आगे बढ़ती है, चलती है। तो ये विचार तो मैं कभी मैडम विनती करूंगा कि ये जो लैबोरेटरी ऑफ द वर्ल्ड पीस, विश्व शांति का जो गुम्बद है, आप कभी समय निकाल के आए, और मुझे लगता है कि इंटरनेशनल सिनेरियो में मैंने देखा है काफी सारे आपके कद के जो पॉलिटिशियंस, लीडर्स, उनके पोस्ट पॉलिटिकल लाइफ के बाद एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशंस में उनका जीवन खपा देते हैं। एंड मुझे खुशी है कि वही विचार शायद आपने लेके आज जो भावना यहाँ पे एक्सप्रेस की, शायद वो उसका एक मुझे एक तरीके के एक आपने आपकी विचारधारा यहाँ पे रखी, और मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ और कि आने वाले समय में आपका जो ये पूरे जिंदगी का तजुर्बा, एक तरीके से जो ट्रेजर है, जो आपने आपके अनुभव से आत्मसात किया है, इस संस्था के काम के लिए भी आएगा, और भारत में भी हम सभी शिक्षक और शिक्षण की जो फ्रेटर्निटी है, एजुकेशन फ्रेटर्निटी को काम आएगा। ऐसा मैं यहाँ पे मेरा विचार प्रकट करके मेरे 2 शब्द खत्म करता हूँ। धन्यवाद मैडम। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Thank you. Thank you very much once again. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, ma'am. It was indeed a very, very fantastic session so far. The inaugural session of 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. Thank you very much for your participation. Now it's time when I invite the special guest of honor of this session, author and honorary managing trustee, secretary of Foundation for Universal Responsibility of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, and who would be addressing this session on the Dalai Lama, his philosophy and science. It is my good fortune that I'm inviting Shri Rajiv Mehrotra ji for the address. But before I invite him, I would like to request my technical team if they can please relay a small film made on life and work of Shri Rajiv Mehrotra ji.
Rajiv Mehrotra is an Indian writer, documentary filmmaker, and television producer-director. He is best known as the acclaimed host of the talk show In Conversation that was aired on Doordarshan News Channel on Saturdays at 9:30 p.m. He has directed over 650 documentary films and has won over 170 international and 40 national awards for them. He is a student of the Dalai Lama and eminent gurus including Swami Ranganathananda and yoga icon B.K.S. Iyengar. Rajiv Mehrotra did his schooling from Lee Martini, Calcutta, graduation from St. Stephen's College, Delhi, MFA in film direction from Columbia University in the year 1981, and went on to later study at the Oxford University. He has directed plays including Othello, Shrivings, The Shrew and Tughlaq, worked with All India Radio at the age of 12 and had a successful career in filmmaking. In each aspect of television and radio production, cinematography and production direction, Rajiv Mehrotra has extensive and pioneering experience. He is an ardent believer of the policy that the youth of India has the potential to move skies if they are given proper encouragement. He has authored several books on diverse subjects. The Mind of the Guru, Understanding the Dalai Lama, The Spirit of the Muse, and The Essential Dalai Lama are some of his best works. At present, Rajiv Mehrotra serves as the Honorary Secretary and Trustee of the Foundation for Universal Responsibility of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. He is also the founder and managing trustee of the Public Service Broadcast Trust and chairman of the Media Foundation. He served on the jury as a chairman during the Indian National Film Awards for their 50th anniversary in the non-feature film category. He also served as the judge for the Templation Prize for Religion. He was a part of the governing council of a society called the Sri Aurobindo Society. He has also conducted 2 plenary sessions for the youth during the Global Leader for Tomorrow's conference. The World Economic Forum, Davos, nominated him as the Global Leader for Tomorrow. We are honored to welcome Shri Rajiv Mehrotra.
We are indeed honored to welcome you, sir. Thank you very much for taking time out for this session. Over to you, sir.
Well, I don't know who is more honored. I feel deeply, not just honored, but I feel deeply blessed to be here in such distinguished company. In particular, I have to say that I was very moved and inspired by Srimati Meera Kumarji's speech, and of course the enduring overarching presence of Professor Vishwanath Kharar. He's sort of like a great banyan tree amongst under whose wings so much change is unfolding, and has now got, I called him Rahul Bhai because I connect to him not as Mr. Rahul Kharar, but with deep affection and fondness as a partner in several enterprises, partnerships that are unfolding with MIT. Of course, Shri Shinde, thank you for your words of wisdom. Dr. Bhatkar, Dr. Milan Pandey, faculty and students. I had initially thought that I would focus my sort of talk a little differently and look at the challenges that this conference has raised as the topic of discussion, which was really the engagement of science, religion, and philosophy, something that often seems contradictory. And we feel that science in some ways does not dovetail with the aspirations of religious traditions. And I'm not sure this is entirely mistaken, because often, we hark back to India's glorious past and reinvent both science and India's past to try and imply a synchronicity which really doesn't exist. But before I thought now, even as I've been listening to the speech, and that there has been a great deal of talk about, Gandhiji, and that it, in some reflections, basically, drawn on what my guru and teachers' articulations have been on Gandhi, because when he got the Nobel Peace Prize, he said in his acceptance speech that I accept this as a tribute to Mahatma Gandhi, who had never received the Nobel Peace Prize. And I think that, some of the issues that he raises in this realm are extremely crucial, and they're very precise. And I think that even as I sort of share them, that if we were to reflect, beyond the rhetoric of really how far in reality we are from the aspirations of Gandhiji, he has sadly been reduced to a pair of spectacles and to the Swachh Bharat campaign. His impact, reach, philosophy, wisdom, and above all, his passion and integrity have been enduring examples for generations, and will continue as generations to come long after Swachh Bharat 2 is completed. The philosophy of nonviolence or ahimsa does not mean for Gandhiji the mere absence of violence. It is a profound and powerful expression of compassion in an experience that we so substantially is evaporating in our lives in everyday India. And to experience genuine compassion is to develop a real, true feeling of closeness to others, as Gandhiji did, and combined with a sense of responsibility for their welfare. So it's not just about pitying them, or while we sit in our own independent luxuries, whether it is our cars or our homes, and then go out and dole welfare to the poor. He demonstrated that nonviolence is important not only in politics, but also in our day-to-day lives. So it's not just that, we don't hit someone or we don't beat someone, but it is also the nonviolence of our thought that is so important, the way we think. It defines how we relate to ourselves and the otherness of the other, especially those that we perceive as our enemies. And Meera Kumarji, spoke very eloquently about how when you were attacked by bullets that you just took them, but you didn't take them passively. You took the bullets, but that was a very powerful act of defiance, the ultimate gesture of bravery. It was not cowardice or passive. It meant resisting violence without violence and fear. And that is really the epitome of bravery. And Gandhiji evolved this idea into a sophisticated, multi-pronged, layered strategy that he called satyagraha. And the energy generated by the power of truth, hence satya, to change the heart of the oppressor. Its methods included, of course, civil disobedience. And satyagraha implied a commitment to the truth in all its dimensions. And Gandhiji's life was an open book. How many of us have the confidence or the courage to treat as an open book our thoughts, even our thoughts? And so Gandhiji wasn't squeamish about acknowledging his thoughts and his failures, and so his sharing them, articulating them, was also an enormous act of honesty and courage. He documented and acknowledged his struggles and his failures, both personal and political. An aspiration I don't know anyone today, certainly in public life, is even willing to aspire to. You know, we all feel we have skeletons in our cupboards that should best be kept hidden. He was acutely aware of the problems of the common people, and who everywhere constitute the majority in every community virtually in the world. He embraced the untouchables, the Harijans, the children of God, as his own, not something distant, who had to be pitied and looked after and taken care of and used to win votes. He reached out to the poor, the disenfranchised, not as a political constituency that would help him be elected, but from deep compassion for their own growth, learning, and evolution. He recognized that unless the condition improved, India might get independence, as it did, but it could not be free. And it is in that sense, sadly, that India is still not free. He emphasized not just physical hygiene, for which he is invoked today, but equally mental hygiene and mental discipline. His commitment to an independent India equally embraced and nurtured all religions by adopting a secular constitution to start with. This was absolute. Today, we exhaust ourselves with the debate of pseudo-secularism. What is secularism? And again, Meera so eloquently, talked about how all religions are within us. But while they are within us, are we willing to totally, completely embrace all religions as a part of our condition, as a part of our existence? And my reference to this would be incomplete unless I celebrated the aspirations of the dome that Professor Karad has built, which creates a space for diverse faiths to be represented. Now, the challenge, of course, is can the symbolism of that be transmuted into the lived experience of different traditions? And this conviction of Gandhiji was born out of its ancient philosophy of pluralism and its long history of cultural diversity and assimilation. Today, we feel threatened that a mosque in Mathura is it sort of intruding into a temple in Banaras or Varanasi is somehow going to challenge our remarkable heritage. And we forget often that Gandhiji received a modern Western education and was well versed in the Western lifestyle. And yet he returned to his Indian roots and ways of living naturally, spontaneously, without demur. His Holiness has often said how he admired the simplicity and discipline of Gandhiji's life. He was a devout Hindu inspired by the Gita. The evening prayers and hymns at his ashram resonated with the sacred sounds from other faiths. He was the Mahatma, the great soul for all people everywhere. And in this sort of great churning pot of India, we must also remember, and I sort of shift to the very important subject of today's talk, the importance of the scientific temper. It's not just embracing science and saying that, we had flight and we could had plastic surgery that could implant an elephant's face onto a human being. That's not really important. What is really incredibly necessary and imperative today is really the theme of this conference, this meeting today. And that is the scientific temper, not just science, but the temper. And this is so beautifully elaborated in our constitution. And it says, it shall be the duty of every citizen of India to develop the scientific temper, humanism, and the spirit of inquiry. This is from the Constitution of India that defines the culture that we seek to nurture. And, of course, everything that has ever gone wrong with India is often ascribed to, Jawaharlal Nehru. And I mean, that's a discussion that I have no intentions of getting into. But any young Indian who hasn't read The Discovery of India has been missing a very, very vital philosophical articulation of the rich heritage of India. And he goes on to say in The Discovery of India, Nehru, the scientific approach, the adventurous and yet critical temper of science, the search for truth and new knowledge, the refusal to accept anything without testing and trial, the capacity to change previous conclusions in the face of new evidence, the reliance on observed fact and not on preconceived theory, the hard discipline of the mind. All this is necessary, not merely for the application of science, but for life itself and the solution of its many problems. This is one of the most profound articulations of the scientific temper. And unless we're able to embrace this temper, not merely as rhetoric and homage and sort of the polite exchange, but in ways that will transform our behavior and our impulses. And Meera ji again was talking about the necessity of changing our attitudes, of behavior change. So whether it is the way we drive on the roads and the streets, how we treat the poor, how, the standards of our hygiene, our civility, our commitment to the truth and articulating the truth. So we have a situation in our country where there were no, COVID deaths due to shortage of oxygen. We had a health minister in Parliament give us 4 different pieces of data on vaccination, where we were unable to access the truth. This is not pointing a finger at the government. This is pointing a finger at the culture that is denying the scientific temper and its commitment to truth and reality and fact. Now, where does this fit into the Dalai Lama and the Buddhist ideas that I'm really committed to talking about briefly, because I know we're running behind schedule and brevity finally is the soul of wit. So let me just move to the Buddha and the Buddha's journey, which basically in itself was a demonstration of the basic elements of the scientific temper. So what did Siddhartha Gautama do in the palace when he felt great dissatisfaction? He went out in search for the truth. And in his search for the truth, what did he do? He first investigated through lived experience, not by word of mouth or hearsay, all the traditional techniques and practices that had preceded him. He did not dismiss them without actually experimenting with them. And he didn't just experiment with them, he mastered them. So in each stage of that learning, he came out on top. And yet he found that that was not enough. He didn't fall back on words and philosophy. He sat down under the Bodhi tree and he said, I am not going to rise till such time as I discover and understand the true nature of reality. And what happened under the Bodhi tree was not sort of the lights and the symbols and magic that we often portray when we look at the enlightenment of great masters. He experienced and understood the true nature of reality. What did he do then? He felt that what he had experienced went beyond what words were able to articulate. And what do we mean by that? If I were to ask you, if you haven't tasted coffee, what coffee tastes like, there is absolutely no way you can describe in words what coffee tastes like. I will never understand it. Or for a blind man who hasn't seen a mountain, no matter how you describe it, you will not be able to describe the mountain. So what does the Buddha do? He hesitates. He said, look, how am I going to do this honestly and precisely so that it actually transforms and moves beyond words? Because words are the greatest obstacle to experience. And the same thing applies to the scientific temper. The scientific temper is looking at proof. So what does he do? He goes further and he decides that he is going to teach as best he can using words, but even more so, methods. So the great genius of our civilization is the juxtaposition of method and wisdom. What does science do? Science starts with a hypothesis, and then it looks at methods that can prove the hypothesis. And the proof in our traditions, and this is not just about Buddhism. I use Buddhism because that is my area of interest in civilization. And certainly in many aspects, in many sort of strands of our civilizational heritage, I deliberately use civilizational heritage and not just Hinduism, because what is Hinduism is open to debate and discussion. And so within that ambit, it is the method. And the method creates an experience that, in a sense, verifies the hypothesis or the wisdom or the knowledge aspect of it. So that is the unfolding of the scientific method from its very outset. Now, we also know that even within the ambit of scientific method and scientific research and scientific analysis, it continues to evolve. It is not frozen. So what Newton taught us, or even in some ways Einstein taught us, some of it has been disproved and knowledge continues to unfold. And so what did the Buddha do? The Buddha said that please do not take my word for what I have taught. This must be verifiable. Just like any scientific experiment must be verifiable by others, it must be verifiable by your reason and logic and your experience. So only accept it when that happens. And he then further went on, as we see in the history of Buddhism and in many other parts of our civilizational heritage, that teachers came, whether it was Shankara or Nagarjuna, they expanded the boundaries of knowledge and understanding and interpretation and articulation of that same reality that enlightened minds may have experienced. And it is in that dynamic engagement and unfolding that our genius lies. It is when we freeze ourselves in the value of a structure that may be a few thousand years old, and not the manner in which that philosophy, that idea, its implications, as we learned from Gandhi and from great teachers, manifest themselves. So we have to move beyond that frozen philosophy to its lived manifestation. That is our genius, and that is the manner in which our the synchronicity between religion, philosophy, and science must unfold. So, I mean, just to sort of move on to the Dalai Lama. So, what does the Dalai Lama do? Here he is considered an incarnation of the Buddha aspect of compassion. And he, of course, describes himself as a simple Buddhist monk. He has engaged with great rigor with scientists, and the best scientists and the best scientific minds in the world, not from a position of either superiority or that I have to surrender to science, or to say that, look, I need science to verify or to reinforce what we believe in order to somehow become legitimate, which is what we're trying to do in so many aspects of our tradition. Science is doing this today, but we did it 1,000 years ago. And so now we were very superior then, but I mean, it doesn't matter what we do today.
True.
And so it is that bridging that we must continue to expand the boundaries of knowledge, no matter from whom and where they come. So if traditional wisdom, thousands of years ago in India, emerged from meditation and contemplation, today it evolves from externalized scientific method. And so we have to embrace that and continue to learn and grow about the true nature of reality. So that was really just a brief summary of the aspiration of the Dalai Lama. So as a result of which, today in the Buddhist monasteries, science is an important subject for the students. And I just briefly touch on one more point and then yield the floor to greater wisdom. And I think that the Buddha's teaching, he taught the Four Noble Truths, which we often hear about and usually don't understand. And so the Buddha was not asking for blind faith as much as he was treating human suffering as the way a physician does. So the Four Noble Truths, for example, it follows the Ayurvedic model of medical diagnosis. Recognize the symptoms of the disorder. Diagnose the cause, ignorance and craving that arise from it. The prognosis of how you can recover from it if you treat the disorder. And then the fourth, the therapy, the method. So again, we have these aspects, diagnosis, sort of the fact of the problem, the cause of the problem, the diagnosis, and the solution. So, over 2,500 years ago, this unfolded. And just to finally end with a quote from Albert Einstein, and who said the religion of the future will be a cosmic religion. It should transcend a personal God and avoid dogmas and theology, covering both the natural and the spiritual. It should be based on a religious sense arising from the experience of all things, natural and spiritual, as a meaningful unity. If there is any religion that can cope with modern scientific methods, it would be Buddhism. I just want to conclude again by celebrating MIT's aspirations to build these bridges of understanding, and it is our I don't know if it's the right place to talk about it, but we are very excited on behalf of the Dalai Lama and our foundation. It's somewhat on a slow track, but we're hoping that our partnership with MIT to set up a Dalai Lama Center for Peace Studies and the Nalanda tradition and a series of lectures that will, to the best international global academic standards with the intellectual rigor, not just platitudes, will yield substantial material both for the wisdom aspects and the method aspects of our heritage. Thank you. And thank you, Professor Karar and Rahul Bhai, for making my presence here today possible.
Thank you.
Privileged.
Thank you very much, Rajiv ji. Thank you very much for your thoughts. And while you were speaking, the thoughts were so inclined towards what revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karat sir said. I still remember once he was asked a question that why this World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. I still remember revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karat sir particularly said that it is high time that the learned scholars and thinkers, academicians, philosophers, scientists, men of religion, spirituality should come together to evolve a value-based universal education system with an appropriate component of science and religion/spirituality to establish and develop a holistic, peace-loving, harmonious global society. And I'm sure from your thoughts, from your speech, we could understand the message of His Holiness Dalai Lama is indicating towards the same. Thank you very much once again, Rajiv ji, for taking time out and joining us here today. It was really fortunate to listen to your views in presence of revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karat sir, who's sitting next to with Dr. Vijay P. Bhatkar sir. It is really a good fortune today. Thank you very much once again. My friends, it is time that I invite none other than the chairman of Organizing Committee of World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy, Padma Bhushan, Dr. Vijay P. Bhatkar sir, Chancellor of Nalanda University, eminent computer scientist, father of Param Supercomputer and chairman of National Steering Committee for Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. It is indeed our honor and privilege to invite him to address the gathering. But before I do that, I would like to request my technical team if they can please relay a small film made on life and work of Padma Bhushan, Dr. Vijay P. Bhatkar sir. Over to you, team.
Padma Bhushan Dr. Vijay Bhatkar is an internationally acclaimed scientist and educationist of India. He is best known as the architect of India's national initiative in supercomputing, where he led the development of India's first supercomputer Param in 1990. Dr. Vijay Bhatkar is currently the Chancellor of Nalanda University. He was the chairman of the Board of Governors of IIT Delhi from 2012 to 2017. He is also the Chancellor of India International Multiversity. Dr. Bhatkar has served as a member of the Scientific Advisory Committee to the Prime Minister, member of the Governing Council of CSIR, and was a member of the IT Task Force constituted by the Prime Minister in 1998. He has been honored with the Padma Bhushan in 2015. We are honored to welcome Padma Bhushan Dr. Vijay Bhatkar to the MIT World Peace University.
Indeed, it is our honor and privilege to have you here today, sir. We all are keen to listen to your views. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Gautam, Professor Gautam. It's a rare privilege and also great pleasure for me to share my ideas on science, religion and philosophy. It's a privilege because revered Professor Vishwanath Karat is sitting just next to me in a temple. We are at Rajbagh campus. You know, some time back, this is the 7th edition of this conference. We are trying to bring together, converge together, somewhat what has seemingly appear as different ideas, different real ideas. One hand we are talking of science, another hand we are talking of religion in the same breath, and we are also talking about philosophy. Are they disparate ideas? And more importantly, while defining the new national education policy, and we had declared that we want to create a liberal framework for education, in which different subjects, seemingly disparate, different, never converging subjects like science and religion together. We still are struggling to grapple with this idea. But one good trait in education is that many universities of the world are trying to understand what liberal education should be, where such different ideas as science and religion can coexist together. I would like to bring to your notice that some of the thought leaders of the world, but both in science and religion, particularly in science now, we are trying to see that we must teach in our most esteemed institutions of the world. So far, we are trying to understand the nature of reality as Rajiv Mehrotra was speaking to us. Different ideas of different religions, different philosophies, different sciences, we are trying to bring together. Because no single discipline like that can explain the nature of reality. And particularly when we are trying to, in an academic environment like World Peace University, which Professor Vishwanath Karad has founded, and Dr. Rahul Karad, who has initiated, given the dynamism to this activity. We are trying to teach one university all these ideas in a unified way. This is the first time I think we are trying to bring science, religion, humanities, philosophies together. And there was a need for it. Because individually they cannot explain even science, the integral knowledge that is required to understand this many splendid nature of reality. So I am very happy about it. And World Peace University has taken steps, has taken this initiative. And one of the manifestations of this initiative is this parliament. As we were listening to the thoughts of great leaders, one by one, during the inaugural function, you could notice, you cannot fail to notice, that this experiential knowledge which the speakers shared with us, they cannot be expressed. They cannot be understood either by science, as we understand today, because the boundaries of science are expanding, or by religion or religions, or by philosophies, individual, as we know, as they are propounded in different contexts, different periods of history. So I think, Professor Vishwanath, this was a great idea that we thought of this conference, which will express, which will try to understand, because they are still trying to understand this grand design, as we will say, which is unfolded before us. And there is no end. I think we are saying that now we understood. No. This knowledge is infinite, exceeds oceans. We are trying to understand. So in that context, this is an important conference. Anywhere in the world, because we are trying to do justice to understand this in its most defaced form, most profoundest form, and we understand that this is what we understand today. This is an open system. Knowledge is infinite, and we are inviting speakers, the people have different kind of experiences in their own lifetime, who are very well read, and share those experiences with us. I'm very, very, very pleased and revered Professor Vishwanath Karad has taken this idea forward, and Rahul taken this fight. It is, I think, in his dynamism, in his dynamic form. It's not a static picture like many religions present, a static picture of their own nature of reality. It's not a static philosophy, because the truth is not static. Truth is invariant in certain sense, but this picture is there. And I think how lucky, how say that we all are who are participating in this function, in our function, and many ideas will come before us, many different forms, different speakers will just share ideas, share their ideas. and we will go more enriched in terms of, and this is the purpose of university. Universities are meant to be for universalization of mind. It's not presenting some static or a particular picture of reality. It's an open picture, and in that sense, this conference fulfills that goal of a liberal approach to university education, what our new national policy talks about. Nowhere, I think, as a science student has an opportunity to understand the nature of religion. Nowhere. But we must understand the nature of. Now we are realizing a science student must understand what philosophy is and different dimensions of that philosophy. Somebody has said, like Rajiv was talking about, what is the new religion? The new religion is not admitting any kind of concept of God, not theistic religion. People are not believing in that religion sometimes. We are looking for new religions. Somebody said that dataism is a new religion. Unless it is expressed as data, reality is expressed as data, it is not the truth. There is one view. At the same time, there is a deeper truths cannot be explained by mere what we call as data. As a computer scientist, I can share with you that data cannot express love. I have got 0.5 to 50% love for you, or like you, or the beauty. There are so many splendors of reality which you cannot express merely in terms of mathematical concept, emotional concept. What we need, what reality is. Science cannot express, though there is an attempt, including I am working on supercomputers and we are trying to express that mere the data form can we express emotions. And how it is to be expressed. If you don't understand emotion, most of the reality you are separated from. Because humans are, I think, represented by emotions. So I just want to say that we are by bringing science, religion, and philosophy on one platform. The university is expanding its boundaries and limits. This is what we have so far understood the subject. And that's why this conference or this World Parliament was necessary. I think here, we are listening to beautiful dimensions of reality, which so far have not been expressed on one platform. So I'm very happy, sir, for bringing this conference to life. Rahul, thank you very much. Really, that you, the young man, expressing different forms of life, I think things you are taking it forward, and it's so beautifully conducted, so wonderfully conducted, and so great speakers, great minds are sharing their thoughts. And we'll learn, after this conference, we'll go through another, we'll peel off. I'll just say that somebody had asked that what is nature of wisdom or knowledge. This peeling off is like an onion, peeling off one layer, or like an onion, and by peeling off one by one, and as we approach the kernel, finally the kernel is the reality. And we are seeking that kind of, I think, that nature of reality. Together as humanity. It's not for one, together as an integral reality. And that is the religion of tomorrow. Thank you very much. I think, thank you, Professor Karad, thank you, Rahul, for once again inviting me one by one. This is the 7th edition of this conference. And every time it is building up one more nature of reality. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your kind words, sir. And it is our good fortune that you have been accepting the chairmanship of the organizing committee of this World Conference. And my friends, I'm really tempted to share with you the venue at which the background that you see, the divine feet of Vishwadarshan Devata, the place where revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir is sitting. Yes, now you can see the entire manifestation of Vishwadarshan Devata right behind Dr. Bhatkar sir and revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir. I'm really tempted to share with all of you because I don't know really if all of you would know that we have more than 2,000 people connected to us right now in various mediums of YouTube, Facebook, and Zoom. I would like to share with you that it is yet another very unique creation of revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir, which you see right behind him on your screens. It is the manifestation of Vishwadarshan Devata, probably the only unique creation in the entire world. And I would like to request everyone in the audience, if possible, you must visit the Loni campus and the divine temple of Vishwadarshan Devata and seek blessings of Vishwadarshan Devata. Even today, I mean, it is really good fortune that we could see revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir and Bhatkar sir right there in the vicinity of the divine. Let me share with you once. I mean, really, I'm tempted to share with all of you that at this moment, on this day of divine day of Ekadashi, also, revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir is working relentlessly, and he's working towards yet another dream, yet another commitment that he has towards humanity. He's working relentlessly for last few days for installing larger than life statues of saints and sages like Vyasa, Pandavas, and Goddess Saraswati, right at the origin of Saraswati River, all the way at Badrinath, and he is now preparing and working relentlessly for last many days on this mission. And it's really inspiring that every time you look at revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir, you learn something new, and there is always something to take away from him. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for choosing this venue where you are sitting today. Thank you very much for that as well. My friends, it is what we have been talking about during this entire inaugural session, conceptualized, designed, planned, and created under the guidance and supervision of visionary educationist and proponent of peace, revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir. The World Peace Monument is dedicated to public to be a center of wisdom, knowledge, dissemination, and social transformation. St. Shri Ganeshwara World Peace Prayer Hall and World Peace Library aspires to educate the masses at large and thereby help in establishing the harmonious and peace-loving society. The World Peace Dome practices, literally, the philosophy of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the world as one family or global village. Before I invite the UNESCO chairholder, revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir, to address the gathering and enlighten all of us with his divine words, I would like to request my technical team to kindly relay a small film made on philosopher St. Shri Ganeshwara World Peace Prayer Hall and World Peace Library. Over to you, team.
My dear learned friends, I am the original creative element of this vast universe. I am knowledge divine. I have no beginning. I have no end. Dear friends, way back in the 13th century, the philosopher Saint Shri Naneshwar from India said that the entire infinite universe is a manifestation of pure intelligence and consciousness, the ultimate reality, the ultimate truth, Almighty God, which operates in a cyclic form and which was assertively confirmed by latter-day scientists like Dr. Albert Einstein, Dr. Erwin Schrödinger, Dr. Roger Penrose, and others. For the last many millennia, intelligent beings have worshipped me in various forms and have pursued me to find answers to many questions and solve many mysteries of this vast universe. Friends, I find it truly fascinating that the philosopher Saint Naneshwar, at the tender age of only 16 years, enunciated and revealed to the entire world At the age of only 16 years, Saint Naneshwar narrated a commentary on Srimad Bhagavad Gita, which is considered as a treasure trove of knowledge divine in the form of Naneshwari. It is indeed fortunate that today I, knowledge divine, have evolved and manifested in the form of a monumental creation, the world's largest dome, dedicated to peace, harmony, and humanity, which is truly a spiritually oriented scientific laboratory. The creator of this monument of miracle is the eminent visionary educationist from India, Professor Dr. Vishwanath D. Karad. My dear friends, it is a matter of great shame that today the entire world, be it the most powerful and developed nations to the poorest of the poor countries, are combating the devastating and horrifying coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic, which has created a horrifying situation with a deathly silence prevailing throughout the world, with the fear looming large that humanity may not even see the end of the 21st century. Today, the need of the hour is to promote a culture of peace through the appropriate understanding of the role of science and spirituality, with the scientific component being represented by the body and the brain, and the spiritual component being represented by the mind and the soul, together making for the universal scientific laws or principles, Vishwatmak Tattva. Friends, from among the learned and wise people that took birth throughout known human history, I found philosopher Saint Shri Naneshwar to be a true embodiment of me, knowledge divine. Saint Naneshwar was not just a saint in the spiritual sense of the term, but a true philosopher who unfolded some very basic universal principles or secrets and assertively stated that the whole universe was an intelligent and conscious being. My dear friends, it is therefore quite befitting that the world's largest dome, a symbol of knowledge divine and peace, be named after this great philosopher, Saint Shri Naneshwar. This dome, which has taken form near the city of Pune in India, has become a beacon of humanity, universal brotherhood, and peaceful coexistence. In this 263-foot tall dome of 160 feet diameter, perhaps for the first time in known human history, stand 54 beautiful life-size bronze statues of some of the greatest saints, scientists and philosophers in this largest dome dedicated to world peace. They are those who over the years have found recognition as the true makers of world history, and they have assembled here in this wonderful dome like a round table conference to discuss the future of this world. My dear friends, this outstanding, magnificent domed structure is a true laboratory to bring about the harmony of science, spirituality, and philosophy, and conveys the eternal messages from the ancient Indian scriptures like Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the world as one family, created in pure white marble. This beautiful structure is the product of the concept, planning, and architecture of the great visionary educationist, thinker, and philosopher Professor Dr. Vishwanath D. Karad, founder of the world-renowned Myers MIT Group of Educational Institutions, Pune, India. An ardent follower of the great noble son of India, Swami Vivekananda, and a profound devotee of two of the greatest philosopher saints, Shri Naneshwar and Tukaram, Dr. Vishwanath Karad has been instrumental in creating some of the most amazing monuments like the embankments on the river Indrayani at Alandi near Pune, the huge multimedia coliseum for mass literacy also at Alandi, the most unique bridge of humanity, Ram Rahim Manavta Setu, the stunning Gautam Buddha Vihar and Lord Ram Temple in his native village of Rameshwar Rui in the Marathwada region of Maharashtra, the one-of-a-kind music academy in the world, Vishwa Shanti Sangeet Kala Academy, and many more. Dr. Vishwanath Karad's strong belief in the prophetic statement of Swami Vivekananda that the union of science and spirituality alone will bring harmony and peace to mankind has led him to promote the concept of value-based universal education in the various educational institutions and universities like the MIT World Peace University, Pune, India, the MIT Art Design and Technology University, Rajbagh, established by him for the holistic development of the students and society at large. Our friends, through this unique monument of miracle, philosopher Saint Shri Naneshwar World Peace Prayer Hall, World Peace Dome, I would like to appeal to all right-thinking people to realize the message of peace and harmony being delivered by this dome and contribute their mites in creating a peace-loving, holistic, global society.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that film. And let us welcome with a big round of applause the founder and chief patron of MITES MIT Pune and president of MIT World Peace University, the UNESCO chair holder, revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath D. Karad, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your presence at such a divine place today. Over to you, sir.
My dear learned friends, and all the eminent speakers, scholars, thinkers, who have addressed this 7th Parliament on this very auspicious day, especially the 153rd birth anniversary of Mahatma Gandhi, a messenger of peace, and Lal Bahadur Shastri, our dear Prime Minister. This particular day has a great significance in the world history, and possibly today I had the fortune of listening to the words of wisdom of Honorable Sushil Kumar Shinde Sahab, and Dr. Meera Kumar, Rajiv Mehrotra and Pramod Kumar. And what a good fortune, friends, for me, that today I'm sitting along with one of the great leading scientists, the world famous scientist, Dr. Vijay Bhatkar, who is more known as the man of supercomputer, who gave India the Param supercomputer in the year 1991. But friends, when I was listening to all these great speakers, I was observing that they are not speaking the words only, but they were from the bottom of heart, they were trying to promote this concept, discussing, deliberating, expressing various views, various dimensions of what the science stands for, and what the spiritual component of life stands for. I don't know, it was not planned before, but whatever the reasons may be, I had some other function today, and just now I'm sitting in a small, beautiful temple called as the Vishwa Devata Mandir. Friends, and both Vijay Bhatkar sir and myself, when I look to Vijay Bhatkar sir, I've been always calling him as a spiritually oriented great scientist, a man of supercomputer. But see the fun that today on this most very auspicious occasion, taking up the mission of science, religion and spirituality, or the philosophy. This Vishwarup Darshan Manch or Vishwarup Darshan Devata Mandir, it is a very typical presentation in this temple. If you just see the pond below, in this we have this sacred soil and holy water from all the most important pilgrim centers like Kashi, Banaras, Kedarnath, Badrinath, Pandharpur, Alandi, Dehu. But along with this, the Makkah, Medina, the holy place of Quran, the Islam. Then we have Vatican, the Bodh Gaya. So all the religious pilgrim centers of the world, the leading centers in the name of different religions, that sacred soil and holy water is pooled up in this temple, maybe for the first time again. I don't know, and before this, just I listened to this, myself and Vijay Bhatkar are sharing some ideas and views. I still remember the year 1996 or 95, when we had the first Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy, which was also called as the World Philosophers Meet, the first one. I don't know to elaborate much, but that time this very subject, under the guidance of Dr. Surendra Barlinge sir, who is no more, but he was my guru and a teacher who never believed in the concept of God. I am a firm believer. Likewise, Vijay Bhatkar sir is also a firm believer of the concept of what the reality stands for, what the consciousness stands for. What is ultimate truth? What is the ultimate reality? The play of consciousness. All these words are very close to the heart of Vijay Bhatkar sir and even myself. Friends, for the first time, I still remember when the men of science, men of religion and men of philosophy, apparently they seem to be little different from each other, but as has been explained by Dr. Vijay Bhatkar, and some comments were made by Mr. Rajiv Mehrotra regarding the Buddhist thought and the philosophy. But friends, let me honestly tell you, this very mechanism about which we are discussing, the life or the human race, the entire universe, and the very mechanism of the body and the brain, and the soul and the mind, I always feel that what is the chemistry of mind is always a question to me. What is the chemistry of mind? And why in the education system we are possibly neglecting the soul and the mind. Rather, we are more trying to give stress on the body and the brain. Maybe a medical field or a engineering field or any other field, but this very body mechanism of which this whole entire universe speaks about, and our Sant Tukaram Maharaj, I'm telling you, not I'm trying to put some religious concept before you, but let us try to understand where I'm sitting here, this marble statue which you can see of 10 tons, giving a wonderful image of different images of different qualities of life. काम, क्रोध, लोभ, मोह, मद, मत्सर, विकार, विकृति और विकल्प, इसका एक दर्शन इसमें होता है. मुझे पता नहीं भाई, मैं थोड़ा इंजीनियर का पढ़ा हूँ. I do understand what is the particle physics and this very system where across we are sitting, all of us. I don't know where I am sitting, everybody, but this the web technology which you are experiencing, everybody is sitting in different corners of the world. And possibly not only this web, But the Google, the Facebook, artificial intelligence, all these words seem to be very, very scientific. I don't know whether it's very logical and philosophical or not, but certainly we believe that yes. But let me tell you honestly, like the body mechanism or the life mechanism of the human life or any other animal, this is also a mechanism which proves to you, friends, let me tell you. A few days back, somebody asked me, what is God? I said, God is not a Shakti hai bhai, ye Vyakti nahi. मैं ह्यूमन बीइंग जैसा हूं तो ये व्यक्ति है और गॉड की कल्पना है, वो शक्ति है, एनर्जी है. It doesn't have a form like a body, form like a human being or an animal. So many things can be discussed, friends, but I am grateful to Vijay Bhatkar sir and all the other speakers who have spoken very vividly on the various aspects of what this whole entire universe stands for. ये जय जगत की बात होती है विनोबा जी के माध्यम से, गांधी के माध्यम से. Let me tell you, friends, that on the background of this coronavirus and the COVID-19, especially the world has started realizing that there is some invisible force or energy which prevails possibly beyond our imagination, and possibly this is going to prove the very concept of God itself. But God, ये कोई व्यक्ति नहीं, मैं जैसे बोला. Lekin friends, remember, I would like to appeal to you. So much has been said about my achievements and some contribution little bit, but I would like to appeal to you, friends, that time has come when Vijay Bhatkar made a mention of Schrodinger and the concept of consciousness and reality and intelligence. These three words, they will really give you the explanation of what the future idea of the education would be. I have been always trying to understand myself that it's high time that we should devise a global education managing council so that the universities like Oxford, Cambridge, the MIT Boston, Stanford, you take the names, or the MIT World Peace University, they must all come together, sit together and devise a new education policy which has been said to be, let me tell you, friends, that when we say the value-based universal education system, every nation has a different geography, history, philosophy, culture, traditions, but the time-tested values are common. Remember, when I say time-tested values for generations together, these value system of the human values are always tested, discussed, deliberated, and then come the various aspects of life. Friends, I don't want to very elaborately speak, but I am very satisfied that today I had the fortune of listening to the very, very great minds, as Vijay Bhatkar said, the universal mind, universalization of mind. So many words are enough. And let me tell you, friends, today, especially when this web technology which is being used just now, and where we are sitting, I am wearing this special shawl, or you can call this a vastra. It is something like a religious one. But the moment the Professor Karan, the director, the chancellor of the World Peace University, MIT Elite University, sitting in this dress, attire, in the temple, the moment one listens to this, they say, "Pagal bane bhai, ye Karan kya dimag hai kya? Aisa bhi koi bol sakta hai." Let me tell you honestly, friends, that I repeat again and again, being an engineer, not a very great engineer or a scientist, but whatever I have learned in the name of Naneshwar to Albert Einstein, and I have been repeatedly saying this, non-duality is a philosophy of science. Is a new discussion being going on world over. In America or any great nations, that today the discussion is especially the non-duality, Advaita, which is the philosophy of Bhagavad Gita, is a philosophy of science, इससे ज़्यादा मैं कुछ बोलने की मेरी ख्वाहिश नहीं है. लेकिन दोस्तों, जो पढ़े लिखे लोग हैं, आप प्रोफेसर है, टीचर्स है, साइंटिस्ट है, इंजीनियर्स है, डॉक्टर्स है, आर्टिस्ट है, so many areas you must be an expert. Please think it over again and again that India has a message to give. And whatever was thought 1,000 or 5,000, 10,000 years back, let me tell you through the Bhagavad Gita. One of my friends, Mr. Arif Muhammad Khan Sahib, who is the governor of Kerala, and my other friends, they have been saying always What is the search for? The ekam sat vipra bahudha. The truth is one and only one, which Vijay Bhatkar said and everyone said. Truth, the ultimate reality is one. We must start the schools of consciousness and reality in the new dimension of education. So many things, but friends, let me tell you honestly, let us not follow what is blind faith and what is the real faith is also a question. People sometimes think, ये blind faith है भैया, ritualistic or spiritual जो भजन होता है, नाम स्मरण होता है, this is nothing but to create an order in the body, in your mind. ये मन की नहीं, ये दिल की बात भी है भाई. दिल और मन दोनों जोड़ने का भी प्रयास है. Let me tell you honestly, friends, that possibly if you realize in our lifetime, whatever has been given to us, we should certainly understand what is the mind and the soul and the body and the brain, and put them together, try to unite together and minimize the disorder. काम, क्रोध, लोभ, मोह, मद, मत्सर, विकार, विकृति, विकल्प कम करने का शास्त्र है. स्पिरिचुअलिटी ये कोई ब्लाइंड फेथ या हम्बग नहीं है. ये तुम्हारा जीवन सीधा सरल और काम क्रोध से परा होकर दुनिया के सामने मानवता की सेवा, विश्व धर्म की बात. So many things I can just go on because I have been only thinking of this. I don't understand much more than this. But friends, today it has been a fortunate day. We are trying to understand the very meaning and essence of what Bharat stands for. We have been, my teacher has told me, Bha stands for light. One is the sunlight which gives the life, but another one is the light of the knowledge divine. और ज्ञान की खोज में जो देश है वो है भारत. ऐसी सुंदर संकल्पना है और उसका वक्त आ गया है. बिकॉज स्वामी विवेकानंद का कहना है कि 21st century will be the century of India. My mother India. गर्व नहीं, स्वाभिमान की बात, स्वधर्म जानने की बात. स्वधर्म हो, स्वत्व हो, स्वाभिमान हो, ये बातें सबके लिए तो बड़ी चाव की बात है. अपना जो जिंदगी का मकसद होता है, जिसमें भारतीय संस्कृति में कहा गया है, मातृदेवो भव, पितृदेवो भव, आचार्य देवो भव, अतिथि देवो भव. इतना सिंपल सरल एक चिंतन है. अपने जीने का तरीका कैसा हो कैसा नहीं हो, बड़ी बातें ध्यान में आती है. मैं आप सबको अभिवादन करता हूँ, स्पेशली सुशील कुमार शिंदे साहब, मीरा कुमार, हमारे भाई प्रमोद कुमार जी बिहार से बहुत सुंदरता से, बड़े भाव से, दिल से बात कर रहे हैं. मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि सारे लोगों का, और स्पेशली माय क्लोज फ्रेंड, क्लोज एसोसिएट, बट मोर देन दैट यंगर ब्रदर विजय भटकर से, दुनिया का एक बड़ा सबसे साइंटिस्ट, बट स्पिरिचुअली ओरिएंटेड साइंटिस्ट. जिस तरह से उन्होंने आज आपके सामने विचार रखा है, वो सोचने की कोशिश करो, समझने की कोशिश करो. मैं नहीं बोलता है, विजय भटकर की तरफ देखो, वो जो बोले वो कौन है, क्या करते हैं, क्या नहीं, ये सारी बातें जानने की कोशिश करो और इसको ध्यान में रखने की कोशिश करो. गौतम, राहुल and his team, Mr. Chitnis and everybody, I tell you, friend, today is beginning of the 7th Parliament, which reminds me of the first Parliament of 96. Makes me a little proud that we are not on the wrong path. We are certainly on the right path, trying to contribute something for the well-being of the mankind and bring the real picture of what Mother India stands for. धन्यवाद friends. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. प्रणाम.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. It was indeed honor and privilege, as always, to have your words of wisdom. It is indeed every time that we hear and hear you, that we always have something to learn. Thank you very much from everyone this side, that you always have been there to guide us. My friends, let me share with you once again that we are now immediately getting into the session 1 of 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. I would be inviting the member trustee and vice president of managing committee of MAIR, Professor Mrs. Jyoti Dhakne ma'am, to express the gratitude on behalf of organizing committee to everyone in this first session, in the inaugural session. But from the first session, Dr. Essen Pathan sir, Professor Dr. Alex Hanke, Mrs. Narayani Ganesh, Professor Dr. Scott Harriet, Dr. W. Cole Durham. They all have already joined us, and we would immediately be continuing into the first very session of 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy, which the theme of which is Peace, People, Planet, Pathways Forward. But before we get into the first session, I would like to request Professor Jyoti Dhakne Madam to express the gratitude on behalf of organizing committee to everyone who participated in the inaugural session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Gautam Bapat. I must conclude this session with a beautiful quote by Mahatma Gandhi ji. There is no way for peace, there is only peace. Namaste, good evening, adab, sat sri akal. Indeed, these are the few ways, few steps to spread peace all over the world, giving respect to all religions. Because hatred of any religion is the main cause of violence, as Mahatma Gandhi told us. Non-violence is the greatest force at the disposal of mankind. It is mightier than mightiest weapon of destruction devised by ingenuity of man. Today, on 2nd of October, Mahatma Gandhi Jayanti, we celebrate this day to spread peace in the honor of this great man who gave a message of peace not only for India but for the entire world. On this auspicious day, we are inaugurating the World Peace Parliament, Science, Religion and Philosophy. Especially, this is the 7th Parliament, as 7 is a very unique number which you can show that the very soothing things in nature and man-made as well, like Indradhanushya, Saptaranga, Saptasagar, 7 continents and 7 notes of music. Like this 7th Peace Parliament is special one because for last 2 years we all are experiencing and we have realized the importance of humanity, which is the, you can say, mool adhar of peace, shanti. So this parliament will give, we can say, new thought or nayi soch to the world. Speech, I must thank a dashing lady, and she was the chief guest for our function, and she gave her elaborate speech. And our Sushil Kumar Shinde ji, former Chief Minister of Maharashtra, a multifaceted personality in Indian politics and Maharashtra politics as well. And I, first of all, actually, I must thank our patriarch, Dr. V.D. Karad sir, who has created this World Peace Dome, a great visionary, and who has come up with this great cause of world peace in a very unique manner of getting all religions together under one roof of this magnificent Vastu by the name of Sant Naneshwar World Peace Dome. We are actually really thank that he have created this beautiful thing for world. And after that, we have our chief guest of honor with us, we also specially give our thank to multi-faceted personality here, Anna Malaiji, who is the director of National Gandhi Museum and Library in Delhi, Dr. Hasmukh Adhiya, Chancellor of Central University of Gujarat, and Shri Rajiv Mehrotra ji, who is the trustee and secretary of Foundation for Universal Responsibility of India Habitat Center in Delhi. Lastly, we give our special thank to chairman of this organizing committee, Padma Bhushan, Dr. Vijay Bhatkar sir, and the mentor for this unique idea of World Peace Parliament, the eminent scientist Dr. Raghunath Mashelkar ji. Both these great personalities in the field of science, and they are with us like Varada Hasta. Thanks to Vice Chairman of Organizing Committee Dr. Mangesh Karadji, Secretary General Dr. Shri Rahul Karadji, two strong pillars of MIRE's group. These DOs is really working hard to take this great cause of Dr. V.D. Karad sir of spreading peace, and I must thank to all other young and dashing committee members as well. We especially thank all philosophers who are attending this peace conference, and I must thank all our deans, directors of MIT Educational Group, and who are working hard for making this event successful. Thanks to media and electronic media as well. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Let's give a huge round of applause for Professor Ma'am Jyoti Dhakneji. Thank you so much. So dear delegates, now we head towards the very first session, and let us all come together to have the first session of 7th World Parliament. I request my technical team to kindly relay the virtual arrival of all the dignitaries at the World Peace Dome. Over to my technical team. Namaste, hello, and a warm welcome to the dignitaries. A very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the delegates who have joined from the different time zones across the globe. I, on behalf of Dr. Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University, once again welcome all the participants to the 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion, and Philosophy. Before we embark on a scientific, religious, and a philosophical journey, let us pray together to the Almighty to seek divine blessings. I request my technical team to kindly relay the World Peace Prayer. I request everyone to join their hands and pray.
Om Namo Adhiya Veda Pratipadya Jaya Jaya Swasamvedya Atmarupa Devatuti Ganeshu सकलार्थमतिप्रकाशो म्हणे निवृत्तिदासो अवधारी जोदी गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णु गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः गुरुः साक्षात् परब्रह्मा तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः। हरि ईशावास्यमिदं सर्वं यत्किञ्च जगत्यां जगत् तेन त्यक्तेन भुञ्जीथाः मा गृध कस्यचिद्धनम्। ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात्। सर्वेऽपि सुखिनः सन्तु सर्वे सन्तु निरामयाः सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःखमाप्नुयात्। द्यौ शान्तिः अन्तरिक्ष शान्तिः पृथिवी शान्तिः आपशान्तिः औषधयः शान्तिः वनस्पतयः शान्तिः विश्वे देवा शान्तिः ब्रह्म शान्तिः सर्वशान्तिः शान्तिरेव शान्तिः सामा शान्तिरेधि। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः।
As this feeling of sublimity resonates in our minds, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce you all to the very first session of the 7th World Parliament. Peace, People, Planet, Pathways Forward. One of the most important ways to inculcate a progressive mindset and carve the way forward is by establishing a peaceful relation between people and planet. We are resolved to free the human race from the tyranny of poverty, as well as heal and secure our planet. We are determined to take the bold and transformative steps which are urgently needed to shift the world onto a sustainable and resilient path. With these words, I would now like to invite Dr. Essen Pathan, the former Vice Chancellor of Nagpur University and Vice Chairman of ICCR at New Delhi, to kindly give the welcome address. Sir, over to you.
You are on mute, Dr. Pathan. Please unmute yourself. Dr. Pathan, you are on mute.
Extremely sorry, sir. We are still not able to hear you. I'll kindly request you to just tap on the mic-like icon. I think now you'll be audible, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
My sisters and brothers and the participants from the different parts of the world, and especially India, honorable dignitaries who are participating in this very, very important first session of this historical Congress. It gives me great pleasure to welcome Honorable Professor Dr. Alex Hanke from USA, Honorable Dr. Geoffrey Clements from UK, Honorable Mrs. Narayani Ganesh from Delhi, Honorable Professor Dr. Scott Heriot from USA, Professor Cole Durham from Brigham Young University, Utah, USA, and our founder president, great guru, Honorable Professor G, Professor Dr. Vishwanath Ji Karat, Professor Rahul Ji Karat, and organizers of this historical Congress. It's my great pleasure. Now, friend, the first session is very, very important. Because now I am sitting in one corner of Pune, and we are having or conducting this conference on webinar, Zoom meeting. Now this shows the crisis in the world. Today we are facing a great crisis. What is the culture of Indian culture? Love, respect, regards, compassion. But when we cannot meet each other, how we can share these important things? And therefore the webinar is very alarming that you are passing through a great crisis in the world. Friends, the first session, the theme of the first session is Peace, People, Planet, and Pathways Forward. My friends, pathways forward are very, very important because as I told, and I will repeat, that we are passing through a great crisis. It has been predicted by so many scientists that even it is difficult whether this world will see the end of this 21st century. And before the end of 21st century, this world may vanish. My friends, the pathways for the peace, pathways for the people on this planet, you are going to discuss, and the great luminaries from the world, they are taking part and giving us certain solutions and guidelines. But I will say that while welcoming you, it's not my address, that there are many pathways, there are many challenges before us. The first challenge, what I feel, that is religious harmony. And Professor Karar Sahab has rightly created this biggest dome in the world in the name of Sant Naneshwar and Tukaram Maharaj, which is giving the message of humanity. What is the ultimate objective of any religion? It is humanity. And therefore, the 54 statues we are there inside this dome, consisting of different messengers of different religions, saints, scientists, philosophers, saints of all the religions, giving a message to you for the humanity. My friend, the biggest challenge is the environmental protection. We have unjudiciously exploited the natural resources in this world. We have made the progress, scientific progress, But what happened? You can see the effect of the climate change today. A place in Maharashtra where the rainfall was not received, very minimum rainfall was received. And those people are under trouble now because of the heavy rainfall. That is Mehrotra region.
Right, sir. Sorry to interrupt you.
I will conclude
Yes,
that.
sir. Thank you.
So this topic is very, very important. We have to consider environmental protection, eradication of the poverty, religious harmony. What is going on in the world in the name of religion? There is no time for me, but once again on behalf of the World Peace Center under the leadership of Professor Dr. Bhatkar, and on the behalf of this great historical conference, I welcome all the dignitaries in this 7th World Parliament and hope that and request you to deliver your subject, your topic. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your words of encouragement. Dear friends, we are now about to experience a magnificent creation and a piece of architectural grandeur. I request my technical team to kindly play a short film on World Peace Dome. Over to my technical team.
इक्कीसवीं शताब्दी में मेरी भारत माता विश्व गुरु बनने की काबिलियत रखता है. It will become a विश्व गुरु in the 21st century. उसका छोटा सा उदाहरण, छोटा सा सिंबल यहाँ बन गया है, ऐसा मेरा मानना है.
We have only two options. Either we live together or we perish together. It is in this context, this monument will stand.
We look at this magnificent dome. To me, this is not just the biggest dome in the world. To me, this is the biggest idea, the biggest message to the world.
This country has always propagated one thought, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, my dear friends. I must say that in the entire history after the independence since 1947, this is one of the unique steps towards the contribution of universal humanity. I appeal to the Vice President and Honorable Chief Minister to recognize this World Peace Dome as a structure of national and global importance and support to promote it in such a way that it evolves as one of the prominent tourism destinations of the world.
We should remember and respect like Professor Vishwanath Karat and millions of people like that, and remember the great service they have done. They should be remembered forever. That is also equally important for all of us. This is the message of this dome. This is the idea of the dome. This is the tallest, not only in size, but also in ideas.
Thank you so much. And as we continue with this majestic journey, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for a group photograph. I request all the panelists to kindly turn on their cameras and wear a beautiful smile so that we can capture this special moment that we are experiencing of a scientific, religious, and a philosophical journey in the 7th World Parliament. I request my technical team to capture this special moment as this has become a trend in the new normal. This is how we capture group photographs. Thank you so much indeed. I now request my technical team to relay a curtain raiser short film on the theme of this session.
Peace, people, planet, pathways forward. This agenda is a plan of action for people, planet, and prosperity. World Parliament 2021 recognizes that eradicating poverty is the greatest global challenge and an indispensable requirement for sustainable development. All countries and all stakeholders acting in collaborative partnership should implement this plan. As we embark on this collective journey, we pledge that no one will be left behind. The 17 Sustainable Development Goals and 169 targets, which were announced before, demonstrated the scale and ambition of the new Universal Agenda. They are integrated and indivisible and balance the three dimensions of sustainable development: the economic, social, and environmental.
We are the birds of the same nest, wear different skins. We may speak different tongues. We may believe in different religions. We may belong to different cultures, yet we share the same home, the Mother Earth.
Thank you so much. Dear delegates, I am very glad to introduce Professor Dr. Alex Hanke, Professor Emeritus at MIT World Peace University, a board member of Ayushman India, and a teacher yoga pratyahara and through Dhyan meditation at USA. Professor Hanke's chief concern has been to bring the value of traditional knowledge to the service of mankind so that countless problems which are beyond the ability of modern science and medicine can be solved using traditional methods. His specialties lie in holistic physics and its applications, holistic information, biology, and medicine. Sir, I kindly request you to please set the context of this session. Sir, over to you. Professor, may I request you to kindly unmute yourself?
Namaskar. Thank you very much for your very kind introduction. I'm deeply honored to be invited to make a presentation to this session number 1. And I would like to make a PowerPoint presentation. So I'm pressing share screen because I assume this is the way to achieve it. Host disabled screen sharing. Can you tell me how to make a PowerPoint presentation?
So we'll give you the screen sharing right soon. If meanwhile you could kindly just go ahead. The technical team will very soon give you the screen sharing rights.
So basically, I want to welcome my colleagues, Dr. Jeffrey Clements, who is a very great exponent of peace through collective consciousness, with whom I worked many years in London and other places, Dr. Narayani Ganesh, who is an honored speaker from Delhi, and Dr. Scott Heriot, currently one of the chief administrators of Mahasi International University in Fairfield, Iowa. So what is the significance of peace? We noticed in that delightful previous preliminary presentation that wealth is hugely important. My own father was instrumental in setting up OECD in the early 60s and chaired its economic policy committee for some years. And the entire emphasis was on creating wealth to eliminate political extremism and establish peace. We now know that that is not enough. We have to be able to eliminate war, and as is said, wars start in the minds of men. Therefore, to guarantee peace, the minds of men must be made peaceful. As my guru said, Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, for a forest to be green, every tree in the forest must be green. In order to have the greening value of peace throughout the world, we must have peace established everywhere. And we know, for example, that the war in Afghanistan cost trillions of US dollars, with some extraordinarily high estimates over the last 20 years. So what are the methods to create peace? Well, I propose that the main methods come from classical yoga as expressed in the Patanjali Yoga Sutras. And the methods of yoga include the seventh limb of yoga, dhyan, which produces through its correct practice the state of samadhi or pure consciousness. And Dr. Clements, Dr. Heriot, and I belong to the Adi Shankara Nata Sampradaya, which is responsible for this vision, ultimately, of doing this in the modern age. Dhyana is automatic and effortless when it's correctly following the correct practice of pratyahara, the fifth yoganga, and that naturally produces it when the sixth yoganga of dharana is not allowed to interfere with the process. And there is a wonderful reference by our colleagues at Maharishi International University. Fred Travis produced a paper, which is his best paper, with over 570 references in the 2010 edition of the journal Consciousness and Cognition. Notice that this involves the spreading of alpha waves, starting from the back of the head and spreading forward. And when Dr. Jeffrey Clements and I were talking about this in the early days of setting up laboratories in the United Kingdom, we invited a Dr. Shaw to comment on this. He was England's greatest expert at the time on interpreting EEG waves, and he said he had never seen alpha waves other than in the occipital cortex, and that the global alpha that we were beginning to see was completely unique. So we know that when you actually practice a proper Adi Shankara based meditation, pure and true dhyan, you produce unique results which are not seen in normal life. And what also happens is very remarkable, that the frequency, the dominant frequency of alpha waves reduces from what is called alpha 2 between 10 and 12 cycles per second to alpha 1 between 7.5 and 10 cycles per second. The former is characterized by the sense of inner quietness and peace, but alpha 1 adds to that the quality of bliss. So what happens when you look at the different EEG waves, and I am actually illustrating on this unseen slide, beta waves at higher frequencies, alpha waves, theta waves between 5 and 7 cycles per second, and the sleep waves of delta. And consciousness produces, pure consciousness produced by meditation, and I will explain the significance of this in a moment, produces global alpha waves with alpha 2 slowing down to alpha 1 through many months and years of regular practice. And pure consciousness occurs at instabilities in the nervous system, because instabilities produce perfectly self-observing information loops. And that's what allows the process that a previous speaker referred to as Atmaswarupa to take place. Atmaswarupa is a phrase which occurs in chapter 1 of Patanjali Yoga Sutras, Sutra 3 or 4. And these instabilities are universal in biological regulatory systems. So I would like to specifically thank Dr. Vijay Bhatkar for very much supporting this idea, making several videos at his multi-university here in Western Pune. And the whole point is that instability can scientifically model pure consciousness. Now, science and philosophy. Pure consciousness is part of what is generally considered the philosophy of yoga, the fourth of the darshanas. But this implies that we can develop a scientific model of this fundamental yoga philosophy. And over the recent years, I have extended this to account for many of the siddhis, the perfections of mind. I will talk about ahimsa in that context, because today is Gandhi Jayanti. And of course, Mahatma Gandhiji was famous, really celebrated worldwide for his promotion of ahimsa, which really prevented the ability of the British colonialists to counteract his organization and movement fully effectively. It was that which enabled him to defeat the colonialists. So the ground state of this instabilities is a non-quantum state. It depends on a completely different form of matter and energy. Quantum states are only describing stable states. So the ground state has non-quantum excited states, and these encode forms or ideas, and these can be shown to be completely in accordance with the Vedanga of Shiksha, the first of the 6 Vedangas in the yogic literature. So when you develop coherence in pure consciousness, this arises from critical point coherence. And this very importantly makes it stable at room temperature, because it's almost impossible in solids of any kind to stabilize quantum coherence at temperatures as high as room temperature. So this is the coherence, critical point coherence, which creates collective consciousness. So coherence in individual consciousness leads to collective consciousness. And interestingly, Sir Roger Penrose was recently mentioned by one of the speakers. Dr. Geoffrey Clements, the next speaker, once described to me how Sir Roger Penrose came to him to his headquarters in the United Kingdom when I happened not to be there, and consulted with him on this point in the 1980s before he wrote his 2 famous books like Shadows of the Mind and The Emperor's New Mind, on the possibility of describing consciousness in the 1980s. At that point in time, we didn't understand this structure of instabilities and coherence at instabilities. So we won't be able to give him those insights, rather unfortunate. Now, collective consciousness depends on not just coherence in individual consciousness, but creating mutual coherence between the consciousness of different individuals. Critical instabilities generate the required coherence, and that makes collective consciousness well-defined. So we now have a well-defined scientific theory of collective consciousness. And the very interesting thing now is that it is possible to induce increased coherence. The title of this slide, nearly the end slide, is the induction of increased coherence. And being in a powerful field of collective consciousness increases the EEG coherence of individuals. This was very importantly shown by the scientific director of Maharishi Mahesh Yogi's scientific programs, the late, recently passed away David Orme Johnson, greatly mourned, greatly treasured by everyone at Maharishi International University and throughout Maharishi Mahesh Yogi's world meditation movement. And what he showed is that a person with highly coherent consciousness essentially can help another person achieve the fourth state of consciousness, can help them transcend to pure consciousness. And this indeed may be the secret of successful performance of anugraha. The Guru's enlightened coherent physiology increases the coherence and the physiology of the Shishya, promoting transcendence. So this also induces the transition from the high frequency alpha 2 waves to the low frequency alpha 1 waves. So inner peace becomes blissful inner peace. And the yogi comes to embody both Shanti and Ananda, and you get the resulting famous name Shantananda, actually the name of the successor of Maharishi's Gurudev as the Shankaracharya of Jyotirmath, Swami Brahmananda Saraswati, the Jagat Guru Shankaracharya of Jyotirmath after Maharishi's master. So now I want to end by talking a little bit about ahimsa, because as I mentioned, today is Gandhi Jayanti, so we should really take ahimsa very serious. It's the first of the 5 yamas, the first of the 8 yogangas. So this tells you that ahimsa was put absolutely at the forefront of the virtues of practicing yoga by Maharishi Patanjali. And Patanjali Yoga Sutras Sadhana Pada, that's Pada 2, Sutra 30, lists the 5 yamas, putting, as I said, ahimsa in first place. And in Sutra 235, he produces a very remarkable statement, which translates as follows. When a person is established in ahimsa, as no being feels hostility in their presence. This is a translation using normal English idioms to best express the meaning of the sutra. It's not a precise word for word translation of a 235, but in the recent translation of the Yoga Sutras that I've been completing with a graduate student, it gives the best English translation. Sutra 235 implies that ahimsa is a special yoga siddhi. Those truly with it spread their inner shanti to all in their presence. Maharishi Mahesh Yogi described exactly that of his own guru, his divinity, Swami Brahmananda Saraswati, Jagat Guru Shankaracharya Jyotirmath in the Himalayas. And the modern town of Joshimath in Uttarakhand is well known as the place that is now named. That place is now named. So this shows how ahimsa can be scientifically understood. Those with perfect stable coherence in their brain physiology can induce coherence in others and thus create ahimsa and peace all around them. Vishwa Shanti can be created by individuals who embody Vishwa Shanti, and this is very definitely a very great yoga siddhi. So as a short summary, say that we can develop theories of individual consciousness, which lead to theories of collective consciousness. The ability to create peace can be scientifically understood as the ability to spread coherence into collective consciousness, and naturally coming from individuals with coherent individual consciousness. So thank you very much for allowing me to make such a presentation. It's a great honor to be with you all here today in Dr. Vishwanath Karad's MIT World Peace University. Thank you so much for attending and for listening to this rather technical talk, but it combines, as you will recognize, integrating science, religion, and philosophy, scientifically showing how to create peace through yoga practices. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. And ladies and gentlemen, it is my pride and honor to introduce Dr. Jeffrey Clements, Honorable Chairman of Commonwealth Infrastructure Partners, New Cottages, Barnes Green, Horsham, West Sussex, UK. Dr. Clements is the chairman of Commonwealth Infrastructure Partners at London and a visiting professor at Symbiosis Institute of Management, Hyderabad. He obtained his DPhil in Applied Physics from the University of Sussex. During his doctoral studies, he was mentored by Nobel laureate Professor Sir Neville Mott, Cavendish Professor of Physics at the University of Cambridge. He was a founding faculty member of Maharishi European Research University in Switzerland, chairman of Maharishi Foundation, Great Britain, and European Director for Maharishi Foundation. Dr. Clements is a specialist in organizational development and capacity building for infrastructure sectors. He has conducted programs for Indian government ministries and companies and led the project to develop the master plan for Solar City, Gandhinagar in Gujarat. It is indeed an honor to have you, sir. I now kindly request you to address the gathering. Sir, over to you.
Namaste. I hope I can be heard clearly.
Yes, sir, you're perfect.
It's a great pleasure to be speaking to you. You're in a much warmer place than I am at the moment. I'm in chilly autumn in southern England, and I'm feeling very warm in my heart and soul to be with everybody today. Thank you so much. My gratitude to the conference organizers for this opportunity to speak to this all-important Seventh World Parliament on science, religion, and philosophy, and to speak in this session on peace, people, planet, and pathways forward. And I'd like to begin by extending my very best wishes to all the delegates and all the participants on this auspicious day of Mahatma Gandhi Jayanti and Shri Lal Bahadur Shastri Jayanti. I had the great pleasure a few years ago, actually when I was involved in this Solar City project in Gandhinagar, of visiting the wonderful Mahatma Gandhi ashram between Ahmedabad and the new capital of Gandhinagar, and to see the history, the story of this great man's life and all of the amazing things that he did in creating Bharat in today's world. Peace, people, planet, the theme of this session. The past 2 years have taught us a great deal. Most importantly, they've taught us a great deal about ourselves, as well as important lessons about our relationship between ourselves and the world in which we live. And I feel that one of the most important lessons is that many of the things that we regarded as important or essential up until 2 years ago, we now realize are not so important. We're comfortable in quite a few ways of doing without some of those things which we felt were essential in our day-to-day life. And we've had a chance, I think almost everybody has had the opportunity during the last 2 years on reflecting what is really essential in our lives and in moving life forward towards peace, towards integration, and towards fulfillment in life. So we've been reassessing our priorities, how we interact with those around us and those who are far away. Nearly all of us interact with people at far distance these days in occasions like today. And many of these changes can be summarized as rebalancing our consciousness. Dr. Hanke just mentioned some wonderful points about the development of consciousness. And our consciousness, the condition, the level of consciousness, both individual and collective, is the key to our future progress and the integration of our life as human beings and our relationship to all life on Earth. The history of international affairs during the past 3 decades has reconfirmed, if it ever needed reconfirming, that the outdated methods of force, military intervention, regime change, economic colonization can never create lasting peace, prosperity, or progress. These so-called methods ignore or even degrade the most essential element, which is the human condition, human consciousness. And more importantly, that they actually negate a fundamental reality that global peace and integration can only be created by elevating and not crushing the life of peoples around the world. There are so many examples, and today is a day of celebration. It's not a day to dwell on these issues. But whether we're looking at conflicts in the Middle East, deforestation of the Amazon, they are all examples that local chaos, local disintegration has global effects. We live in a globalized world. Nothing is local in its effect around the world. So fostering an enlightened world consciousness must be the priority for us all. And it's wonderful to be part of this enlightened group in this environment today, in this wonderful meeting. Now, I'd like to turn to the issue which I am passionate about, and that's education. Education plays a crucial and ever increasingly important role in our mission to develop an integrated world. We see the evidence every day, the evidence in recent international conference, for example, that young people around the globe are standing up and challenging the older leaders who are set in their old ways and not realizing that integration, development of consciousness, and real peace-creating methods around the world are vital. And this younger generation are emphasizing to us that we must do something substantial urgently to save our planet and to restore dignity to life everywhere. My main interest over the past number of years is to help bringing integration to education, in particular integration between education in India and the UK. And I feel from this experience, I've been so privileged to be a visitor to India for over 40 years now, to understand that this has to be a two-way flow of knowledge, experience and wisdom. India has been a knowledge-based and enlightenment-based culture for millennia. And it was the home, as I don't need to tell you, the home to some of the very earliest and highest regarded institutions of higher learning and wisdom anywhere in the world. And moreover, these institutions created and sustained the vital information and tradition for us all that education is not simply about information and facts. It must be based on fully developing the container of knowledge, the consciousness of every student. And so in this sense, the traditions of Indian education, as you are doing so fully, must be given their rightful place in world education systems. Reciprocally, the modern developments of technology in Western education enable this integration and growth to take place in a very full fashion. I've had the privilege and the pleasure of teaching in some of the leading higher education institutions in India, universities and business schools, as well as participating in education-themed conferences, interacting with ministers and officials in the Indian government at national and state level. And from all of these interactions, it's clear that the revitalization of education at every level, it must start at the very earliest years of primary education and extend up to higher education and professional training. And so one thing I'm very pleased to be able to do is to use my experience, to engage myself in using my experiences to foster the development of international good practice in education, using the great dignity and wealth of experience and knowledge from the traditions of education in India, and to contribute towards developing partnerships between education institutions at all levels in India and around the world. So this is a theme that I feel very passionate about. Again, I'm very delighted to have the opportunity of being with you today and to hearing the enlightened speeches and presentations by the great luminaries in this conference. I look forward to sharing these experiences further with everyone involved in this important global meeting. I'm honored to share the panel with the other eminent speakers. I've had the pleasure of working with Professor Hanke and Professor Harriet over a period of many years. And I wish this global meeting its greatest success and for the fulfillment of everyone taking part. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. That was indeed a very inspiring speech. I now kindly request Dr. Milan Pathway, the Associate Dean of Peace Studies at American World Peace University, to kindly express gratitude for none other than Dr. Jeffrey Clements. Sir, over to you.
Good evening. Highly respected Dr. Jeffrey Clements, sir. Sir, on behalf of Governing Council and Chairman Organizing Committee, I express heartfelt gratitude for your enlightening message with potentiality to transform the lives of many. Sir, you talked about priorities, which we learn very hard way post-COVID era. You also, sir, talked about rebalancing consciousness as a key component of pathways forward to peace. And also you talked about revitalization of education from primary level. And Sir, Mahatma Gandhi also said that if you want to teach peace, you have to begin with children. So you echoed the same feeling. Thank you so much, sir, for taking time to be with us in the first session of the 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion, and Philosophy. Sir, we are deeply honored by your gracious presence, and we are sincerely looking forward to listen to you again in near future. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Namaste. Thank you.
Namaste. Thank you.
Namaste. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Dear delegates, it is my great fortune to introduce Mrs. Narayani Ganesh, the Honorable former Associate Editor of Speaking Tree, The Times of India at Delhi, India. Mrs. Ganesh is a freelance editor and writer. She joined the Times of India group in 1987 and was an associate editor of the Times of India and the editor of the Speaking Tree columns in the Times of India and Economic Times till January 2021. She has a master's degree in economics from the University of Madras. More than 30 volumes of selections from the Speaking Tree have been published over the years by Times Group Books. A former associate editor of the Times of India, leading writer and editor of the Speaking Tree, Mrs. Ganesh writes on issues concerning the environment, science and technology, travel and tourism, heritage, philosophy, spirituality, and health. It is indeed an honor to have you, madam. I now kindly request you to address the gathering. Over to you.
Thank you for that elaborate introduction. Greetings to all the participants, delegates, the organizers, and audiences across the world. thank you for inviting me to share my thoughts on the theme Peace, People, Planet, Pathways Forward, and specifically on the topic peace building activities among the youth. Dr. Hanke mentioned that all conflict begins in the mind. But it is only when conflicts are not resolved through dialogue, discussion, and understanding that they transform into physical wars. This is the reason why education, right from junior school, needs to include peace studies and activities to inspire young students to cultivate the habit of thinking in terms of peace rather than thinking in terms of conflict. Peace is not only the absence of violence, peace is a way of life, and peace is predicated on virtues like compassion and non-violence that were promoted by leaders like Gandhiji. All faith leaders, scriptures, and people's leaders like Mahatma Gandhi and Martin Luther King Jr. have talked of the importance of living with compassion and practicing non-violence. His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama says, India's millennia-old tradition, Karuna and Ahimsa, really gives me self-confidence and inner strength. With the practice of Karuna, wherever I go, I always feel self-confident, and with great inner strength, I feel we are the same human beings, a part of one big family. He points out that now scientists confirm that since human beings are social animals by nature, we have natural concern for the community. Human evolution and survival also depend on cooperation and harmonious community life, since we are all interconnected and rely on each other for support and strength. Since we are social animals, we feel close to the people around us. Today, with the reality of a global economy and effective communication and transportation and advances in science and technology, no national boundary can hold us back from experiencing the feeling that the whole world is one community. Destructive emotions like anger, hatred, and violence come from a strong sense of I-ness or ego. And by cultivating selflessness, these emotions can be overcome and one can focus on becoming compassionate, kind, non-violent, and loving. Along with science, mathematics, and social sciences, educational institutions need to include workshops and classes where students can learn ways to live a peaceful life by accepting diverse faiths, cultures, ideologies, and ways of life with good understanding. The Prana Agnihotra Upanishad, one of the minor of the 108 Upanishads, extols the virtues of being compassionate and non-violent first to the self. For it is Brahman that resides within, the universal pure consciousness, of which we are part. And this show of Karuna and Ahimsa to the inner self is far superior to any kind of external ritual that propitiates the gods. Once we learn to be kind to ourselves, by natural extension, we will show kindness to others. And where there is kindness, it is difficult to keep conflicts alive. The self or Brahman within is part of the universal self or Brahman that pervades existence. And so, when we establish peace within ourselves, we can hope for peace in the external world as well. Although Karuna or compassion is present in all faiths, it is the Buddhist tradition that has really spread the message, and so it has come to be associated more with Buddhist philosophy worldwide. When there is compassion, Ahimsa cannot be far behind, since compassion brings with it kindness and empathy, attributes that engender peace, love, and togetherness. Another way to ensure peace is to focus on one's duties diligently without bothering about the result, as the Bhagavad Gita advises us. Sant Naneshwar, who wrote an elaborate and detailed commentary on the Gita, advocated performance of one's duties, acting without egoism, renunciation of the fruits of one's actions, and offering one's actions to God. These are 4 ways by which, according to Naneshwar, that can result in actionlessness and self-realization. And the one who is engaged on this path will have no inclination at all to indulge in violence and hatred, which cause conflict. For his focus is on something higher and something pure, something that engenders love and peace. Faith leaders have been experimenting in teaching children peaceful coexistence by inviting youth from conflicted countries to live together at their ashrams and discover for themselves that they are not different from one another as human beings. One such exercise is done regularly at the Art of Living premises near Bengaluru, where teachers trained by Shri Ravi Shankar engage with children from Israel and Palestine with gratifying results. These children come thinking they are enemies, but they go back as friends. Indians who have visited Pakistan in better times have come back with stories how people there are so warm and friendly, whereas at the level of government, India and Pakistan are in perennial conflict. This is why youth exchange programs and people-to-people contact are far more effective in engendering peace than meetings between heads of state and military. Another example of youth as driving force in campaigning for peace is with regard to conflicts arising out of the challenge of climate change and environmental destruction due to violence done to nature, violence done to the planet, our Mother Earth, which is our home. Since it is future generations that will suffer due to mindless exploitation by adults of previous generations, youth today have taken it upon themselves to speak out in favor of lifestyle changes, governmental policy changes, and greening of business practices in order to reverse the damage done to the environment that is leading to global warming, water shortage, pollution, and extinction of species. So it's not only Greta Thunberg and her friends in Scandinavia and Europe who speak out to counter climate conflict. It is youth from all countries who have chosen to show solidarity and speak up on behalf of Mother Nature and on behalf of future generations to ensure peaceful coexistence with the planet and her resources. Youth have been actively engaged in finding alternatives to fossil fuel and are finding ways to regenerate coral reefs that are dying due to warming waters. In 2008, the India Youth Climate Change Network was established to create greater awareness among young people about climate change through climate satsang workshops and training from the Northeast to Southern India and from Western to Eastern India. An increasing number of youth are taking interest in contributing their efforts to make Earth a peaceful home, and through individual and community efforts, they are making a positive impact towards peaceful coexistence. And as adults, we need to encourage them and facilitate all their efforts in working towards establishing peace rather than conflict. Some of them are students, others are members of the young workforce, but all are coming together, making time to make a positive difference to the world in which we live. All peace building activity must have a youth component that will inspire and invigorate the peace process and give hope to one and all that the innocence and sincerity of children can play a significant role in nourishing peace among adults. United Nations has also taken cognizance of this and includes youth representation in the climate change talks held with NGOs, governments, faith leaders, and business leaders. If you want real peace in the world, start with children, said Gandhiji. He also said that each one has to find his peace from within. And peace, to be real, must be unaffected by external circumstances. Practices like yoga and meditation in the Indian tradition add value to one's life, and these practices make it easier for us to think in terms of peace and are able to strengthen the resolve of young people to do their bit to make this world a peaceful place. There is no denying the fact that practice of karuna and ahimsa, as Gandhiji believed, is a gentle way to shake the world. And the best place to instill these values for good results is in the hearts of youth, who are the future. Which is why there is a movement promoted by the Dalai Lama to educate the heart rather than focus on rote learning and gathering of information. With this, I conclude my little talk, and I hope I have been able to add some value to the proceedings. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That was indeed a very enlightening speech. I now kindly request Dr. Pramod, a renowned neurosurgeon, philosopher, and thinker, as well as an advisor of School of Consciousness at MIT World Peace University, to kindly express gratitude. Sir, over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's indeed a great privilege and honor to be having such an esteemed person like Ms. Narayani Ganesh to express her thoughts on this wonderful platform. I would like to assure you, ma'am, that on the lines of what you had mentioned in your concluding sentence of Mr. Dalai Lama is talking about educating the heart. Our President and CEO, Dr. Vishwanath Karad, has taken it upon himself to make a very sincere attempt to induce some kind of a value-based education. And we are not just talking about education in the form of information, but education that will impart wisdom, which will impart some humanity, which will impart a sense of responsibility and a sense of value-based education, which is what we are all working towards. And it's indeed, I, on behalf of the MIT World Peace University and our office bearers, I take this opportunity to thank you very profoundly for accepting our invitation, Ms. Ganesh. And I must also tell you that the stellar work that you have done in creating awareness on the spiritual and the philosophical aspect in the minds of the readers through your column of the Speaking Tree has indeed been something that has remained absolutely stellar work which you have done, and we wish you all the best in all your future endeavors as well. Thanks so much, Ms. Narayani Ganesh.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to introduce Dr. Scott Harriet, Honorable Provost and Professor of Management at Maharishi International University, Fairfield.
Thank you very much.
Sir, I would like to introduce you, sir. Please give us just a minute more. We would be really glad to make an elaborate introduction of yours. Professor Harriet received his PhD from Stanford in Management Science and Engineering. He is the author of scholarly papers in the areas of economics, organization theory, and business strategy. His most recent books are Feasibility Analysis for Sustainable Technologies, published in 2015, and Metrics for Sustainable Business, published in 2016. Professor Harriet has a wide range of experience in the field of academics. He has served in various capacities in some of the premier institutes of the world. Professor Harriet has a multitude of publications to his credit. His research interests lie in issues of cooperative strategy in business policy. His specific projects include studies of electric utility power tools, cooperative advertising, risk pooling, partial acquisitions, information channels in markets, and the implications of Maharishi Vedic science for theories of motivation, job design, and management decisions. We are honored to have you, sir. I now kindly request you to address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bagchi. It is such a pleasure to participate in this session on peace, people, and planet pathways forward. My talk today is on the topic of empirical research on solving the problem of world peace. I will talk today about an approach to peace that draws on ancient wisdom and that is also validated by modern research. I think that this would be well appreciated by Swami Vivekananda, who so famously said, "The union of science and spirituality alone will bring peace to mankind." My main point can be stated very simply. People practicing the advanced transcendental meditation program in group can generate an influence of coherence, harmony, progress, and peace throughout their environment. The research I will talk about indicates that this peace-creating effect is most pronounced when the size of the group is at least the square root of 1% of the population. For India, that would be only 4,000 people. For the world, it means 9,000 people. Yes, that is not a large number. It means, for example, that even one moderate-sized university in India could create peace for the entire world by training its students, faculty, and staff in this advanced meditation practice. I will describe 3 research studies spanning a period of 30 years, only 3 out of more than 30 peer-reviewed research studies on this subject. The first study of this effect of creating coherence in the collective consciousness that was published in a widely known journal was a 1988 report on a study that took place in Israel and Lebanon during the Lebanese Civil War of 1983. The project was organized through Harvard University and published in the Journal of Conflict Resolution in 1988, when it was edited at Yale University. The group of meditators in this study was relatively small, about 200 people, all volunteers, all experienced with the Transcendental Meditation program. They came to Jerusalem and assembled in a hotel to do their meditation program. The size of the group fluctuated over a 10-week experimental period, affected by weekends and holidays. The researchers looked at the simultaneous daily data on indicators of societal quality of life and newspaper reports of the national mood. They were examining data on war deaths, fires, automobile accidents, and the stock market. They created a composite index so that negative indicators of war deaths, for example, would be a negative quality of society and favorable things would be positive. When the group size went up, collectively practicing the Advanced Transcendental Meditation program, the composite of all of these qualities of societal life went in the desirable direction. And when the group size went down, so did the composite indicator. Statistically, they determined that there was less than a 1% probability that this effect could have happened purely by chance. The second study I will tell you about was published in 1999 in the journal Social Indicators Research, and it described a project performed in 1993, a large-scale demonstration in Washington, D.C. of this peace-creating effect, this Maharishi effect. It also used a group of experienced volunteers, but this time the number was up to 4,000 people toward the end of an 8-week period. The people volunteered their time and stayed in several large hotels at their own expense. The total cost of this project was about $6 million. The project had an advisory board consisting of public officials in Washington who were not affiliated with the Transcendental Meditation Organization. In the beginning of the project's scientific team presented a press conference and told the people that the group would reduce violent crime in Washington by 20%. The Washington police chief responded by saying that the only thing that could reduce violent crime by 20% would be 20 inches of snow. The project was held during a very hot summer. The end result, however, was a 23% decrease in violent crime. The probability of that happening by chance, as determined by the statistical analysis using time series methodology, was less than 1 chance in a million. The researchers used a well-known statistical model to predict what the violent crime would be during 3 months before the project and 3 months after the project. The statistical model tracked crime very well until about 4 weeks into the 8-week project. At that point, the number of people in this coherence-creating group had grown to about 2,000, which was the predicted threshold for this Maharishi effect at the level of the entire United States. That's when the actual violent crime started going down relative to what it had been normally. Statistics would show that the previous rising trend should have continued. In fact, the crime went down. After the group left Washington within a month or so, the actual crime again coincided with the normal predictions of crime. This study was published, as I said, in 1999 in the journal Social Indicators Research. The third study that I would like to tell you about was published in 2016, and it reported on a project that took place over a 4-year period between 2007 and 2011. This was another large-scale demonstration of this Maharishi effect created in the center of the United States at the home of Maharishi International University. This project used funding from a single donor at about $1 million per month to bring nearly 2,000 experienced volunteers to practice the advanced Transcendental Meditation program together over a long period of time, 4 years. For the first year, the number of advanced practitioners was close to, but a little below the predicted threshold for this coherence creating effect to take place in the entire United States. Which was about just under 2,000 people. However, from 2008 through 2010, the group size was above the threshold level where we would expect to see this coherence creating effect, creating more peace in the United States. At that time, the effect of this group of 2,000 people was dramatic. The researchers looked at the urban murder rate in the entire United States as predicted by standard crime models. The actual murder rate was going up from 2003 to 2006, but it broke from its previous trend when the demonstration project started in 2007. It turned downward, and that trend continued throughout the project through 2010. The same break in trend was seen in a total of 6 different measures that all related to fatalities, deaths of one kind or another, accidents, infant mortality, things like that. What are we to make of this research? It violates the classical statistical, classical sociological model that is based on behavioral science. This research suggests that there is a deeper field effect that underlies behavior in society. 30 years ago, this was a very hard pill for the Journal of Conflict Resolution to swallow when they published the first study in 1988 of the Israel-Lebanon conflict. But there have now been more than 30 peer-reviewed scientific studies demonstrating the effect. Let me tell you what two very distinguished independent scientists have to say about this research. David Edwards, professor of government at the University of Texas, said, "This work deserves the most serious consideration." He said, "The claim can plausibly be made that the potential impact of this research exceeds that of any other ongoing social or psychosocial research program. The research has survived a broader array of statistical tests than any other research in the field of conflict resolution. I think that this work and the theory that informs it deserve the most careful consideration by academics and policymakers alike." Now, hear from Raymond Russ, the editor of the Journal of Mind and Behavior and professor of psychology at the University of Maine. He said, "The work is sound." He said, "The hypothesis initially raised some eyebrows among our reviewers." His journal has published some of this research. "But the statistical work is sound. The numbers are there. When you can statistically control for as many variables as these studies do, it makes the results much more convincing. This evidence indicates that we now have a new technology to generate peace in the world." Those are the words of the editor of Journal of Mind and Behavior. Let me repeat the last sentence. "This evidence indicates that we now have a new technology to generate peace in the world." So, what kind of meditation can produce this effect? That is a very interesting question. And here we look to the traditional knowledge. The Mandukya Upanishad is very clear about the type of meditation that can produce lasting peace. In verses 2, 3, and 4 of the Mandukya Upanishad, there is described the common states of consciousness, waking, dreaming, and sleeping. In verse 6, however, the Mandukya Upanishad describes a fourth state of consciousness, which is transcendental to waking, dreaming, and sleeping. That verse says, Shivam Shantam Advaitam, infinite silence, infinite peace, non-duality, Sa'atma Savigyaha, that is the self, that is to be known. Indeed, Shivam Shantam Advaitam Chaturtam Manyante, said to be the fourth state of consciousness, Sa'atma Savigyaha, that is the self, that is to be known, scientific knowledge. What does non-duality mean here? It means no duality, no separation of knower and known, of subject and object. Non-duality, Advaitam, describes the essential nature of oneself. It is that wakefulness, consciousness that is transcendental to experience, that is awake to itself. Dr. Vishwanath Karad, in his introductory remarks, so beautifully said that non-duality, Advaita, is a philosophy of science. And the Mandukya Upanishad says, Savigyaha, this must be known, it must be experienced, it is scientific knowledge. It must be taught, one has to learn how to practice it. The method is the transcendental meditation technique to transcend the gross experience of thought to the subtler, subtlest, and transcendental experience of the self. So this brings to conclusion this beautiful point about modern scientific research on creating peace through this power of deep experience of transcendental consciousness radiating an influence into society. It shows that world peace is a valid and achievable objective even for a university, a mid-sized university with 4,000, 9,000 students. World peace can be a byproduct of developing the students' creative intelligence through the experience of their own settled state of awareness. And the Transcendental Meditation program achieves both of these. Thank you very much for considering these enlightening remarks.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. It was indeed an intellectual feast. I now kindly request Professor Dr. Ravi Kumar Chitnis, the Acting Vice Chancellor of MIT World Peace University, to please express gratitude. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Bagchi. Indeed, pleasure to meet very senior researcher in the world who initially spoke about empirical research by citing 3 large research projects which happened at 3 different destinations, namely Jerusalem, then Washington, under supervision of police, to make it little better. And then different 2,000 volunteers of transcendental meditation in mainly Maharishi University and rest part of the US. Common thing as an outcome of research, which says, and which is later on accepted by Scopus research journals also, that the effect of group meditation is definitely going to change the crime rate, definitely going to change the behavior of the group in that area, and then there is an assurance of establishment of peace. But then Dr. Scott Heriot sir told us formula also, he being PhD from Stanford, square root of total population, that is square root of 1 total population, which makes in Indian context 4,000 members doing group meditation, and for entire world 9,000. And it is indeed pleasure to learn from sir that it is possible for a large university, and definitely we do that at MIT WPU. And going forward, if we have a large such meditation hall, it would be bliss to participate in such meditation, as well as, you know, it will help to rest of the India or rest of the world also. It is also pleasure to learn from you, sir, about non-duality, which is a part of science or a feature of science. And you also told that 4 stages of consciousness, which come from Indian traditional wisdom. And referring Mandukya Upanishad, which also says about these 4 different status, or what we can say is forms of consciousness, that will definitely going to be an input to our peace faculty members who can include Mandukya Upanishad in the syllabus. And transcendental meditation is going to be the best option to take the things ahead in the Indian university. Sir, I hope that this piece of wisdom through this recorded video will be uploaded on the website of MIT World Peace Parliament. And this is going to be one of the eye-opener video. I don't know how to thank you, but on behalf of organizers, let me express my gratitude to you. And I remember our association in your visits to India, when MIT WPU interested students and faculty members, you trained us on transcendental meditation. I was one of the participants and I learned transcendental meditation from you and I practiced that. Also, my colleagues and students who practice it, they have been benefited. And our founder, respected, revered Dr. Karad sir, always reminds me that it was Dr. Scott Heriot, such a big personality, provost of Maharishi University, came to my place and taught me transcendental meditation. So when we have such kind of a relations, how we can go ahead and how we can thank you? That is what the two questions. But in a formal way, once again, I express my gratitude. I do remember your visit to my place over breakfast on a lazy Sunday. And you had lunch also and afternoon, evening tea snacks, and then a lot of discussion. Let me share with you, sir, that morning 8 to evening 5, that brought a lot of vibrance to my residence, which I witnessed for a few weeks further. So I experienced whatever you have said. And that's why I have this authority and opportunity to share with all others, those who are present, that learning transcendental meditation is the first thing you can do. So pull up your socks, go to the website of TM and just jump in. Dr. Scott here may not be available, but it's Maharishi Mahesh Yogis, and it's available in all the cities of India. I wanted to add one thing during your introduction. Dr. Purnima Bakchi, do you know that Maharishi Mahesh Yogi has one one-on-one Diksha, Anugraha?
Oh.
So very few, and Dr. Scott Heriot was very young, 24, 25-year-old, 26-year-old. I don't recollect your age that time. One-on-one interaction and one-on-one Diksha by Maharishi Mahesh Yogi. And Maharishi Mahesh Yogi is Guru of Shri Ravi Shankar and even Beatles and even Barack Obama.
Right, sir.
If you don't know Beatles, you know Barack Obama and Shri Ravi Shankar. Those belong to this particular generation. And such a great person coming just on one call without giving any kind of showing hesitation and without making any kind of a fuss about his availability. I think our relationship is going forward. That is what I'm saying. And I also remember when I requested you for taking some of our students and faculty members to your university. Within less than a minute, you said that it's possible. And many of our students, many of our faculties, they went to your university, stayed with you. And I am opening this invitation on your behalf to all our faculty members and students that it's in very near from Chicago. You can fly to Chicago and then take a bus from there. And it's going to change your entire life. Earlier, the better. You do the meditation, more is the merrier. Once again, thank you. Expression of gratitude is over. Over to Dr. Bakchi. Thank you, sir. Have a great day ahead to you. And gratitude to your family.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Chitnis. And that really speaks volumes about our association with such great intellectual dignitaries. And we are honored to have you on this virtual days. Dear delegates, it is my honor and pleasure to introduce W. Cole Durham, Honorable President of G20 Interfaith Forum Association. Since we are cherishing very fond memories I have to mention that we have really fond memories with you too, sir, especially your invitation to our Honorable President and Honorable Executive President of MIT World Peace University to G20 Interfaith hosted in 2019 in Japan, where you were the chief convener, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to mention that Professor Durham is the founding director of International Center for Law and Religion Studies at J. Reuben Clark Law School, Brigham Young University, Utah, USA. From its official organization on January 1st, 2000 until May 1st, 2016, Professor Durham was director of the center, which was organized to provide an institutional base for long-term initiatives in the field of law and religion throughout the world. Begun in the law school in the mid-1980s by Professor Durham and continued in subsequent years with the involvement of many students and colleagues. Professor Durham holds an AB degree in philosophy magna cum laude from Howard College, and he joined the faculty at BYU Law School in 1976, just 1 year after he received his own Juris Doctor degree from Howard Law School, where he was a note editor of the Harvard Law Review and managing editor of the Harvard International Law Journal. Throughout his long career, he has been heavily involved in comparative law scholarship, with a special emphasis on comparative constitutional law. It is genuinely a pride and honor to welcome you, sir. I now kindly request you to address the gathering. Sir, over to you.
Welcome. Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be with you. I wish it were possible to be with you physically in Pune, but we are all conscious of the constraints that COVID has put on us all. I want to express my special thanks to the organizers of this event, to Dr. Vishwanath Karad and to Dr. Rahul Karad and to all those working with them to bring about this important parliament. The issues of peace, people, and planet have taken on a greater significance than ever before, and we can be thankful for the leadership in addressing these issues that has been displayed by those who have organized this Seventh World Parliament of Science, Religion, and Philosophy. We live in turbulent times, marked most obviously by the COVID-19 pandemic, but involving challenges across every sector of life: economics, political polarization, hunger, inequality, unemployment, education, environment, and the need for stronger institutions protecting peace and peace and justice, including freedom of religion or belief. The focus on peace, people, and planet helps to prioritize the areas where the greatest progress is needed and where the most important concrete steps can be taken. Now, in my remarks, I'll take a somewhat slightly different tack than the other speakers in this session. I'm very sympathetic to the kinds of philosophical and consciousness kinds of approaches that they are talking about. But I serve as president of an organization that has been coming at these issues of peace, people, and planet from a kind of global perspective, the perspective of policy formation at the level of G20 countries. And I hope that will provide also some useful perspective. I think this is significant, among other things, because while we just finished the G20 Interfaith Forum in Italy a couple of weeks ago, we are already working on plans for Indonesia in 2022 and then India in 2023. And I know I've had discussions with the Karads and others at your institution about these kinds of potentials. As most of those here would be aware, the G20 is made up of 19 countries and the European Union. So the G20 is a little bit of an underestimate of the number of countries involved. But collectively, the G20 members represent all inhabited continents, 85% of global economic output, 2/3 of world population, 75% of international trade, and 80% of global investment. Historically, the focus of the G20 process has been on financial and economic developments that have been in the consideration of G20 countries. The G20 was formally brought together after the 2008 crash, so it's had a strong financial and economic focus. However, in recent years, as each host country has outlined specific objectives for its summit, there has been an increasing tendency to focus on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. I won't read through the entire list of the 17 goals, but just think about some of them. No poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, various environmental goals, responsible consumption, peace, justice, and strong institutions. The importance of these sustainable development goals becomes even more obvious if one thinks of the concrete problems that we face. Beyond the pandemic of COVID-19, we suffer from a pandemic of larger problems, deserving larger solutions, as specified inter alia by the UN Sustainable Development Goals. We have vulnerable children spending their entire childhoods in refugee camps. We face an epidemic of trafficking and modern slavery. A startling number of children go to bed hungry every night. Equality is a distant ideal. The environment cries out for better solutions. And there are numerous other challenges we will be discussing, I'm sure, over the days of these Parliament. Easily half of the Sustainable Development Goals, and in reality, virtually all of them, cannot be achieved without coordination with religious actors. This speaks broadly. There's a tremendous range and diversity of religious actors, but they bring insights to bear on global problems that cannot be ignored. Something like 80 to 85% of the world's population affirms or has some kind of link to religious kinds of backgrounds. And to think that the world's largest problems can be solved without involving input from the actors, the leaders, the institutions that are involved seems naive to me. And that is what's led to the creation of the G20 Interfaith Forum. Let me just say, before saying some words about that, note that the 3 Ps that we're stressing here are the core of the 5 Ps that are typically mentioned to provide a convenient summary of what the Sustainable Development Goals are about. The 3 Ps highlighted by this Parliament, peace, people, and planet, and then supplemented the other 2 are prosperity and partnership. And one of my first points is that as we contemplate the 3 Ps we're talking about here, which are really the core of what we're talking about, it's worth remembering that at the global level, the G20 process provides a setting that is vital for making major progress. There are a lot of other techniques, there are a lot of civilizational goals and so forth that can be tapped, but the G20 has a kind of nimbleness, an ability to address problems and address problems relatively quickly that is often hard in some of the larger international institutions such as the United Nations. Now, a word or 2 about the G20 Interfaith Forum itself. The fundamental aim of the forum has been to provide a platform in which religious leaders, actors, and institutions can find a place at the global policy-making table. One of my colleagues in our association often says, if you don't have a place at the table, you're often on the menu. And I think that this is unfortunately a reality. And while many other types of groups have significant input into global policy making, one can think in the G20 context of the B20 for business, the C20 for civil society, the S20 for science, the W20 for women, the T20 for think tanks, and I haven't named them all. But it's striking that if one is thinking about policy on the highest levels, it's very important to have inputs from a range of religious players. This is partially because these are the institutions that for millennia have been dealing with the kinds of problems that are covered by the 3 Ps. They have differing experiences, different insights, different levels of effectiveness, no doubt. But to think that we will formulate major policy with no input from these sources strikes me as a problem. The fundamental aim of the forum has been to provide this kind of platform. The forum emerged in its present form in 2014. There were antecedents going back to the first emergence of the G20 summit process in 2008, and it had earlier links to the G7 and G8. But the current structure with its annual gathering of a networks of religious leaders and religiously affiliated NGOs, along with relevant government and academic experts, emerged in 2014 and has progressed each year since. Now, as a religious leader I respect has said, we are not under the illusion that in the past all relationships were perfect or all decisions were just. We need to start with that humility and then find ways of seeking unity and solidarity. Taking the religious sector as a whole, one of the challenges is that religious groups are anything but a model of unity. Yet in our polarized world, religious actors and communities are becoming better at finding ways of coming together. I'm hearing that my time has expired, but let me just make this a little bit more concrete in terms of the kinds of things that have been emerging from the latest G20 interfaith forums. For more detailed information, you can see our website at g20interfaith.org. But let me just mention 4 or 5 quickly. We urge that taking advantage of the synergies that result from cooperation of public authorities with religious communities in addressing the COVID-19 pandemic in particular. That's a very concrete, high-level focus right now, and it includes finding ways to support vaccination campaigns, identifying especially vulnerable communities, conveying positive messages, and addressing vaccine hesitancy. Second point, finding ways to reduce inequalities with and among nations, taking advantage of religious communities to achieve needed progress. We need to address the massive disruptions of education that have been caused by the COVID-19 epidemic. We need to pay greater attention to racism in all its forms. Patriarch Bartholomew 2 weeks ago at our meeting, often known as the Green Patriarch, the leader of the Orthodox Christian world, issued an open letter to COP26, the big environmental program that is coming, calling for a new asceticism with respect to energy and environmental issues. I don't think he was calling for us to become monks or sort of abandon modern lifestyles, but to call for us to be more thoughtful and sensitive about the ways we interact with the environment. There were significant initiatives addressed at educational policy. And then let me conclude with one final one that does tie in with much else that's been said in this session. One of the things that we're conscious of is the need to find new civilizational approaches to global problems. The Minister of Religious Affairs in Indonesia, those working with him on next year's G20 Interfaith Forum, are anxious to identify ways that the unique cultural and civilizational background of what they call the Indosphere, that India, Indonesia, and so forth, can provide new insight, scientific, religious, and philosophical, that can contribute to global solutions. So thank you very much for the opportunity to participate, thinking about these issues from a slightly different angle. But thank you very much.
Thank you so so much, sir, for your words of wisdom. And I now request Dr. Sanjay, Assistant Director at MIT World Peace University, to kindly express that. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Kulmaran. It was great listening to you. It was a pleasure that you brought a new insight of approaching this topic of people, planet, and peace, people, planet, and pathways forward. That of organization, that we have been approaching this issue through the thinking about consciousness and how we can handle it through our minds and the philosophy. But well, the problem can also be addressed through a global organization, an organization that is slightly smaller than United Nations, but therefore also much more effective, that it encompasses like 85% of the population. It has closed units that focus on religion itself, and how states can cooperate with with religious groups and develop ways to address concrete problems like, say, corona epidemic. This is quite an insight of how we can address global problems through organizational efforts. And this is a perspective that we need to take more seriously and implement it. So we are very grateful to you that we could listen to your ideas, and that you could give us these fresh intakes which were discussed in Italy, that the conference happened. And so this is like the latest that we know of what can be done, at the level of global organization to solve grassroots problems. Thank you very much, and we truly appreciate your participation in this parliament. Thank you so much. I thank you from my organization, MIT, WPU, and the World Peace Dome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to welcome our source of inspiration, the UNESCO chair holder, revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Tarad, Honorable Founder and President, Chief Patron at MIRS MIT Group Pune and MIT World Peace University, Pune, India. Sir, I now kindly request you to address the gathering. Over to you.
What a pleasure to listen to Dr. Durham. We had met in Japan and thereafter in India. Thank you so much, Hanke, and many other speakers to whom I could not listen before. But friends, you must have been surprised that Professor Karad is putting some saffron color shawl or something on his body. Friends, when we are discussing about the very role in the Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy, fortunately for whatever reasons or whatever programs, I am sitting in a small temple. The temple, not of Hinduism. It speaks about all religions of the whole world. The Hinduism, the Christianity, the Islam, Buddhism, Sikhism, you take the name, all the religions of the whole world, and just where I'm sitting, you can see that statue with about 10 heads representing the various facets of science and religion and philosophy. It does not belong to Hinduism at all. The pond below contains the holy water and the sacred soil from Makkah, Medina, Vatican, Kasi, Banaras, Kedarnath, Badrinath, Pandharpur, Alandi, Devu, Bodh Gaya, different religious places possibly known to the human beings, not to praise, but it has been a good fortune for us that yes, we have realized that religious scriptures are nothing but the life guiding scriptures. They are personal religions most of the time. Whether you talk of Hinduism or Islam or Christianity, the Jesus Christ, Tathagat Gautam Buddha, Shankaracharya, Naneshwar, Tukaram, and on the other side, I have been talking always about the son, the Gyaneshwar to Albert Einstein.
the Penrose, Schrodinger, who gave the wonderful equations like Einstein, E equal to mc square. But I couple with this, the Om is not a Hinduism word. Om is a universal word, and which conveys, because there are so many 52 or more than 52 languages, and each and every alphabet has a certain meaning. And this is the mechanism, the mouth, the larynx, the tongue, and the throat. You know it much better than me, but friends, a new equation is being discussed world over. The word Om equal to E, the energy, equal to mc square. And this great scientist of the 20th century, Albert Einstein, when he speaks, he says, he is using the word, it's not mine. He says, oh God, now I realize that the entire universe is a manifestation of pure intelligence and consciousness, the reality. As you know it, friends, the Schrodinger has very categorically said that in the place of all the great universities, I don't want to take any name, but all the world-based universities, they should come together. The teachers, academicians, philosophers, scientists, the well-known scientists in any field of their area, they must sit together and resolve and evolve a wonderful system of education which should have a balanced component of science and spirituality and philosophy. When I say this, friends, you may be surprised that how can Professor Karad, who is a professor of engineering sciences and also a man of the spiritually oriented concepts in his mind, how can he dare to say this? But I am very humbly putting it before you. You are all great people, learned people, scholars, thinkers, philosophers, scientists, men of religion, men of philosophy. We are all one. The concept which has been spoken maybe 5,000 years back, I don't know. When the Jesus spoke the language of love and compassion and service, the Tathagat Gautam Buddha spoke the language of the knowledge divine. So is the case with philosophers of Naneshwar. And friends, in America itself, the conferences, almost 7 conferences have been held by the great people of America itself, wherein they have said that non-duality is a philosophy of science. I repeat, non-duality, duality and non-duality. Non-duality is a Advaita philosophy of Bhagavad Gita. And Bhagavad Gita, not because it is Hinduism, but Bhagavad Gita speaks the very wonderful language of how to live and how not to live. How to minimize the anger, jealousy, hatred, and selfish motives, greed, and then live with a wonderful way which will help the others to live very happy. Minimizing the disorder in the life of oneself and in the life of all others is the real theory, the very beauty. The religion has been defined by many number of great people that religion is nothing but to perform your duty. The duty towards your mother, the duty towards your father, the family, the society, the nation, the whole world. It speaks as world as one family. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is the name given in Indian language. But friends, remember, when the Schrodinger or all these great men, they speak the language of the science itself. They say there is only one truth. There is only one language of consciousness. Cosmic dance ki baat hai. Very wonderful. The cosmic play, cosmic dance of the entire universe. And each and every particle is conscious, like a God particle. The smallest of the small particle of the universe is intelligent. It is conscious. It's a theory which has been scientifically and logically put up words of wisdom by philosophers of Naneshwar 730 years back, friends. Not with you, I'm telling. This is a fact. And when I read these words which have been written 730 years back by a young boy of 16 years old, he doesn't claim that he's a scholar, he's a thinker, he's a philosopher. But the most unique statements have been given as the rising of the sun in the east and going to the west is an illusion. Before Galileo, before all those great saints. But you must also know, friends, that the very great German monk has stated that there was a time in 1700 when unfortunately some selfish people, they have given the advertisement that Vatican has started selling the entry passes to the heaven. What a concept, what a foolish idea. But the same gentleman says, now the time has come to make all the world to understand what is exactly the essence and philosophy of the Christianity itself, Hinduism itself, the holistic Bible itself, or the Quran. And friends, hence it is said and discussed in this regard that time has come, let us say, on the background of the coronavirus, the world has started realizing there is some energy beyond, invisible energy. It's not a physical form of a body of a person, but it is very clearly stated and given a full understanding that the time has come and Corona has given you the lesson. The nation like America, the nation like Britain, China, we don't know this coronavirus or the COVID-19 is a man-made one or a natural one. But whatever the form it may be, it has caused a very horrifying situation worldwide. I dare to write some letters to the Security Council members of the United Nations, request them at least stop the race, the rat race, the mad race, which we are trying to promote and do through all the universities and developing this virus. The biological weapons, the chemical weapons, which may cause the devastation of the entire earth, entire Mother Earth. Why are you doing it and what for? And possibly, friends, I sincerely feel that we are sitting on a ticking bomb. Any time it can click and it can destroy the whole. What for we are playing this? So why not to devise an education system which will have the understanding, appropriate understanding of the role of science and role of spiritual comfort of life. What is that spirituality? Spirituality itself is a science. There is no difference whatsoever. It's a way of life. We are creating order in the body and the mind and the soul. Not the body and the brain alone, but in the soul and the mind. And as I initially said to you, friends, let us try to understand what is the chemistry of mind. What is the nature of the soul itself? What is the self-reality of the self itself? When we are trying to understand the mechanism, how it operates, as an engineer, as a scientist, as a man of philosophy, as a man of logic, you think in any manner, friends, at least for myself, I have been trying to understand this mechanism. And with the grace of this very concept of Naneshwar Einstein, now the time has come that the world has to realize and devise a very unique education system, which I always call as a global education management council of all the vice chancellors, the people and all the universities of the world sit together on what should be the education and the method of education and what we should not teach the students. What for we are teaching all this? What is there exactly the making of their life? So many things I can go on speaking, friends. I am sorry I have taken too much of time, but I am grateful to all the great speakers who spoke just now. I had the fortune of listening to a few people because I am already having some wonderful function near this wonderful dome which has come up. In the known human history, and for which we are all grateful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for a very fascinating rendition of your heartfelt gospel idea. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the pride and honor of the Contemporary Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karat, the Honorable President of MIT World Peace University. I now request Dr. Sanjay Upadhyay, the Executive Director at Vishwa Shanti Sangh Pune, to kindly propose the concluding remarks and also give the vote of thanks for this session. Sir, over to you.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone, and namaste. Let us have some smile on our face. One of foreigner came to India and he asked one question to the Indian monk, saying that he said, "I want peace." The monk smiled. So the foreigner asked him, "Why did you smile?" He said, "Smile is the shortest distance between two people. We have to reduce the distance between the people, and the smile is the only way to achieve it." But then what is the answer? "I want peace." The monk said, "Remove I. Remove I. Once your ego has gone, then the things will be easier." Then he said, "Remove want also. So remove your need and your greed." He said, "Okay." And then he laughed and said, "Now the last word remains is peace." So if I want peace, we have to remove I. We want to remove want also. Now, question is this: today, as far as such type of big conferences are concerned, they are taking place all over the world. But normally I have seen that the peace-loving people are attending and the peace experts are delivering their thoughts to peace-loving people. Now it's high time, because this planet and the people on the planet, there are two groups. One group is peace-loving group, and there is another growing group is called violence-loving group. Now, the war is between these two. So what are the ways? The Mother Nature has standardized human body. Now it is a question of standardizing human mind. And if you want to standardize human mind, as earlier I said, you must have a smile on your face. The peace-loving people must have a contentment on their face. Unless until they have a contentment on their face, they cannot influence violence-loving people. And today that time has come, particularly from India. Why India? Because it has a history of 5,000 years where the scriptures are saying that Do Shanti, Vanaspataya Shanti, Aushadaya Shanti. Indian culture is asking for peace everywhere. And this is the only place, this is the only country, this is the only land on this planet. So I really request my all foreign delegates, those who are attending this conference and giving their very valuable thoughts, that the culture which has got this 5,000 years history working for peace, what we have is a democracy in faith. We have democracy in governance all over the world. Number of nations are very well known for their democratic governance. But then it is a question of democracy in faith. When the democracy in faith, if you could establish, then the conflicts, they will get resolved. Today the problem is that the conflict is between the rituals. Traveling towards the peace, traveling towards the God of peace, my way is only right, my way is only correct. This is the only way one can attain the peace. And now again that ego came, that my system of attaining peace is the only way to reach there. Now, as Atharva Ved rightly said, that we are sharing the same earth, we are sharing the same air, we are sharing the same sky. So, where we are leading right now, as far as all these wars are concerned, violence is concerned. Since Mahabharata, when Lord Shri Krishna preached Bhagavad Gita to Arjuna, but at the end of the Bhagavad Gita, Shri Krishna is saying that you have to do that job. which will create peace, though the modus operandi might be go against the basic constitution of non-violent stance, but still you need to do that. It's a parental approach. When we find some of the boys, they are doing in the classroom, they are fighting with each other with the sticks in their hand. And when the teacher comes in, a grown-up man with the more strength than the students, then he catches up one of the boys doing the most fighting there, and he uses the stick in his hand to hit him. And after getting that particular strike, the boy who is doing the maximum fighting keeps quiet. Now this, giving him one strike of the stick from his hand only, it is not violence. It is not a violence. It is the action taken to create peace. So I always feel when we conduct such type of big conferences, this is the 7th conference, I feel we are, as earlier said, rightly said by all the stalwarts, that we have to start with the small kids as far as education is concerned. And Dr. Vishwanath Karad, since 1983, doing the same thing, absolutely devoting his whole life for the world peace, not only lectures, but through his actions, through constructing a dome, a biggest peace dome in the world. For what? There is no return on investment in this material world. But Dr. Karad is doing that. And his son Rahul Karad is traveling on the same path, thinking of the same constitution, that the education should be used for social reformation. And so I request everyone, all foreign dignitaries, to understand this, that today what we need is an action. An action for what? The action that continuously the peace experts are speaking in front of the peace-loving people. Now it's high time that the peace experts should speak in front of the violence-loving people.
Yes.
Can we achieve that? If we achieve that, then there is a solution to it. So while concluding, it is already a bit delay for all the conference, but still, while concluding my remarks on that, before I give my final remarks, I really express my gratitude from bottom of my heart for all the foreign dignitaries. They have taken that much time. They have given a thought to it. And I still feel that because of the 5,000 years old culture, India is the only nation, is the only land on this planet where you can find the pathway ahead for peace, people, and planet. So my last remark is, and wish, like Sant Ganeshwar at the end of the Ganeshwari said, Ata Vishwatmake Deve Yene Vagyadne Toshave, Toshoni Vasajave Pasayadan hai. Ata Vishwatmake Deve, let us go for a universal God. The moment we install a universal God, automatically the all faiths where the conflict is there, they will come together for Vishwatmaka Deva, that is a universal God, and the conflict will be resolved. And last line of my speech is this, that I expect that in the nearing future, let us have this World Parliament for Science, Religion and Philosophy in Afghanistan to convey the peace experts expressing their thoughts in front of the violence-loving people. Thank you so much. I express my gratitude towards Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir and Rahul Karad sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your inspirational thanksgiving. And ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed towards the conclusion, I would like to make a very important announcement for session 2 and session 3 of day 2 of this conference. Well, dear friends, please stay tuned for session 2, which is on the theme Shaping Peace Together. It will begin at 4 p.m. sharp. I'll request you all to kindly join at 3:45 p.m. We'll have a plethora of dignitaries and delegates who will join for this session. We'll have Honorable Mandara Apteji, the Executive Director at Cities for Peace International Association for Human Values from Los Angeles, California, USA. We'll also have Honorable Mohanji, world-respected humanitarian and founder at the Mohanji International Foundation from Switzerland. We will also be joined by Honorable Professor Dr. Sadia Mohammad, a Fulbright Scholar of Pakistani Hindu Studies at Quaid-e-Azam University from Islamabad, Pakistan. We'll have Honorable Mr. Yogesh Joshi ji, Associate VP Product Management, Causeway Technologies from London, UK. And finally, we'll also have Dr. Anas Amatayakul, the chairman of the Sharia Advisory Council from Islamic Bank of Thailand and professor at Mahadul University, Thailand. So ladies and gentlemen, please stay tuned for another amazing session that will begin at 6 p.m. sharp tomorrow. Session 3, which is on the theme, Global Youth Peace Dialogue, Building Sustainable Peace, Ideas, Evidence, and Strategies. In this, the highlight of the session will be a panel discussion that will have a lot of deliberation and brainstorming on the theme of this session. So now, my dear friends, as per the tradition of MIT World Peace University, we would like to conclude this session with a universal anthem. I request my technical team to kindly relay the Pasayadan.